probably, the big part of the reason for their success is this lack of fear of the toxicity of outside society. At the same time, as we shall see beginning next week, it was indeed toxic because the ferocity of the first the Inquisition and then the expulsion was so unprecedented, so rapid that it's hard to imagine how this could have happened to any other society. The Jews were so well integrated into Spanish culture, both under the Muslims and later under the Christians, that one might think that their position was impregnable, but in reality, that was exactly what brought them down. As we shall see next week, it was the complicated relationship between the conversos and their attachment to traditional Jewish community that ultimately made the expulsion inevitable to Ferdinand and Isabella, who were slaves to the ideology of the purity of the Quran. That's something that we'll have to explore in much greater detail starting next week. I want to remind you that on Tuesday, not tomorrow, but next week, we will have that amazing Jewish poetry reading from Professor Yoshua in November. I really hope to see you there. It'll be nice to sit with you in the audience and listen to someone else. Maybe he'll make some jokes and I can criticize them. But with that, I'd like to conclude the lecture for tonight coming, and I look forward to seeing you next. Tonight's topic is a very difficult one, I have to say. This is not someone that I would necessarily choose ideally as our subject or as a focus. He is an extremely important figure in many ways, but I've chosen him primarily because he is emblematic of a conundrum that the Jews faced during the extremely terrible times of the Spanish Inquisition and the expulsion. He'll be a foil in some ways for the larger discussion that will take up the bulk of our time tonight, which is speaking about the mechanics of the Inquisition that led inexorably and terribly to the expulsion of the Jews from 1492. I'm speaking, of course, about Abraham Senior, also spelled Senior, who was a very important financier and leader of the Jewish community in Segovia, Spain, during the last years of the 15th century. We have to begin with a joke, though, and it's hard, after spending so much time this week in particular being immersed in the Spanish Inquisition, but I'll try nevertheless. Did I tell you a while ago about the joke about the guy who his therapist tells him it's time to step away? No? Okay, so the joke goes like this. There's this Jewish man who's been going to a very competent psychologist for many, many years. And he's worked through all of his issues one at a time, and he's really made tremendous progress. So finally, the therapist says to him, "Listen, Irving, you've been my patient for many decades now, really, and it's been a wonderful experience working with you, but I really think it's time to cut the apron strings and let you go out on your own. I really don't think you need to come back to see me twice a week like you have been for so long." And Irving says, "Well, gee, doctor, I don't know. I mean, this is a big step. Without regular contact." Listen, I'll tell you what, Irving. I'm going to give you my personal cell phone number, and you can call me anytime, 24/6. Anytime you have any kind of a problem, just call me. Doesn't matter. I will answer, and we'll work it through. But you will be fine. I'm confident in you. So Irving, he trusts his therapist, says fine. So he goes off on his way. A couple of days later, there's a call on the cell phone at 5:35 in the morning. And the psychologist wakes up groggy, says, "Hello, hello." He says, "Doctor, it's Irving. I had a terrible, terrible night. I need to talk to you about it." And he says, "Oh, no problem, Irving. I'll help you out. What happened?" He says, "Well, doctor, I had this horrible dream that you were my mother and that you were smothering me and that you were controlling every aspect of my life. And I couldn't make a single decision without, consulting with you." And so the doctor says, "Well, what did you do about it?" He says, "Well, I woke up shivering and shaking, and I figured I better go settle my stomach. So I went into the kitchen and I made myself some tea and I had a little breakfast. I had, a couple of pieces of Melba toast, and then I called you. And the doctor says to him, a couple of pieces of Melba toast, that's what you call breakfast? I think it takes a little bit, right? It takes a little bit. Okay, all right. Thank you for listening to me. It makes me feel better. Okay, let's do the good and welfare. First of all, tonight's lecture is sponsored by Mr. Cyril Alvarez, who has been watching these lectures for quite some time. He's quite expert in this particular subject, far more so than I believe. He's been doing genealogical research on the Senior family, which is actually quite extensive, especially after the conversion, when they take on the name Colonel. It's actually quite an illustrious family, many centuries. So we're very grateful to him for sponsoring this lecture. All of these sponsorships go, of course, to our scholarship fund, which has raised now almost $11,000. So we're very pleased for that. By the way, we'll be starting, God willing, out in the new semester, a whole new series focusing on the Sephardic diaspora, including as well Mizrahi Jews and their traditions. And we'll be seeking a whole bunch more sponsorships at that time as well. Very important reminder, tomorrow night, the tremendous event, we're going to have a poetry reading by the incomparable Yehoshua November, who is a professor on our campus, a very beloved professor teaching English composition in particular. His poetry has been published in the New York Times, Chicago Tribune, many literary magazines, and he'll be signing copies of his latest book, which was incidentally a finalist for the National Jewish Book Award. Very impressive poetry, and gives us a sense of what it means to be a poet today. I hope it'll all come, because we've spent so much time discussing poetry in the Andalusian period. Let's study it in the Brooklyn period tomorrow. So that's at 7:30 in this room at this time. There will be sushi and other foodstuffs to entertain us. Okay. In terms of the academic resources for tonight's lecture, I've relied very heavily on the research of Professor Chaim Beinart, shown here. He was born in Russia in the 1917, an auspicious year, a century ago. He served in the Latvian army, and then immediately after finishing his service in 1937, he made Aliyah to study at Hebrew University, serving also in the IDF, in the intelligence division, and ultimately he became a professor at Hebrew University. He served as the Dean of Humanities at Ben-Gurion University of the Negev, and he retired as a distinguished professor once again at Hebrew University. So his analysis is extremely important. If we were to concentrate narrowly on Senior, in one of his books that I used for this presentation, he has about 100 densely packed pages of fine print text going through every little scrap of financial records of the Senior family, which is, quite stressful for even a historian to go through all this level of detail. But really, he is the number one go-to source for this period. Okay, so what's the basic biology, the basic biographic data of the individual we're studying tonight? He was born probably in 1412. We're not precisely sure of that date, but his eventual conversion to Christianity occurred in 1492, and according to contemporary accounts, he was somewhere in his 80s, perhaps late 70s at the time, so that's where we get that date. He was a major Spanish financier, Rab de la Porta. He was the official financier to the Hermandad, which was an important institution in the Spanish government. He was essentially a tax farmer, which was a very important position in most of the medieval economies. Basically, a tax farmer, because we live in an era when the state deals with us on an individual level. It's funny, I just updated my W4 today. The state, because they deal with us as individuals, numbered individuals with their social security numbers, they tax us directly and immediately and frequently, and often too much. But in the medieval period, taxation was conducted through communities. corporate nature of society. So the Jews as a whole would receive a tax assessment, and the tax assessment would have to be calculated and paid on a communal level. How the Jews themselves collected it and distributed, that was up to them. Similarly, the idea of being a tax farmer is that the king could give typically a Jew the responsibility of collecting the taxes from a particular estate or a particular region. And let's say the king sets that amount at, I don't know, let's say 100 ducats, just to put in a round term. If the Jew were able to raise 110 ducats, then the 10 ducat profit would remain in the possession of the tax farmer. And that's essentially what tax farming was. So we're going to look at the specifics of his role in the economy shortly. His adopted name, once he converted, was Fernan Nunez Coronel. He was after the sponsor was King Ferdinand himself, hence the Fernan. Nunez and Coronel are very important aristocratic names, particularly in the Guzman family. If you know Sephardic Jews, many of these names resonate over generations. They were, high-level names in the Spanish aristocracy at the time. His son-in-law, Rabbi Meir Melamed, who was referred to frequently as rabbi, so he evidently had some kind of training. He also converted with his father-in-law. He took the name Perez, Fernan Perez Coronel, and that's how it comes down through history. In less charitable accounts of his life, in Hebrew in particular, the term senior is sometimes punned negatively as sonei or, meaning in Hebrew, one who hates light. He converted to Christianity because he hates the light of Judaism. That's the derogatory use of the name. As we shall see towards the end of tonight's lecture, it's a considerably more nuanced and complicated decision. And if anything, as a historian, our goal tonight is to try and give some perspective as to what must have gone on in his mind. My job is not to give a value judgment, but at least to provide some information and context for others who may wish to engage in that. This is incidentally his signature shown here. We have, in terms of our source base, a tremendous array of sources, but they are almost all financial in nature. Bills, receipts, lawsuits, of which there are many, royal commands to senior, and summonses if these commands were not followed directly, and so on. But we know very little about, for example, where his family is from, even his own birthday. A lot of his family issues are simply lost because our source base is essentially financial and governmental. So, here's the basic problem that affects to a certain degree Judaism, but especially affected the Christian world, and was very significant for many of the processes that we'll be discussing today. And that is basically the concept, as we would say in Hebrew, Mylin B'Kodesh V'Lemorim. One ascends in holiness, one does not decline in holiness. And so both Judaism and Christianity have this idea that once you join the club, you can never get out. Once a Jew is converted to Christianity, even forcibly, according to many opinions that were significant at the time, then they are a Christian, that's it. They cannot get back to Judaism. They cannot renounce their Christianity, even if that baptism was done against their will, under duress, and so on. Perhaps you'll recall the most tragic of these stories was the case of the Mortara affair, which occurred in the 1840s in Italy. And in fact, apparently Steven Spielberg is working on a movie version of the Mortara affair. A very sad story where there was this Jewish household, and they had a Christian maid working in the household. Their young boy, who I believe was about 6 years old at the time, I think his first name was Arturo, not sure exactly, but he had a terrible flu, and the maid, who loved the boy very much, she's a living maid, she cared for them, she loved the boy very much. She was worried that he was going to die of the flu, and he would go, and because he was a Jew, he would be damned to eternal hell. And so therefore she secretly brought him to the church and had him baptized, just to protect his eternal soul. It happened that the child recovered, but the maid happened to mention it to one of her other friends, and the word got around that this boy had been baptized. And amazingly, the church actually kidnapped the child and refused to return him to the family. And despite and this is 1840, this is pretty much the modern era, despite the best efforts of the family and international Jewish pressure, Moses Montefiore was very much involved, they were not able to exert the release of this child from the Vatican. He ended up growing up in a monastery and becoming a priest and engaging even in some Jewish proselytism afterwards. So it's a terrible kind of story, and that's 1840. That's 300 years later. So certainly in the 15th century, we're going to have this problem. So the church is going to be trapped in this ideology, just like Ferdinand and Isabella in particular, that once Jews are converted, even against their will, even under duress, they nevertheless are within the purvey of the church, and they may not be returned to Judaism. This will be the problem that we will explore many times. I would also like to say one more word, to a certain degree, as a kind of a prologue. My first encounter as a historian with the Spanish Inquisition was ironically through the Holocaust. This important book, The Destruction of the European Jews, is one of the great initial studies of the Holocaust by a very important historian known as Raoul Hilberg. Hilberg is certainly the father of Holocaust studies, certainly the father of Holocaust history. He dove into the Nazi archives, and he wrote this massive 3-volume work which essentially dissected the very mechanics of the bureaucracy of murder. And it's a fascinating study, and landmark study that has shaped all Holocaust historians afterwards. He's been criticized for relying too heavily, perhaps, on Nazi documents. He downplays, for example, the Jewish resistance and things like that, but that's not our purpose today. What is useful for our purposes is that in the very first chapter of this book, he essentially compares the Holocaust to the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion. And he says that the roots of the Holocaust may be tied to the events we'll be discussing today and next week, 500 years earlier, which I always felt was a stretch. I always felt like, oh, come on. We talked last week about the lachrymose model. As they say in French, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it's the same. I thought it was a real stretch to say something that happened 500 years ago in a medieval environment is really what happened in the Nazi bureaucracy in the 1930s and 40s. But in fact, the more I study this period, the more I see that in fact Hilberg's argument holds a lot of weight, in my humble opinion, and perhaps we will have the opportunity to explore this as well. The element that I'd like to identify tonight as perhaps the defining similarity between the Holocaust and the Spanish Inquisition. It's not the purity of blood argument that he makes much of. It is the idea that the Spaniards were slaves to their own ideology. That even when it was counterproductive, even when it was financially ridiculous, even contemplate expelling the Jews, nevertheless there was this inescapable quality of the Inquisition that ultimately forced them to expel their Jewish population. Okay, very long introduction. Let's look at the history itself. We have to go back a century prior to the expulsion itself, to 1391, where you have a Dominican friar very much active in Jewish affairs, named Vicente Ferrer, who was simply one incident after another rousing up anti-Jewish sentiment, provoking riots. He was even condemned by the church on numerous occasions, and nevertheless he continued speaking out and provoking actual violence against Jews. One should recall that the church is hardly an effective hierarchical monolithic system at this time. The church has to deal with a widespread, primarily illiterate lay clergy, meaning the people who are actually in the streets preaching to people often have no ability to read the holy texts that they purport to represent, and they're motivated by some of the darkest urges that we have in the human panoply of psychological illnesses. So we have throughout Europe a lot of these lay clergy who actually believe that Jews, for example, drink the blood of Christian children and ridiculous things like this. The educated higher levels of the church, including the popes, are constantly publishing bulls against this process, saying, no, it's not true. Please don't believe these people. That's not the church teaching, and so on. And while the church still, will persecute the Jews in the sense of pertaining to the doctrine of witness
did
that
you
we
know that
last year,
Hulk Hogan died?
The Augustinian idea that Jews must be preserved.
I did. Very sad news.
Did you know that Ozzy Osbourne died?
Did you know that you're going to lose in basketball?
Dog.
Don't dog me, dog.
Are you going to send me an invite, or am I sending you the invite? I'm sending it to you because you take too long to answer. You take too long to answer.
Well, of course, it's going to be you sending me the invite. That's how it works every time. That's like an unwritten rule.
That's a make. That's a make.
Bad. Very bad. Do you just go on like celebritywhodiedtoday.com?
No, it's on the radio. I've got these computers that are going all the time, and so I see what people are tweeting, and when I start seeing the same celebrity's picture in a feed, I start to wonder what's going on with them. You did pretty well for a dick sucker.
Yeah.
You did well, dude.
Big year energy.
How many people do you think live in a yurt?
Millions.
How many?
Isn't it 1 million?
Between 1 and 1.5 million. Are you proud of the way that you just played? Because you just tied me.
Yeah, that was bad.
Are you ready for this and then Moncala?
Yeah, I think. I'm pretty sure this thing is like just it's one of the worst games because you actually can't be good at it. It's just random.
Moncala time, son.
I think I've won like the last 4 out of 5 games.
I don't know what you're smoking. You're full of it.
You're gonna go 9x9 after.
Perhaps. I don't know how to run
They're
the rules.
dry. They're dry, so it's totally good.
What's your favorite Justin Bieber song.
They're all pretty amazing.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay.
Justin Bieber is the best.
Do you like Carly Rae Jepsen?
Oh, that was pure luck. Call Me Maybe? No, that was like the most annoying song ever. That was spammed on the radio for like years. It wouldn't turn on. So definitely not. Well, you keep distracting me, fucker. Because you know you won't win. You have to freaking ask me distracting question. So good job. That was bullshit. No.
What's good, pimp? What's good, pimp? Hey, I won 5 games in a row. Psych B. All right, now I have to read all the rules to go. Okay, board size 9. Comey 6 of. I will, but what's Comey? Okay, board. Go is a 2-player game, usually played on a board of 19 horizontal and 19 vertical lines, as shown below. One player uses a set of black stones. The other player uses a set of white stones. Do you understand?
Yeah.
The object of the game is to get the most points, which are earned by surrounding territory, empty intersections, and opposing pieces. Gameplay. Placing stones. Beginning with black, each player in turn places a stone on an empty intersection or point. Once placed, a stone is never moved, although it is removed if the opponent captures it. If any stones become completely surrounded by opposing pieces, they are captured and removed, as shown in the example of the white stone below. A stone or group is completely surrounded when it is not adjacent, in any horizontal or vertical direction to any empty intersections. Liberty. An empty intersection adjacent to a stone or group is called the liberty of that group. An empty section. Okay. In the above example, white stone has only one liberty, the point marked X. If black plays there, white stone is captured. Okay. In the below example, a solidly connected group of 4 white stones has only one liberty, X. A black play there captures the group. Captured stones or prisoners are kept aside in the game. A stone may not be placed on a point where it will be completely surrounded, unless it also causes an opponent's stone or group to be surrounded. If a move causes both players' stones or groups to become surrounded simultaneously, the stone or group belonging to the player that made the move survives, and the other stone or group is captured. I don't get that. Okay. In the above position, both white and black can make a capture by players playing at the point marked X. If white makes the capture, the position will be shown in the second diagram. If black makes the capture, the position will look like the third diagram. Oh. Okay. If black makes the capture, the position will look like a third diagram. In this third diagram, a white play on the corner point will capture all 5 black stones, showing the black's capture was a waste of time. More than one group may be captured as the result of a single play. In the example below, a white play at X will capture all 3 black stones. Endgame. Players alternately place stones on the neutral points intersections adjacent to both player stones, also known as dame, pronounced dame. Okay, also known as dame. Next, dead stones, ones that are not fully surrounded, but that would inevitably be captured if they continued, are removed from the board and added to the piles of prisoners. Finally, players add up each of their scores. The player earns 1 point for each vacant intersection surrounded by his or her territories, or his or her stones, known as the player's territory, and 1 point for each prisoner he or she has captured. Whoever has more points wins. If the position on the board below, in the position on the board below, the 4 points marked X are worthless to either side. After removing the dead white stone inside black's upper right territory, black has 7 points in the upper right, 2 points in the lower left, and 1 point for the removed prisoner, for a total of 10. White has 5 points in the upper left, 2 in the lower right, and 2 for the captured black stones, a total of 9. Black wins 1 point unless he or she is required to give white compensation or komi to offset the advantage of going first, as explained below. If a player had to surround them completely, he or she would lose 1 point for each intersection that was filled in while surrounding them. In the previous example, black would need to play 2 stones inside black territory to remove the dead white stone in the upper right, changing the outcome of the game. Therefore, the rules allow players to simply remove dead, dead stones after both players have passed and points have been filled in. I don't really get that. Other rules. Ko. In the below picture, black can capture 1 white stone by playing an X. The resulting position is shown. If white plays at Y, the former arrangement is restored. However, white may not make such a move without playing somewhere else first, thus giving black a chance to play at Y and retain the captured point. Suicide move. The stone may not be placed in such a way that it or the group of it has no liberties. Chinese rules allow such suicide moves. The stone that was just played or the group it's part of is captured right away, occasionally. Such a move can be useful as a code threat. This is illustrated by a below position in which white move at X would cause 2 white stones to be removed, but white would now threaten to play X again, making black's eye to the left or X of false eye. Black has an advantage to go because of making the first move. To offset this advantage in even games, white is given the compensation or komi, most often in the amount of 5.5 points, but sometimes as much as 7.5 points. The compensation is added to white's score at the end of the game. Since white's score will not be a whole number, ties are impossible. Territory and prisoners are counted automatically, but it's up to the players to add compensation and determine the winner. For even games, it is recommended that komi be fixed at 5.5 points, regardless of whether the board is 19 or 9, 13. I don't know. Okay.
I don't think you're supposed to go in the middle, Madeline, when you start. But maybe wrong. And I think like the liberty rule only like applies to the outside. Or sorry, not. Wow, going as white is such a disadvantage.
You have a 6.5 point lead, dog. I wonder why there isn't a timer. Are you gonna go?
I'm going.
Let's see that pin.
What? How?
Because I'm sexy.
No.
Oh, good move.
Oh, you're at 20. What? Nice move. What is happening? Oh, I can't repeat that. I'm curious to know what the actual strategies are.
To win?
Yeah, to win. Oh shit, it's my turn. Fuck. I saw that. It's confusing to me, like, who's surrounding who. Because it kind of doesn't seem like anyone's surrounding anyone.
So now I go down to 9. I don't understand this.
Because I placed a block, like, on that side of the board, which somehow might give me, like, more territory overall. Are you thinking a lot about the next move?
It's your turn, dog.
That just happened.
Fuck, you beat me.
I mean, it's not over yet. There's still some territory up here. Oh no, you got. Shit. Yeah.
Because I'm a pimp.
Last second. Pulls the rabbit out of his head. Wow.
That was so close.
GG.
I still don't get it though. So let's see here. I guess I got 1, 2. I don't get it. I mean, I don't get it.
Like you see where there's base, like like on like the edge, on like the right edge, you have like those black pieces that, and there's two like intersection points, like those corners that aren't touched. That means that you own that space.
Right, I get that. I get the capture thing. That's a tough game. You know what's more fun though?
Make out.
You got it, son.
I do like I'm gonna try and learn more of it. There's actually like a
It's like the most complicated game.
yeah, there's like a shitload of strategy involved
Word.
here. I know none of it though. I did not mean to do that. I would have won if I didn't do that.
I don't know if you would have won.
I would have won.
Welcome. Oh.
You're gonna have to get rid of 15 eventually, son.
What do you want me to do, baby?
Nice.
What's gonna happen?
I don't think we've ever seen a 16 before. No, 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 no. Why did you not hit me? Oh no.
Gotcha.
I can still tie.
No, you can't. It's over.
I can still tie.
I don't know why you say that. It's over. All right, it's now time. Dude, how do you play Reverse? Reverse is a two-player game played on a board of 64 squares, arranged on 8 by 8.
Just like go. Go is better.
Gameplay. Have you played Reverse?
Nope.
Okay. Dog. You have an invitation, dog.
I love Reverse.
Do you?
I don't know. I've never played it.
Can I play dominoes later, please?
Yeah, I don't really know how to play that. We played the other
We
day.
played it.
Not harder.
Okay, we'll figure it out. Can you play with 3 players?
Yeah, you can play with as many as you want. I think you can play with like 5 or 6.
Can you play with 10,000?
If you have enough domino pieces.
Okay, that's cool. And a legitimate answer.
It is, isn't it?
Word, girl. Excellent. All right, Riser. It's 120 to 360. How do you feel right now?
I don't know. I didn't really shoot them all well.
Oh, good one, dude. Get it. That's 2, baby. Don't get it. That's all I ask. 2 is good. 2 is good. Oh, 3.
I got 3.
Are you proud of that?
Pretty good. It's hard. It's hard to get the touch for it. First one.
Oh, I missed the board with one of them. It went in that little hole, 0 points.
I didn't think that was possible.
Oh, it's definitely possible, son. You've got a chance to win. That's a miss. That's a big make, dude. Big make. You should be proud of that shot. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss.
Alright.
That's a
I'll
miss.
take it.
That's a miss.
Let's see.
Oh, huge make, dude. Huge make. Pressure,
That means 7.
pressure is on, son.
Yes. It's a miss. It's a make. Needs one more. 1 out of 6. Nope. Go dog.
Audie,
Archery. Quick draw.
Audie, you can only play with 2 people.
What? That's bullshit.
I agree. Let's see what else you can play. Okay, let's play this game. It's called Audie, are you ready to play?
Yes, I am ready to play.
Okay, it's like Tetris. You just play it like Tetris. Do you know how to play Tetris?
Yeah.
Okay, the one thing is you can't like flip it upside down or something. You can't rotate it or something. You both have invitations.
Lifetime tap.
All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3. I like this cyberpunk background. It's baller. I love this kind of background. It's my jam.
Oh God, hold the phone.
What the hell again? That was okay.
Oh, this one's
Oh no.
this is
It's not gonna end well.
you.
Word, girl.
No, 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 no. How am I supposed to do this? Um, then, what the hell? How is Rama still so low?
I mean, I would really say it's because of my sexiness, but it could be for a lot of reasons. Game over. Oh, I won. Let's play again. Rematch that shit. Audie, you need to change your name to be not Gail Settle. Make it Audie.
What did I change it to?
It's Gail Settle. No one knows what that is. No one knows what Gail Settle is.
Oh, this. Who cares what it is?
I do because I don't know what I'm looking for when I'm trying to send you an invite.
You already do. You fucking Gail.
Yeah, I'm not keeping track of two names.
I'm gonna win this round.
Are you sure?
No, Rama's in trouble.
He's actually not going to live all that I know.
Oh shoot. I like this game.
I think my brain is too slow for it. Why doesn't it score?
That was incredibly fortunate.
I don't even understand.
What? Don't you understand?
I don't understand it. So this shit floats down, and then I just move it. That's all I can do.
You can change the order if you tap.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, tapping helps a lot. Oh, bye-bye. Are you gonna win this game, Big Guy?
I'm trying.
No. Oh. Uh-oh.
Shoot.
How did they not explode? I have 4 in a row. They're not exploding. Oh.
Champion. All right, let's read the rules. How to play. History of clocks. In 1986, famed game designers, also twins, George and Jerry Damwart, released Clocks, a classic arcade game that spawned a cult following. Mysteriously, 11 months after the game's release, the Stammer brothers went missing, along with the game's source code. All Clocks games were rendered unplayable when a kill switch of the game was activated. The team at Plato has recently unearthed a cassette containing the source code from the New Mexico desert. I don't know if believe this. We're excited the game for a new generation of Plots players. Basic rules. Plots is an arcade-style blocks matching game for 2 players. Players create matches by aligning 3 or more of the same colored blocks. Matches are created when 3 similarly colored blocks are aligned either vertically, horizontally, or diagonally. When a player has any blocks filled over the top of the board, the game will end. The player that survives is the winner. Controls. Players can control their following blocks in 3 ways. Tap to rotate. Tap to rotate the position of each block vertically. Oh, you can change it? I didn't know you could do that. Oh, I was only doing it one way. Okay, so tap to rotate the position of each block vertically. Players can control. Okay, slide. Hold, tap, and slide down to hold, tap, and slide left.
You are pure evil.
Or right to move the block horizontally. Drop. Hold, tap, and slide down to drop the blocks down quickly. Junks. Any matched blocks will create junk blocks to be sent to the opponent's board. Larger junks can be created by matching more than 3 blocks or with a cascading set of matches. Ghost option. When the ghost option is enabled, players can see or preview ghost images of where their blocks will land at the bottom. I like that. Okay, cool. We're playing again. Right, sir. May I ask why you suck so much dick at this game?
I'm not sure.
I really like the background. It's very cyberpunk. Baller as fuck, son.
Literally.
It's baller as fuck, son.
Well, if you found out that
What if I found out what?
just not touching anything and not rotating it is the best way to do it.
I already found out.
We had Audie who have experimented with that theory.
Yeah, Audie is going against the theory and she's already like halfway out. Sometimes it explodes 3 and sometimes it explodes 4 and Earth.
What do you want me to do about it?
Write a letter. What? I have 4 reds. How many more reds do you want me to stack? Here, connect 6 of them together. What is this bullshit? How are you guys surviving so fast?
Because we're sexy. And we know it.
Oh, are you kidding me? It just explode. Game over.
Oh, fuck. I fucked up.
Game over.
Fuck. I keep fucking up.
Oh, Audie, you might beat him if you can hang in.
Oh, got you, girl. Wait, is it over? You won?
What? Audie actually won.
How the fuck did you win?
That's crazy.
I'm shocked.
think Windows doesn't roll up to bugs.
No.
Oh no! I keep exiting like it's delicate. And I keep fucking up.
Keeps dropping me like the worst one.
Oh, I'm done.
Are you shitting me, God? It would be one thing if they didn't just drop shitty cubes on you every time. Oh, wait. Is that what you guys doing? Oh, fuck you, game. Fuck bullshit. No, no, no. Oh, shit. No!
Champion. Riser, why did you suck so much dick at this game?
I think I might have not been doing it right. Do you think the sooner it drops, the more likely they are to explode?
I don't know.
Like, do you want to do it really fast? But we all have the same. We all have like the same pattern.
Fuck. Fuck.
Oh, that's BS. It drops the worst thing.
Fuck. Shit.
Uh-oh. Why did that not explain? How did that not explain? Oh, come on.
Champion. Can't stop, won't stop.
Survived for like 1 month.
Rockefeller.
How far up is your? I was actually very close to one.
Do you think Zoot knows about Hulk Hogan?
I don't know.
Okay. Ready?
Isn't basketball?
Yeah, we could play basketball after this.
I guess.
You love that game.
Yeah. Oh no. This game hates me. This game actually hates me. It gives me the worst pieces. Like it just, the ones that it drops out of the sky just. How does that not freaking break? I have like 8 of them touching.
Champion. Can't stop, won't stop. Basketball time, folks. Oh, do you have an invitation?
These custom paid for basketballs or there's a disco ball, cookie. How do you get these tokens? You actually have to pay money for them?
You can. It's like 20. You get 20,000 for $9 or something.
Wow.
I think they give you a whole bunch if you're sexy. That's how I got mine.
And or played ranked games.
I earned them through ranked.
Word, I think. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a big make. It's a make. That's a make. That's a make. Big make. Make. Big make. 11, dude. That's a huge round.
Look at this skill. Look at this skill. He's not stopping.
Can't stop. Won't stop.
Oh,
I hate when, like, I think I have one last shot, and then it doesn't let me take it. Go, girl. Good one. Riser, you up? Are you ready to not suck dick? Here we go, folks. Riser, trying not to suck dick. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make.
oh, what? That was with
5 points. That sucked dick, son.
wow.
Like a pro, baby.
Impressive.
Yeah. That's a make. Riser, you need 5 to tie. I'm in your head.
Easy.
In your head. In your head. No.
What?
Not good, son.
Rose?
All I need is 4 to win. Riser, did you know that?
No, that's a good score.
30, baby. Can't stop, won't stop. Mini golf time.
Congrats.
Oh my god, good call.
Riser, for some reason I can't send player 3 an invite to that game, so I'm going to send a new one.
That's fucking worth it.
All right, here we go. I don't like this hole.
I invented that shot.
How about you STFU, dog?
Did you know that I invented both of your penises?
Calm down, woman.
Oh, you just
fucked him. Good job.
Watch this. It's an amazing shot.
This shot sucks dick.
Oh, you're gonna what?
Boom. You've never seen a shot that beautiful before. So,
What's the famous finisher?
Hit my ball.
alright, BMW. Nice shot, BMW.
That shot sucked.
It's actually literally perfect for what I like. Thank you for your input.
Look how good this one is. Did you see that? Riser, did you see that shot?
This is an ugly shot.
Thank you.
Oh, buddy.
Riser, now knock all the shit out of the way so that I can score and take an early
I'm not
lead.
gonna do it.
Knock all that shit out of
I
the
will
way
do those.
so that I can score and take an early lead.
I didn't need to do that. Actually, I would have beat you. Oh. Hey, Audie, just don't knock his ball in the hole.
Just knock my ball in the hole, girl. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Well, I'm a lot of you about mine, and I didn't notice this.
There you have it.
Dog, I've never been more ready in my entire life. Are you fucking serious? That would
There you go, dog.
hit me in the water.
Nope.
That was one of the dickest shots
Make it.
I've ever seen.
Knock me in the hole, no.
Dog, catch me outside. How about that?
If you don't talk to it, I don't talk to it.
Oh, no way. She's going to win. If you don't hawk to us, I don't talk to you. I love it.
If you don't talk to it, I don't talk.
Big shot, girl. Are you going to make it, or are you just going to sit there and jerk yourself off raw?
Lose her.
Well, I'm gonna wait for my fucking internet, bitch.
Been there. Oh, come on. You deserve to get it. Wait, too hard. Perfect. Go. Let go.
My game isn't.
I had that issue too. Must be
That's
the.
not connected.
It must be their servers. Riser, you're up, dog.
It's not.
It's the Play-Doh servers. Look how sick this
Don't even go this way. Go the other way.
dog. Do you recognize how sick my shot was?
Get off my stuff.
She's gonna hit my ball. Maybe.
I don't want to go, but look at that, I'm getting nervous.
Riser, don't fuck up. That's all I'm saying. Don't fuck this shot up.
I piss excellent every morning.
Fuck. This needs to be one of the greatest shots in the history of this game, and I'm afraid
You have the approximately a 0% chance. Oh, that was pretty nifty, but
She's fucked. You're done, girl. You're done. Get it.
harder. Harder. We
Oh, you missed pretty hard.
Too hard.
not enough juice.
Get it, girl.
Rabbi down by 2 strokes. I hope it gives us a good hope. Like, where if you go first, you can hit off the tree and get like a hole in one.
You see what I did?
The rabbi special.
That sucks.
Let's see your perfect shot, Mr. Perfect.
Hit my ball. Riser, don't suck dick. Dick sucking.
Oh, what?
That was a major league dick sucking.
Are you serial?
Get through. Knock all that shit down. It's your turn. Gale settle 23. Gale settle.
Oh, come on.
Gail Withers. That's my new name.
Get it, girl. Get it, girl. Oh, no. Blast it. No, hard. Just take a shot. Try to make it go through the goal. Blast it through. You have to make it. Not a bad shot. Look how sick. Look how sick. Oh, dude, Riser, you fucked me. Riser, you fucked me. That was not cool, dude. Now Audie has to hit my ball. Get it, girl.
She won't do that. No. No.
Stop. Drop. Let it down. Open up shop.
No, but you're gonna love my next shot.
You're gonna try to water bump me, and I don't know if you're gonna be able to do it, son.
No. Water. Oh my God. Why would you do that?
Well, people usually go into the water and just skip over it.
Want to see the water bump of the century?
That's not the right
Off the
angle.
pinwheel.
That's not the right angle, son.
Off the
Son, that's not the right angle. Son, that's not the right angle. And you're now gonna get 0 points. And I'm gonna take the lead if Audie makes this shot.
He's not gonna.
There's no way she makes this shot. Too hard.
Not
No way.
backward.
It's not like quickly to give some faith.
Anybody with any common sense would think that that was
I
way too
consider
hard.
that cyberbullying.
It is.
Hey,
Actually.
hey, my whole fucking life is cyber.
I'm going to get to you.
My whole life is cyberbullying.
Okay.
Gail settled.
So you decided to put it on others?
1,000%. Share the wealth. No way. No way is she gonna make this.
That is not kind, Rabbi.
Sesame share.
With anything.
I share my cyberbullying with you all.
You're going in the black.
It's good to share a part of yourself that you can grow.
Stop. Drop. Let it down. Open up shop. Roll. Roll. What are you gonna do, Riser? Riser, what are you gonna do, son? Riser, you fucking cunt.
All that junk.
Get it through, Audie. Get it through. No. I don't know if that, no way. No. Just defend it. I'm just gonna defend it. Just in case Rabbi comes back.
We get through. Oh,
It's so impossible, dude. Hey, Rabbi, come knock my ball in.
I fucked up.
Yeah, you're not making. Oh wait, no, you might be able to make it actually around the left side. Make it, Audie, make it. Not again. A little softer. Off the right. Softer though. Not too hard. Too hard.
Way too hard.
Too hard. Like 70%. 70%. 60% actually. Higher.
Stop. Drop. Let it down. Open up shop. Roll. Roll. That's a Rough Riders roll. Ooh, I've got a surprise for you both. You're never gonna believe what you're gonna be being. Whatever you want to be, girl. Stop, drop, let it down, open up shop, roll, roll. That's a Rough Riders roll. Riser, are you proud of that shot?
No, no, I'm not.
It's Audie's turn. Audie, you're up, girl. There you go. Look at you. High five. That's how you do it. Will you teach Riser how to do that?
No. Only paid? No.
$9 million.
That's too much. Maybe nine.
Riser, don't fuck up.
Oh my lord.
Riser, why are you?
Audie, see what you made me do?
Riser, why are you so shitty?
Audie doesn't want to teach me.
Get it, girl. 2 in a row. Now's your chance to shine. You're a star.
No way. What the?
She's a star. Riser, get on our level.
Tries.
All the colors. Make me a star shirt. Thanks.
Riser, that was absolute dog shit. 3 in a row, girl. Get
She
it.
has 3 in a row.
That's a turkey. Stop, drop, let it down, open up shop. Get it. Riser, I dedicate this role to Hulk Hogan. Look at you. Is that how you do it?
Not enough speed. Oh, no good at this game.
Everybody's trying to do something different, and that's why all of the stars love to search for it. Has every color is never ending stars. Do you know that?
Sweet. You're up, girl. Go. Wow, she got it.
Delia.
That was awful. That was awful. Get it. Get it. Riser, why is it that you're so far behind?
I don't really play this game.
Oh, okay. Well, get good.
Sorry, coach. Acceptable. If you want to play archery, I will back.
We can't play archery with 3 people.
Sure you can. It's called a tournament.
Yeah.
Oh, good spare. Oh, that fucked me. She gets a strike here. It's basically over.
Strike. Oh,
She's gonna win.
oh, keep going. Oh, what a comeback. What the hell? Is he going for the triple X? Wow. So you like tripled my score there.
Bounce. Gale settle. Riser. Riser, we're waiting on you. Riser.
Is this the easy one or the hard one?
Easy.
Why would you ever make it pretty hard?
The hard one's too hard for me. Psych. Oh,
So
no.
you suck. What? That was it? That was so easy. Oh, Audrey's like right now. The circle one is like the hardest one.
All right, we're going to do it, but we're going to do it hard. Gale settle.
This is a stamina race.
I hate this game.
You're gonna mess up, brother.
Are you sure this is a thing? Are you supposed to go around it?
No. How are you there?
Because I'm a pimp, baby.
Hey, wait. How do you fucking get through the star? Do you go through it? Is this like... I'm not trying to be funny.
Oh shit, this one's bad.
This one's tough.
Oh. Does work.
This one is so hard.
Yours must be fucking phenomenal.
Wait.
No.
Dude. I'm getting it this
This
time.
is the hardest one.
I'm getting it this time.
No.
I just explode when I touch the thing.
Uh, I won.
Did you actually do it?
How did I win?
No. It was like, no, you're never going to finish. So we're just going to, I mean,
Let's do it again.
no more of that. That hurts my arm. My forearm.
Word box.
Yeah.
Word box, but the round time's 60 seconds, not 90. Gale settle. Stop. Drop. Let it down, open up shop. Roll. Roll. Stop. Drop. Let it down, open up. What did you want? What? Are you happy with your results, Riser? She didn't give up.
I'm not results. I think we deserved it.
Okay, let's reload it. No way.
Oh, you didn't see penis in the thing?
No, I didn't. I tend to not do that stuff. Good
Oh,
job,
you
man.
missed it.
Good
My
job.
brain couldn't find any anagram with the word penis. It was like my first win in that.
Stop.
No.
Job.
No.
Come on, one more, dog.
No.
One more. With this invitation to climb
No.
shit. One more.
No.
Just one more. I want to see if we can finish.
No, we're doing draw together.
Okay, we'll do that next. But just play this
No,
one.
we're doing that.
Dude, we're in this one. We'll do draw together next. Quit S and a D, dog.
I'm not doing that.
Riser, come on. Riser. Riser. Riser, quit it. Riser,
No,
quit
you
it with
never play Tetris.
Riser. You have an invitation. We're waiting on you. Riser, you have an invitation.
I declined it.
Nope, you're in.
This is the one or the hard one?
The hard one.
The easy one. See how
If it's the hard one, I'm gonna throw my phone out the window.
You don't want to do that.
I mean, my iPad. Is that like a rare thing to happen?
no, it's just something.
What?
It's fucking first ring stuff. I like black.
This DNA one is very difficult for me. Psych, just got it. Like a pimp.
Oh,
do this one.
Please, give me the power.
Oh man. Stop. Drop. Let it down. Open up shop. Go. Roll. That's a rough riders roll. Riser, what one are you stuck on? Okay, what did you want to play, Riser?
Draw together.
I know I said.
in this game?
Audie, did you accept?
Or is it only a 2-person?
No, I
thought
did.
it was more.
I did for 3. Oh no, it's only 2 people. Apologies. Blacko. Audie, you ready?
Wait, we could probably all join quick play on the thing and
Blacko.
then block it. Is that 2-person or? Oh, it's 3? What the fuck?
Yeah, but she doesn't know how to play. Okay, Audie, you want to put down your little box and connect the corners.
The diagonally. You really want to get rid of like the big ones first.
That's okay. You
That's
can
to start
scroll.
typing blue
That's
on it.
fine. That's fine. She'll figure it out after a round or 2.
You can also rotate and flip. Oh, you bastard.
You want to do it on the corner. There you go. That's a good one. Now, Audie, you know where your shapes are? You can scroll them over.
Fuck you. Oh, Jesus. Bobby, go. Put some down. Diagonally. Hurry up. You're gonna pass the diagonal.
It has to be on the corner. It's not like Tetris. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, dude.
Actually, probably helping us preserve a lot of space. We're just gonna keep finding the biggest little bits.
It's got to be on the diagonal, on the corner. On the corner. Move it to the left, 2 spaces. Move it to the left, 2 spaces. To the left. The left. No. Oh, that wouldn't work. It has to be connected.
Look at how our pieces are. You cannot not like have it so the edge of it have to be like the corners only.
That's dirty, dude.
That's usually like same color is not supposed to touch the same color unless it's a piece that you this on. Is that what's going on? Like that? Put it there.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, there you go.
Very
Yeah, if you somehow manage to do that, then you win. But not very easy. No, come on. I was just gonna go.
Yeah, right there. Okay. Yeah, there you go. No, yeah, there. No, yeah, there you go. That's good.
There.
Perfect. Good one, dude.
Okay.
Do you have a single one? It's on the far left, and you can put it down. Yeah, there you go. There's also a little button that's like a light or a clue in the bottom right corner that'll tell you where you put your stuff. Riser, can you put down anywhere? Yeah, you can put your single one down. I see in a couple spots or two. That oh dog, dirty you dirty dog. Stop. Put it down. Open up shop. Oh.
I'm not gonna be able to go anywhere.
You can put your
Can
single.
I go anywhere?
You can.
I don't think you can.
Yeah, I can. I can put
I
one.
have like one square.
Yeah, with the one square. There's a little clue button. It'll tell you go. I see where you can go, Riser. I see 2 spots you can go. 3 spots.
Yeah, I know,
There you go, son.
but the problem is that they're pretty limited.
What do you do? There you go. Where did my thing go?
There's no way all these pieces are.
Where did my thing go?
Yeah, now that I see it, it's actually, it gives you points for each piece that you
Word. I'm out of moves. No way, Riser. Riser, you only have one move. Yep.
Oh, man.
You're done, son.
Oh,
You're done. Champion. All right, let's chat
you
again.
do a bigger grid.
Let's chat again.
Bigger grid?
Yep.
Oh, do you know how to play now?
Rise, are you proud of that shot?
Yeah. Thanks for asking.
You're welcome, Pimp.
Look at this move.
Look at that move, Newfie.
I
That
don't know
shot,
about that.
that move sucks. That move is one of the worst moves I've ever seen.
Okay, comes Audi. Let's go. Don't do that. No. First mover advantage.
Dirty move, dog. That sucks.
Let's see it, Audi. That's a good move. Oh, Newfie. Oh, no. No, Newfie. Yeah, maybe you're up.
No, one more over to the right. One more over to the right. Well, how you living, Pimp? Well, we're just playing games.
What games could they?
Oh, all kinds. We played Go. We played basketball. We played mini golf. We played archery. We played Mancala. Really everything but Karen.
How's it been, bro?
Living the dream, dog. Every day's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, Pimp? That's what I like to hear, baby. Word, dog.
You never sleep, bro. Hey, who's Odie? Odie. Odie.
Audie, you gonna answer?
Listen to Odies. Oh, man. Bye. Let me pick up the phone.
No way. Riser, are you gonna win? Fuck you, dude.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Why are you so angry?
Because I'm competitive. And I've got this fuck
This
who keeps trying to beat me at everything.
Anybody know?
Let's see where he's going. Where is Goofy going? Oh,
No. Yes.
what the fuck are you?
Good girl.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Because she's amazing.
You know exactly what the hell.
No way. Newfie. Newfie.
Yeah, you tried, but you still didn't work. So you're the one that's gonna run over. I don't know how you. Actually, I don't blame you for that because you have like nowhere to go.
Literally. What
I
the
don't know
fuck am
how
I gonna do?
did that happen. You can't go anywhere.
I know. Why am I even allowed to play?
You can put a single one down on the corner.
Right?
Put a single one down on the
But
corner.
I can't because I already got rid of my single one. I'm having you.
No way.
I'm running out of meds. I don't think I can do many other meds. How do you sabotage me?
Right. Yeah. I said so.
Oh shoot! I didn't notice it was my turn. Well, that's my own fault.
But I am actually very good at this. But I just started, so don't get the wrong picture.
I'm out of moves, apparently. Oh, wow. Are you serious?
Because I'm a pimp
That was a nice little,
with sexies. I know it. You know it. Everybody knows it. All right. Next game that we're gonna play is.
Block again. They're playing block.
You want to play Blocko
She
again?
said she wants to get a block.
We're in Canada.
Me? How do you know? Yeah.
Stop.
Are you following me?
No, but did you know that we have the same birds? Same geese.
I mean, are you in like Michigan or something?
Wait a minute.
And yeah, you guys are gonna have some Canadian geese. They're really annoying though. They shit everywhere. Look at this new field.
Put it down. No, you're fucked, girl.
Why? Come on.
The time runs out.
You gotta have like 20 seconds before you're cooked. You're done.
Dude, fuck you.
Get the fuck out. What an awful piece. What an awful piece you have. Don't you go there. Don't you? Oh, you think that's gonna stop me?
Can't stop, won't stop.
You
Rockefeller.
think that's gonna stop me?
Can't stop, won't stop. Rockefeller.
Are you like this move?
That was dirty, son.
Maybe if we work together, we can make it so that there's like no space.
No, I refuse.
Yeah, right? You could have fun together. You could even make a picture.
She's mocking you because your idea was such dog shit.
What?
You heard me.
Me? My idea?
No, his idea was such dog shit that you're mocking him.
You like arrange them into a heart. What if
That would be
Riser, don't do that, dude. Riser, don't do that. Riser, what are you doing, dude?
What's wrong with that movie?
What are you doing?
No, it's a perfectly legal move.
It's garbage. What is she doing to me?
Like, it actually,
Why are you playing like so softly right now?
no, it's a good one too.
Dude,
You know,
dude. What? WTF, man?
Don't tell me what to do.
WTF, man?
No, don't waste the two piece so early. Those things are valuable.
Riser, what the fuck are you doing?
Building my thing.
That sucked. What? Are you fucking serious, dude? You just think that's so fucking funny, don't you? You just think that's so funny. I hear you giggling.
You're barking up the wrong tree, dog.
Dog, you think that is so fucking cool, don't you?
Dylan, you're supposed to stay on your side. I'll stay on my side, but no.
Stop,
You're trying.
drop, let it down, open up shop.
I heard a bell. Oh, I heard a bell.
That's how Rough Riders roll.
What the hell are you doing, bro?
I'm a pimp like a West Side gangster.
Are you fucking serious? Bro, I'm completely deaf. No!
What is wrong? What is wrong?
You're gonna... Dog, I'm completely boxed out.
Yeah, you are. Deservedly, because you're being a punk.
Oh, that's not good. That is not good.
Oh, that was a good one, girl.
Bobby, what did I have to do to you?
Riser, you're up, pimp.
You're trying to sabotage me.
yeah, that's why I
Yes.
Nice move.
Thanks,
You're welcome.
thanks for cutting me off over there.
You're welcome, Tim. I'm gonna save that little area.
How do you what the fuck are you doing?
That's doing my best. Thanks for asking.
Why would you do that to me? Not cool.
Great, dude. Great, man.
Wow, Newfie.
No way. No way. Newfie.
I'm gonna be quite, yeah, maybe. Pretty sure I'm out of move now.
No way. I'm out of move, son.
I can do maybe one more somehow. Okay. There's one. At least.
You're gonna win.
Let's go.
All right. I need a
I
break.
somehow did it.
I need a break.
Yeah. Right, that's it.
No, dude, play tonight.
I'm gonna go to sleep probably.
We're gonna get 8 o'clock.
Sounds like a plan, girl.
Alright, you wanna go outside? Alright, later, everyone.
Take care, Pam.
Peace out.
Oh, that's a big boy. You want one? You want to buy some? Okay. Okay. Come on. Come on. Oh, big boy. Big boy. I love you. Oh, big boy. Big boy. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Everybody loves you. Mhm.
albeit in a second-class state. But there's no grounds in church ideology to massacre the Jews. It simply doesn't exist. It happens from time to time. Usually, it's the expression of the underbelly of the church, often egged on by people like Ferrer, but it's not at all church teachings. The church is still, religion of peace and wants to have some measure of coexistence with the Jewish. It's a lot easier. You asked a good question, but I have a feeling that it's probably better if I get to the end of the lecture and take questions then, because I think it will be hard to sum. If we were to go down the rabbit hole of explaining anti-Semitism, it would take us a long, long time. But just to answer your question anyways, because that's really where I'm holding, the doctrine of witness argues that Jews must remain alive. They must remain in a subjugated state, but they must remain alive until the second coming, because only then will they be able to validate the second coming. And the higher level church authorities, with perhaps some exceptions, the higher level church authorities really want to reinforce that. Nevertheless, at the ground level, it's a different story. So under Ferrer, there's a huge number of anti-Jewish riots and massive forced conversions. We don't have strong demographics for this period, but it's clearly in the tens of thousands. So you have tens of thousands of Jews forcibly convert to Christianity. What happens to them afterwards? How do they go on with their lives when the church does have this position that now that you're converted, it's a zero-sum game? You can't move backwards, you have to go forward. You also have at this time the anti-pope, because the papacy itself is under a considerable strain, and there are several people running around claiming to be the primary head of the Catholic Church. And one of the ways that they can leverage popular support is by appealing to the subterranean urges in the wider population. Benedict the 13th is actively promoting these ideas, which leads to still greater numbers of forced conversions. The next thing that's related to this is, okay, so imagine for yourself, you're a family that has been forcibly converted. It was either be baptized or be killed, and that's what was happening in 1391 in the riots. And now what do? The riots are gone, peace is restored, and do you just go back to living Jewishly, or are you going to be a target of another attack by Ferrer? So you try to maintain your lifestyle nominally as Christian, but you don't want to eat bread on Pesach, and you want to know when to fast on Yom Kippur. So you go back and you check in with your Jewish relatives and your Jewish compatriots. What exactly is going on Jewishly? If this goes on for a generation, 2 generations, 3 generations, as it did, then it gets harder and harder because people are living more and more openly as Christians, and they have to, with some subterfuge, go back to the Jewish community. So what they started doing at this time was they started distinguishing these new Christians, we're going to explore the terminology shortly, and preventing them from having contact with Jews, because they knew that they're going to be, so to speak, infecting them with Jewish education, which is perhaps the worst thing that could happen in this case. So we also have to note as well that in 1414, there's another big acceleration of this phenomenon with the disputation of Tortosa. Disputations are a legal phenomenon that Spain pioneered, the most important of which we discussed last year was the disputation of 1263, in which the great scholar Nachmanides represented the Jewish side. By 1414, however, down correctly, knew exactly how to stage these things, how to set the rules in such a way that the Jews not possibly get the upper hand they did with Nachmanides. And so you have a process. The Tortosa disputation is almost 2 years long, and it was a pageant. It was like Jews were forced over and over again to go listen to these debates in which the text was very seriously limited. Jews were not allowed to say whatever they wanted in these debates. And afterwards, the judges, who of course were all Christian, would declare the winners, which were invariably the Christian interlocutors, and they would pose a series of punishments on the Jews. Like, for example, they'd have to hear 50 forced sermons. And so for the next year, every Shabbos, they would have to, hear preachers coming into their synagogues and preaching gospels. Or on Sundays, they would have to actually go and show up in church, and they would take attendance. And they would make sure that Jews forcibly listened to these Christian teachings. You also had the burning of the Talmud, and generally a crushed morale. And you have a population that's feeling extremely, besieged, beleaguered, no hope really for growth in the Iberian Peninsula. It is interesting to kind of reflect at this point on how similar this is to the period immediately prior to the Muslim invasion of 711. The Visigothic period in the late 600s is very much like this. And added to this, you have war fever, because the Reconquista, the Christian reconquest of the Iberian Peninsula, is proceeding apace. They're making phenomenal gains, and ultimately they're able to conquer Granada in the far south. This is a picture depicting the surrender of the Muslims. You can see the Alhambra in the background there, and here is Ferdinand and Isabella. And even the facial expressions, the Muslims look kind of like puzzled and lost. What's happening here? How has everything changed so rapidly? But with the conquest of Granada and the complete Christian control of the entire peninsula, including Portugal, this means all of it is a sort of feeling like we control it all. We should therefore impose a kind of a purification of the entire system. Kind of like when one political party holds all three branches of government. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Let's just keep going on. That's not a good comparison. Okay, so in the 1470s, the Inquisition is created. Well, what exactly is the Inquisition? It specifically targets those new Christians who, that is, Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity, who are backsliding in their faith and adopting Jewish practices, teachings, ideals. Here is the official seal of it. It's interesting, and in Latin it says, Exsurge Domine et Judica causam tuam. This is actually a quote. It says Psalm 73, but the Catholic Church counts the Psalms a little differently than the Jews, so I had to look it up, and I found it here in Psalm 74. The motto of the church is Kuma Hashem, Kuma Elohim, Riva Rivecha, Porcha Pascha Mine Navo, Kohayom, which I'll translate. Arise, God, and fight your fight. That's what's included over here. And then the second part of the verse is, remember the insult you receive from these people every day. Meaning, go out there and fight the fight of God, because there are these lowly people who are insulting you every day. That's the concept of the Inquisition. We're going to inquire as to who are these base people. Once we identify them, then we will punish them appropriately. The lead inquisitor was, of course, Torquemada, shown here, an unusually wicked person with a tremendous zeal for torture and the various the various instruments to elicit the kind of forced confessions and false confessions that have made the Spanish Inquisition so infamous. You can imagine that it was probably a lot like the 1930s in the Soviet Union, where a family of new Christians would be isolated, arrested, put on the rack, tortured with a whole series of tortures. I'm not going to go into in detail. If you like, you can listen to my lecture on Uriel da Costa from last year when I go into a much greater detail. And they would be forced to give out the names of so many other accomplices, so many other false Judaizing new Christians, and so many other Jews who were associated with them. But technically speaking, at this point, the Inquisition is specifically targeting not Jews, but Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity and were entertaining Jewish ideas. It would, however, rapidly. Because let's just understand, who are these people, these so-called new Christians? That's the term I've been using. So perhaps the most neutral term we can use is converso, which means converts. Right? That's a term. Whether they converted willingly, whether they converted against their will, it doesn't matter. They have converted to Christianity from Judaism. In Christians called them new Christians in order to make a distinction, which does not exist theologically, between those people who were originally Jewish and now have become Christian with those who were originally Christian. And the new Christians were subject to a whole series of demeaning tests of faith to demonstrate what we would call in Latin the term bona fides. Right? Maybe you've heard bona fide, as that's how Americans say it, right? Bona fides means good faith, meaning that they are, in fact, what they purport to be. The new Christians were not assumed to have bona fides. They were untrustworthy. The Hebrew term used is anusim, which means literally those who are forced. In other contexts, for example, that's the term used for someone who is raped, anus. The term marano is a derogatory term, means literally pigs. Obviously, this is used inappropriately. And finally, another neutral term, crypto-Jews. That is, they're still Jewish in secret, crypto-Jews. These are all the same people, but it gives you a sense of the various ways in which they could be viewed from without. What would happen is that the conversos who were suspected of Judaizing would be drawn before the Inquisition, and as I mentioned, tortured. They'd be required to confess and name names, and then they would be sentenced, as in this famous representation by De Goya, to a series of ritual abasements that were designed to serve as markers to the larger population of the dangers of Judaizing, and also as fitting punishments for the conversos themselves. They would often be required to wear this humiliating tunic and the conical dunce cap. The tunic was called the San Benito. You can see them here. In these pictures, they're really very dejected. In some cases, they were required to wear it for life. In other cases, they were required to endure various torments, including the death penalty, the auto da fe, being burned at the stake. And this being burned at the stake, by the way, also included being burned in effigy. The numbers are staggering. Again, we don't have a really clear sense of exactly how many people were killed, but we're once again talking about tens of thousands of people over the course of a few years. It is amazing how concentrated this was in particular cities, but throughout the peninsula as a whole. So it was an absolutely horrific period for Jews. Now, I should say for conversos. Now, what about the traditional Jews who were, technically speaking, exempt from the Inquisition because the church doctrine protected Jews as long as they had not converted to Christianity? There was no, inexorable quality because they were not backsliding Christians, they were believing Jews. However, there was always a fear that they were infecting the conversos with traditional Jewish ideas, Jewish education. And so from the 1470s on, in particular under the influence of Torquemada, Jews are expelled from their homes and forced to take new residence, often clearly assigned to them by the government in less than ideal circumstances, in order to isolate them and separate them in literally ghetto environments so they would not have any physical contact or communication with conversos. So you have the conversos being exposed to the Inquisition forcing Jews to be isolated by expulsions. In one case, an entire province, the Jews were expelled, but in most cases, they were expelled from particular regions in cities in order to separate them from Jews. And by the way, according to the Abramson rule of history, you can see there's a clear economic upside for Christians to be engaged in this, because all of a sudden, Jews who typically are a highly urbanized people, and they tend to live in the downtown core of cities because they're early settlers, this all of a sudden frees up all this prime retail real estate that can be used for the crown or for local officials and so on. You can send them out. You know, they may live in Midtown and they have all these beautiful brownstones over there, or the Upper West Side, Upper East Side, and say, listen, from now on, you have to live in your space. I don't know, Brook, I wish a Flatbush is already, this is Gavaldic here. Some other place far away, like across the river to that other state over there or something. That would be the kind of model that we're talking about. Okay, let us look at the economic impact and look at Abraham Senior in more detail. So, to explain exactly what his role was in the economy, there are several figures who are at the top of the financial pile in general society in Spain. Abraham Senior was one of them. Don Yitzhak Abravano, who we'll speak about next week, is another. Very different choices during the Inquisition. He chose to go into exile with his people, so we'll have more of a heroic interpretation of the story next week. They functioned in a specific place in the medieval economy because they were called servi camerae. What this Latin term means is servants of the royal chamber. What exactly is that talking about? So I'm sure you've studied with feudalism. Back in high school, you know, you had at the bottom peasants or serfs who are kind of like landed slaves. They have sort of like a land allotment, but they do not have the freedom to move. They are required to seek the Lord's permission to marry, and a certain amount of either their work product or their actual labor is owed to the Lord. So in some cases, they would actually, if they were very strong farmers, they would have to pay a certain amount of their crop to the Lord as a tax, basically rental for the land. Or in places where the produce is not such great, they would have to do something called corvée, which meant that a certain number of days a week they had to work on the Lord's fields, and that's basically the occupied society. Then you move up from there, you have the burghers, the city dwellers, who are engaged in all kinds of professions and crafts, and they are usually organized in guilds, which prohibit Jewish membership. They are the shoemakers and the tailors and things like that. Then you have a class of noblemen, and the original idea, the theory of the nobility is that, and this is a traditional Marxian analysis, is that the peasants who were so busy working the land could not defend themselves from nomadic attacks. So they sort of appointed a certain class to be the warriors, the knights, who would protect the peasants from depredation. And this was a kind of a social contract that the nobility were there to protect the larger society, and the peasants would agree to pay for that. Obviously, it became very exploitative, and the nobility got richer and richer, and the peasantry became poorer and poorer. And at the top of the nobility, there you had the king. So the big, and by the way, one other very important estate is the church. The church sort of stands outside all of this, reports essentially to the Pope in Rome, but serves the entire population. Now, the big question is, where do the Jews fit into this system? They are certainly not peasants. They're certainly not nobles. They are kind of like burghers, but they are not allowed into the guilds. So what exactly do they do? So this is where they get the job, servi camerae. They report directly and exclusively to the king. They serve in the royal chamber, as it were, meaning that even though they could live in New Huppetsville, nevertheless, their lord is the king in St. Petersburg. Why would this arrangement be adopted? Primarily because something called the Law of Gratian, which is the church canon law which prohibits Christians from charging interest to each other. The law of Gratian says that Christians can't engage in any kind of credit-bearing enterprise, which essentially stunts the economy because no one can invest, no one can find venture capital to try some, brand new venture and then pay interest on that loan. But the Jews were allowed to do so because of a reading of a biblical verse. So the Jews could function as moneylenders and could actually amass a significant amount of capital through usury. Usury has a negative connotation, but when you're thinking about 30 to 50% interest rates, it is usury. It is a really heavy cost. So Jews were moneylenders, which were a highly valued commodity in the medieval economy. In fact, France expelled the Jews three times in the 14th century. And when you see they expelled them 3 times, it's because they had to invite them back 3 times as well, because they couldn't manage their economy without this institutional credit happening. So the Jews had this very special role where they were allowed to engage in money lending, generated a lot of capital, tax that capital, which is highly valuable. That meant that they were protected for the most part from popular uprisings, but not exclusively, especially if the king felt that he himself owed too much money to the Jews. Then, as we saw, for example, in York in 1290, then the nobility would simply expel the Jews, and that was the easiest way to get rid of the debt. Then you had to invite the Jews later to make up for the lack of a credit in the economy, but that was the idea. So the seigneur family were the principal tax farmers of the kingdom of Ferdinand and Isabella, which ultimately encompassed almost the entire Iberian Peninsula. So if you are to persecute the Jews, what happens if, for example, you convert them? Oh my gosh, it's like you take all these bankers, and they're only allowed to be bankers if they're Jews, and if you make them Christians, was wird sein? All of a sudden, the banking industry crashes to a halt because these new Christians are not allowed to engage in exchange of interest. What about all the debts that are owed to these Jews, which are the income base for the taxation of the king? The king wants to get the collection. The king wants the Jews to actually make this money. If they get converted to Christianity, he loses the yeast of the economy. Or to look at it from the metaphor of Shimon Dubno, the Jews are like a sponge that can be dipped into the peasantry and the minor nobility, and then they will be drawn out and the water will be squeezed out by the king. If you can't use that sponge anymore because you've made it into a Christian rather than a Jew, how are they supposed to engage in it? So this is especially the case when the war in Granada is going on, where they're trying to expel the last Muslim kingdom from Spain. How are you supposed to finance this if you convert all these Jews to Christianity? It proved to be a very difficult problem. And ultimately, Abraham Senior and others were able to hang on to the very end and enjoy royal protection, primarily because of the economic aspects of their position. But, as I mentioned, the expulsion was inevitable. As we shall see, here's a very powerful and moving picture by Emilio Sala Frances, 1889, showing what's his name, Torquemada here, displaying the writ of expulsion to Ferdinand and Isabella sitting coldly in the background. There's no question they were completely involved and invested in the actual drafting and completion of this document, which led to tremendous suffering of the Jewish population. This is the edict of expulsion, the last page of it right here, and with the seal and stamp of the royal authorities. What I'd like to do is actually read to you a little bit from the document. It is actually about 4 pages long in total, but I've only selected a few passages. And I think it's quite illustrative of what the church was Ferdinand and Isabella were thinking when they expelled the Jews. Here we go. So there's a bit of a preamble which is directed to all kinds of people. It comes originally from Ferdinand and Isabella, king and queen, and it goes through all the nobles, the major ones, the minor ones, through the city dwellers, right down to the Jews. I mean, they're letting this is like a general alert for the entire peninsula. And after this preamble, it reads, "You know well, or ought to know, that because we were informed that in our realms there were some bad Christians who Judaized and apostatized from our holy Catholic faith, whereof the chief cause was the communication between the Christians and the Jews. In the courses which we convened in the city of Toledo in the past year of 1,480 years, we ordained that the said Jews should be set apart in all the cities, boroughs, and places of our realm." And that's actually where I'm going to stop the first time. This is like referring to the local expulsions. We tried to, in other words, they're saying, we tried to deal with this problem by maintaining a barrier between the Jews and new Christians. Thereby is established and made manifest the great damage to the Christians, which has resulted and results from the participation, conversation, communication which they have held and do hold with the Jews, of whom it is proved that they always attempt, by whatever ways and means they can, to subvert and detract faithful Christians from our holy Catholic faith and separate them from it and pervert them to their cursed belief and opinion. Note, by the way, when he says Christians here, the edict is referring to forcibly converted Jews who are now called Christians, but they're the ones who are the problem. Instruct them in the ceremonies and observances of their law, convening assemblies where they read to them and teach them what they must believe and observe according to their law, taking care to circumcise them and their sons, giving them books from which they can recite their prayers, and declaring the fast which they have to fast, and joining with them to read and teach them the stories of their law, notifying them of the Passover before its date, informing them about what they must observe and do, giving them and removing from their houses the unleavened bread and the meat that has been slaughtered according to their right, teaching them about what they must avoid in foods and other things to observe in their religion, and in persuading them as best they can to keep and observe the law of Moses, and giving them to understand that there is no other religion or truth save that, and this is proved by the many declarations and confessions of both the Jews themselves and also of those who were corrupted and deceived by them. So it's very clear that what the writ of expulsion is talking about is basic Jewish education. You have this terrible situation where these Jews are torn away from their communities, and they're trying to get back and learn the basics of what they need to do to be Jews, and this is specifically what is bothering Ferdinand Isabella. We, with the council, in the regard of certain prelates and grandees and caballeros of our realms and other persons of wisdom and conscience in our council, having considered the matter with much deliberation, are agreed in ordering that all the said Jews and Jewesses of our realms shall leave and never return, come back to them or to any of them. And upon this we order that this our edict be given, by which we order all Jews and Jewesses of whatever age they may be, who live and dwell in our said realms and dominion, as well as a native born among them, as those not native born who in any manner for any reason have come and are in them, that by the end of next month of July, 1492, that comes in the present year, they shall leave all our said realms and dominions with their sons and daughters and servants and maidservants and Jewish followers, as well as the great and small, of whatever age they may be, and that do not dare to return to them or to be in them or in any part of them, whether dwelling or in transit or in any other manner, under the penalty that if they do not do so and comply, and are found to be in our said realms and dominions, or to come to them in any manner, incur the punishment of death, and the confiscation of all their property to our exchequer and treasury, and that these penalties are incurred by that same fact in law, with no other trial, nor sentence, nor declaration. In other words, they can't even step on Spanish soil without penalty of death, without trial. It's an incredible statement. It's chilling. And we command and prohibit that any or all persons in our said realms of whatsoever estate, condition, dignity they may be, dare to receive shelter or assist, publicly or secretly, a Jew or Jewish or Jewess, after the said date of the coming end of July, and hereinafter in our lands or houses, or in any other part of our said realms and dominions, on pain of loss of all their possessions, vassals, and citadels, and other demands. Meaning, if any Christian gives refuge to a Jew, they suffer complete confiscation of their entire property. And it goes on, but you get the basic idea. It's a complete and utter expulsion. Even though this will have tremendous economic consequences, Ferdinand and Isabella are locked into this Orthodox Christian interpretation with no flexibility whatsoever, and they are moved toward this largely because of the events that began in 1391 with the forced conversions. They cannot turn the clock back, they can only move it forward. This is what some, to go back to Hilberg, some Holocaust historians, Christopher Browning in particular, point to in the Nazi bureaucracy of what they call the ratchet effect. Right? You're familiar with, those wheels that you can turn on a boat to like pull up the sails or something. They have like cogs on the outside of the wheel and a little hook. So you can turn the wheel one direction, but with every little fraction of a degree, the ratchet falls into place. You cannot put it backwards. You can only put it forwards. And so they are forced, step by step, to the inevitability of an expulsion. The Senor family indicate the documents that we have, and by the way, much of this material, much of this decision to expel the Jews happened in camera, in secret, with very few people in the Jewish community, even the most high up elements, Abravanel, Senor, and others, were completely taken by surprise by this. This is something that Ferdinand, Bella, and Torquemada cooked up on their own largely, and it fell down like a sandbag from heaven, completely surprising the Jewish population. We know that as late as May 29, Senor had declared that he would definitely emigrate. He would give up his vast land holdings, his incredible debts that were owed to him, his huge financial empire. He had determined that he was going to leave with the Jewish population. Nevertheless, 2 weeks later, he and his son-in-law, almost all of his children, 2 sons and 2 daughters, converted to Christianity. There is a legend, very poorly sourced, but there is a legend that says that Queen Isabella threatened that if Senor did not convert, and then he would take on a new economic role, as we shall see in a second. If he did not convert, she would destroy the entire Jewish population. It's a poorly sourced legend. I'm not entirely sure how she would actually carry that out. The idea of genocide at this level really is a modern phenomenon, not a 15th century one. So it's possibly not true. By the way, I forgot to mention that Senor was also very much involved in the initial between Ferdinand and Isabella. It shows on one level just how high up he was in their esteem, and at the same time he could not absolve himself of this horrible crime. What led him to stay, we don't really know, but we can imagine his age, in his 80s, to pick up and leave and to go wandering, who knows where, finding refuge somewhere, very difficult. His status, he'd invested himself for years as the head of the Jewish community. In many aspects, that was his role. And this massive multi-city empire with so many different businesses, millions and millions of the equivalent of dollars involved. And all of those things, to give those things up, must have been incredibly difficult. Not to mention the pressure from his children, who may not have felt the same way he does. We do have several financial records and court records that attest to some of their activities. But in the end, all we do know is that he and his family converted to Christianity. One daughter, Reina, apparently did not convert to exile. There's one possibility that says, in fact, he did convert, because that's the name of Rabbi Meir Malamed's own wife, but most likely not. So the aftermath was complete economic chaos. Baynard goes through a tremendous amount of detail discussing how the the peninsula, now bereft of Jews, except for a significant number who moved to Portugal. We'll study that next week, what exactly happened to them there. It's also, unfortunately, a very sad story. What happened to all of the economic activity that was concentrated in people like Senor? So one of the things that the church had to the crown had to take care of right away is all of the debts that were owed to Senor, and all of the debts that were owed to Jews throughout the population. The crown claimed them. So in other words, if your average Christian businessman felt that with the expulsion of the Jews, the debts would then be forgiven, and they got a huge boon from the government. They were wrong. Boons from the government probably never come. And the crown put Senor in charge of collecting all of the debt owed to the Jews that were now out of the country. In other words, the Jews forfeited their debt, and in many cases they forfeited a huge amount of their assets because it was impossible to liquidate them with just a few weeks really till the expulsion edict took effect. So Senor was charged with the task of collecting that debt, which proved extremely difficult. He lived only a short amount of time afterwards, but there's a tremendous number of court documents indicating the displeasure of the crown with his failure to generate the kind of income that he used to when he was Jewish. His son, Meir Melamed, ended up passing away shortly before his father-in-law, and Abraham died sometime in 1493. There's some mystery surrounding the specific circumstances of his death. But the economic situation of Spain after the expulsion of Jews took several decades to be addressed and recovered. Many of those losses to the crown were simply not made up, and the general economy of the region took a turn for the worse, which was offset only by the fact that the discovery of the New World, which will be our topic in 2 weeks, was able to reimburse the crown with a lot of new funding that was not present before. So that's basically the story of this very sad period. Next week, we're going to look at Don Yitzhak Abravanel, who was a heroic figure, like many of the Sephardic individuals we studied. He's also someone who combined tremendous political capacity and activity with scholarship. He wrote a major commentary on the Bible, for example, and that's studied to this very day. And hopefully we'll be able to move on from this very dark period with something of an upnote. But I thank you once again, as always, for your attention and your endurance. Have a good night.
People just say me stuff and put it on. Bro, listen, you're such a guy. You need to shut up for a second because the elbows are so tight right now, right? And then when you're age, you're probably going to get tougher. Well, the thing is, my technique...
Rabbi Abravanel is so fantastically heroic and important. I mean, I wish I could spend so much more time researching his life and his activity. I'm deeply inspired by it. You'll see here it is. Our sponsor tonight is Mr. Charles Joseph, who has been a long sponsor of these classes in various forms. Who's also a sponsor of my most recent book, which I deeply appreciate, which he dedicated to his beloved parents. Tonight's source is going to rely very heavily on the research of a man named Ben-Zion Netanyahu, born in Warsaw at the beginning of the century. Ironically, it's the same birth date as my grandmother, Allah Shalom. So I guess this is how old she would have been. And he passed in Jerusalem just a few years ago. He was a professor. He became interested in Sephardic studies, a professor at the University of Denver, then at Cornell University, and actually briefly had an office near his office when I was there as a postdoctoral fellow. Later, the Encyclopedia of the Encyclopedia Hebraica. But the reason why we're studying him tonight, of course, is because he wrote a definitive biography of Abravanel. Abravanel, we'll get to that name in a second, which was published originally in 1953 and then reissued 3 times afterwards because it was really so classic. You may recognize the name Netanyahu because here he is with his illustrious son Benjamin, the then Prime Minister of Israel. He was also the father of Yoni Netanyahu, the Rebbe, and really a very impressive individual. Another son also involved in the IDF. So he has a political and a religious history that's fascinating, but for our purposes, his work as a historian that will inform most of our comments tonight. Okay, so I want to go back to something that we spoke about briefly when we looked at the life of Abraham Senior last week. And I alluded to this idea that when I first read the work of Raoul Hilberg, I really thought that the whole connection to the Spanish Inquisition and the Holocaust was a stretch. When I read Benzion Netanyahu's work, though, I see that it's quite possible when you look at the dates that Hilberg, who was not an expert in Sephardic history, was probably heavily influenced by Netanyahu's work, because that's where you see the thesis developed in a much more precise fashion. And I think we can look at this in the sense that there's, I'm sure you've heard the famous passage from Santayana, which is all those, what is it? Those who ignore history are doomed to repeat it. And in our, here at Touro College, the chair of our history department, Tova Singer, likes to say to students, those who forget history are doomed to repeat it next semester. Right? They have to take it again. So there's another quip that says, well, history may not repeat itself, but it certainly rhymes. And there's an eerie rhyme going on here. So let's look for a second at some basic elements of Netanyahu's breakdown of the onset of the Inquisition and the expulsion, and I think we have some here parallels. This is a 17th century rendition of an auto da fe, a mass execution, either burning at the stake as a result of inquisitorial activities. So if we look at this pattern that we discussed last week, it really starts out in the late 14th century when you have these mass conversions of Jews. Netanyahu tends to take a very economic approach to the reasoning behind these mass conversions. Much of the anti-Jewish legislation, he argues, or activity, like rioting and so on, he argues came primarily from the burgher class, meaning not the nobility and not the peasantry, but the urban class, a burgeoning commercial class that saw the Jews as direct competitors in their various fields of endeavor. And so it was they who really fomented much of this activity. Ironically, Netanyahu argues, they were unprepared for the results, because the ongoing trope in the relationship between Christianity and Judaism has been, Jews were given the option of convert or die. And as we saw in the Ashkenazic lands in the Crusades, quite often they chose simply to die. In some cases, even to commit suicide. On other occasions, which makes it a little bit more complicated than just a binary choice of convert or die, there are two other choices. One is, or pay us lots of money to leave you alone. And the fourth choice is, or run away, flee. So the burghers were expecting perhaps one of those options. They were not, according to Netanyahu, expecting the fact that Jews might say, okay, let's convert. Which is in fact what happened in 1391, is that the Jews kind of unexpectedly and en masse decided to accept Christianity, which is not something that you see as a pattern in much of European Jewish history. The reasons why it differed in the 14th century are beyond the scope of our inquiry today. Netanyahu would argue, though, it was primarily for social mobility, meaning that the Sephardic Jews felt, this is a really terrible situation. We would rather much prefer to remain Jews and remain in our sphere of activity and have our commercial privileges ratified. But if we're given the choice, perhaps we should pro forma convert and maintain our business practices as always. And then when things calm down, we will go to Jewish identities. And the burghers, argues Netanyahu, were caught off guard by this. And of course, it was a disastrously counterproductive strategy, because once the Jews converted, the Christian state had no legal mechanism to discriminate against them. And all of a sudden, all of their restrictions on commerce, on settlement, on education, on advancement in the professions, on entry into guilds, were all disappeared in an instant. And so they're confronted with 100,000 new competitors who had the same legal rights that they did. Hence, this caused the persecution of these so-called new Christians, where the Christian state now had to actually create a new category that did not exist in Christian theology. These Christians, they had performed the rites of baptism, and by all traditional canon law, they were in fact full Christians. What are they? New Christians. So new Christians and their children and their grandchildren were kind of like really suspect Christians. We're not exactly sure what to do with them. This led to the Inquisition, because the church was interested in, well, what are we doing with all these people who claim to be Christians and they're not really practicing, and they're going back to their Jewish roots? So you had to inquire as to their bona fides, quite literally. And the Inquisition led, as we discussed last week, to the isolation of the Jewish community, because the Jews who had converted were still in extensive relationships with their erstwhile co-religionists, and this ultimately and inevitably led to the expulsion. This is the flow of history that we discussed last week, Netanyahu's thesis. There are others who disagree, particularly with the economic components analysis, but it sounds remarkably familiar. Because if you look at the late 19th century and early 20th century of Germany, we see, let's put up the Spanish pattern over here on the left, we see almost identical things happening in Germany. This is the Rhine of history, perhaps. Late 19th century and the 20th century, you have a massive number of Jews converting to Christianity. Again, purely pro forma, as a means to gain entry to all of the avenues of social advancement that were closed to them. And we rattle off a dozen names of prominent individuals in the 19th century in all fields of endeavor who were Jews, chose Christianity for those reasons. Some, like Heinrich Heine, regretted it and described it as baptism was their ticket to European culture, but nevertheless felt badly about it for the rest of their lives. Not our point. It allowed for tremendous social mobility, where you had all of these Jews who were, reaching the tops of their professions and intermarrying extensively with Germans. And this created an environment that, not religiously, but socially was untenable, because the Aryans, so to speak, felt themselves excluded from their own country. That there was this kind of like separate class of people who were like the in crowd, who were Jews with a tremendous amount of power in the media, in banking, in arts and culture, and so on. This leads under the Nazi period to an isolation of the Jewish community, passing of restrictive legislation to try and identify those Germans who are non-Aryan and separating them away from the rest of the population, ultimately leading to expulsion. And and obviously that could not be wholesale in Germany, because they still had the rule of law that they had to deal with, but ultimately found its expression in the Holocaust. So this rhyme of history, this linkage of the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion to the 20th century Holocaust, I think actually has a tremendous amount of theoretical appeal, and it's the kind of resonance that we have to be aware of, even in some days. Okay, but let us concentrate on our main topic today, which is, of course, Don Yitzhak Abravanel. We should begin with, how do we say his name? Netanyahu actually catalogs 17 highly distinct spellings of the name in the Latin alphabet. Of course, he was active in Spain, Portugal, Italy, and as a result, using the Latin alphabet, you have a lot of different variations, and 9 different spellings in Hebrew. And Hebrew, of course, does not conventionally include vowels in its written or printed writings, and so it gets even worse. How exactly do you pronounce it? One of the most popular versions in America is Abarbanel. And when I told my wife I was doing a lecture on Abravanel, she said, "Who?" And I said, "Abarbanel." Oh, like the wine, right? That's how she remembers it that way. Abarbanel is perhaps, if you go to yeshiva, they'll say Abarbanel is a popular song. Abarbanel, ba ba ba, Abarbanel. Heard it? But the probably correct, I'm following Netanyahu here, probably correct is Abravanel. That's probably how he pronounced it, more or less, with my Canadian accent. His years are 1437 to 1508. He came from an extremely illustrious family. Many communal leaders in his lineage, fathers, grandfathers, great-grandfathers, all with tremendous wealth and prestige, honor, leaders of the community. His family originates in Spain, in the city of Seville, which ironically was one of the epicenters of the anti-Jewish activity in the 14th century. And in fact, very tragically, his own grandfather Shmuel converted to Christianity. We don't know enough about the details, but most likely in the wake of those initial pogroms of 1391. Several years later, however, Shmuel brought the entire family over to Portugal, which had a decidedly more pro-Jewish or at least tolerant approach. And there in Portugal, safe from the Inquisition, he abandoned Christianity and returned to Jewish life. Abravanel rarely refers to his grandfather's conversion. It seems to have been something of a blight on the family history, so you only find out about it from sources outside of his own writing. He received in Lisbon, where he was born, a traditional Jewish Sephardic education. And we'll look at what those things are momentarily. But first, let us understand a little bit about, why was Portugal so friendly to Jews when just across the border you had one of the most intense periods of anti-Jewish persecution in memory. One of the reasons is because the Spanish kings were moving rapidly towards the absolute monarchies that were modeled in, let's say, France and to some degree Germany, some degree Russia, where the kings had far more absolute power. That was not at all the case in Portugal, where there was still quite a bit of division of power. And one of the areas where the king did have significant power and could wield it over the church was the institution of servi camerai. We discussed this very briefly last week. That's basically, the term is Latin and it means servants of the chamber, meaning the royal chamber, an institution in which Jews reported directly and exclusively to the king. They did not report to local nobles. They certainly didn't report to burghers. And so as a community, whatever revenues they generated through tax farming or commerce or whatever could be taxed solely by the king directly. As a result, the Jews were an extremely valuable institution because the king could deploy them specifically to fill his own coffers. The burghers were the principal, according to Netanyahu, the principal opponents of the Jews, but the king, who had sufficient power there, who could, against the power of the church, which was weaker in Portugal, was very happy to bring these conversos into Portugal and was perfectly okay with allowing them to return to Judaism. We won't actually talk about it today, but 5 years after the Spanish expulsion, here I am not talking about it today, 5 years after the Spanish expulsion, when Portugal wanted to enter into a dynastic union with Spain, unifying the peninsula, the rulers reluctantly imposed the expulsion on Jews, but with kind of a wink and a nod, they said, but if you convert to Christianity, we will give you a 20-year lease on the Inquisition. In other words, just convert to Christianity, just do the thing with the water, all right? And for 20 years, we're going to look the other way on Pesach and when you kosher your house for, and koshering your meat and things like that. We'll look the other way for 20 years, hoping to keep the Jews in the population rather than having them leave. Of course, they left. Still, This was a period of tremendous change, right at the center of it. But in his early years, it was actually with tremendous opportunity, growth, and advancement for a well-placed and rather brilliant young man like Abravano. He was especially associated with one of the more powerful houses of the nobility, the House of Braganza. This is the he became Alfonso I of Braganza. His initial association with Braganza would be excellent for his advancement. Later on, however, it would prove to be his demise, as we shall see. What was his traditional education? So he received a thorough grounding in rabbinics. And if there was a bias toward one aspect of the massive oeuvre of the rabbis, it would certainly be studies of Tanakh. He was an unparalleled expert in the Hebrew scriptures, and of course, much of his writings are based on the Hebrew scriptures. One of the Spanish, we haven't had enough time to discuss these things semester, but one of the Spanish geniuses of their particular form of Judaic research was into texts, and specifically Tanakh. So the Spaniards excelled in perfecting the Talmudic text and also the religious texts. Spain was also, of course, a hotbed of Kabbalistic activity. People like the Ramban, Moshe de Leon, and others, and so he was quite familiar with Kabbalistic texts. This would be very significant later on in his life as he began to write about Messianism and predict the Messianic future. He believed, for example, that 1503 was going to be the year the Mashiach came. He was quite disappointed to live past that date without Mashiach. At the same time, again in a typically Sephardic mode, he received a very extensive and thorough education in secular studies. Rhetoric was a big deal. He studied Cicero, Thucydides, many of the great Latin classics in particular, and he even studied the Church Fathers, who were also noted for their rigorous dialectic and their beauty of expression in Latin, which he knew quite well. He was heavily influenced by Aristotle, although he had significant differences with Maimonides, and one of his great works was a commentary on Maimonides. Later, through the influence of his son, he began to shift himself a little bit more towards the Neoplatonics, but nevertheless, we're talking about a person who is truly a gifted and well-rounded individual with a tremendous breadth of sources at his fingertips. In fact, he's one of the more popular of the Hebrew commentators on the Bible in the church, primarily because of his very liberal attitudes towards deriving arguments from sources outside of the Judaic tradition per se. Okay. So, in Portugal, he rose along a trajectory that you might anticipate for a person of this stature, with the background that he had and the experience of his fathers and forefathers. He rose to become the leader of Portuguese Jewry under Alfonso V in his 30s, and he performed a number of economic activities, carving, just like Abraham Sr., many of the patterns that we've seen in other figures. He also was pioneered, or I shouldn't say pioneered, he lit charge for defending world Jewry whenever he saw an opportunity to help out. For example, there's a terrible story of 250 Jews who were taken from one particular island and thrown into slavery. And this was something that happened from time to time in Jewish communities, where they will be seized by pirates and then put on the slave market. Portugal was very big in the slave market, and Abravano raced around the peninsula, gathering up a huge amount of sums to track down each one of these Jews who was sold into slavery and ransoming them back. And for this kind of activity, he earned the respect and admiration of the entire Jewish population. To him, as a Moses-like figure, who was truly deserving of respect and adulation. Yes, question. Can I zoom in on the face a little bit? On the words? Not so easily. When you go online, you can do it. Let's try this here. Control plus. Yeah, sorry. Students, what are you going to do? They write down notes and stuff. He had a massive fortune. At one point, there was a loan of an astronomical amount collected from the nobility in Spain, in Portugal, to give to finance a particular war effort, and he himself gave more than 10% of it, just from his personal coffers. Rather remarkable amount. He had a happy family life, fathered 3 sons, and who followed in his path and who achieved fame on their own in many other fields, as well as Jewish leadership. And he maintained in touch with them even when the family was atomized by the Spanish expulsion, and managed to reunite with them towards the end of his life. But as you can imagine, this was short-lived. That's kind of like his trajectory upward. And he's active as a political and as a communal figure, a very serious success as an economic. But his patron, Alfonso V, died of plague, which was devastating the Iberian Peninsula at this time. He was 49 years old. It was completely unexpected, and this changed Abrevano's fortunes dramatically. The successor, and this name some say it's Joao. I like to think of it as Joao, as I think I told you last week when he was born. They said Joao is the boy. I can't do that twice. But Joao II, the successor, was not at all the same as his father. Among other things, he was very land poor. He complained once that all my father left me were the roads of Portugal, meaning no land states, no massive treasury. And here he's trying to do, seeing that all the other kings are moving towards the direction of the absolute monarchy, l'état, c'est moi, these kinds of attitudes of the state being identical with the king. And Portugal is the ugly duckling in the background. So one of the ways that he hoped to shore up his authority was to find some quick sources of wealth and then distribute it in order to buy the loyalty of the nobility. The 2 obvious solutions were to dismantle the House of Braganza, which was a major rival for the throne, and seize their lands and then be able to distribute it to other nobles. And since Abrevano was one of the primary figures that was supported by the House of Braganza, he was definitely caught in the sights of Joao II. What happened was Abrevano was summoned to court shortly after the death of Alfonso V. He left home with a single traveling companion, and on the way he stopped at an inn, and they learned that in fact the House of Braganza, the Duke, had been arrested. So Abrevano put 2 and 2 together, and he realized he was not being called to court to get a promotion. He was in fact going to get something much worse. And so a very difficult decision was posed to him, and he decided that he had to flee Portugal altogether, leaving his family behind. He realized he could not simply skip across the border directly, because that would have taken him immediately past the House of Braganza itself. So he decided to move south along the coast of the peninsula, where he was undetected, and only then, after some time, he cut across the border and made his way into Spain safely. He was declared a traitor to Portugal, as expected. All of his wealth was confiscated. Fortunately, his family was allowed to flee as well, impoverished, but nevertheless with their lives, and they made their way across the border into Spain. So he was dispossessed of all of his authority and all of his wealth in one fell swoop, and it's amazing how he was able to climb back up from that, not once, but several times, an indication of his phenomenal political prowess. His initial period in Spain was one in which he battled with, I think depression would be too hard a word, but he battled with his fate that in some ways, ironically echoed that of his grandfather. In fact, there's a small ironic twist to it. Abrevano anticipated that some of his family might have been held against him for ransom. And in fact, shortly after he spirited his out of Spain, he learned of a plot to kidnap his 1-year-old grandson and forcibly baptize him, thus claiming he was a Christian and would have to remain in Portugal, and then, Abravano would be forced to come back and meet the new king. But he was nevertheless able to spirit all of his family out before that happened. And he poured his energy into his writing, something which he had done a little bit of earlier. He'd written a couple of small treatises on a number of topics, but once he came to Spain and dispossessed of all of his lands and his authority, he wrote a commentary in the first 3 books, first post-Chumash books of Tanakh, the biblical books of Joshua, Judges, and Samuel. And it was an incredibly prolific output and created a classic work, which is still studied to this day. He wrote the equivalent of 400,000 words in 4.5 months. And for those of you who have not written novels or anything, to put it in times and space, your typical novel is somewhere between 50 and 75,000 words in length. The book that I published a couple of months ago is about 300 pages long, and it comes in at 69,000 words. So that means that this book that I worked on since like 1994, he wrote 6 of them in 6 months. Just an incredible output and genius. Fantastic research into the language and meaning. And what else is fascinating about it is because he writes with an unusual sense of self, in which, in the Book of Kings, for example, which is not in his initial output, but his commentary in the Book of Kings, he says things like, this is exactly the way it was when I lived in Lisbon. And the kings were just like over here. And he explains the Book of Kings, talking about Solomon and the rebellions and so on. He's saying, he gives examples from things that he personally witnessed in the royal court. So his perspective is hardly academic. It's more like a memoir. If you could imagine something like, I don't know, Lieberman, Senator Lieberman, writing not only a book about Shabbos, but a learned book, commentary on something in the Bible, and saying, this is just like with Al Gore and Bill Clinton, we had this problem. That's sort of what it's like. It's an unusual combination of commentary in the Bible and political memoir. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and very brilliant. He has a lot to say about the expulsion and so on. Of course, given his unique talents and his reputation, he was summoned to King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, and he was allowed to retain his Jewish identity, of course, regardless of his grandfather's earlier conversion, and he entered service in their court. So now he's in his second royal court, where he was essentially the third in command economically. So the king and queen were jointly the head of the government, and Abraham Senior was the principal tax collector. He was third. He worked directly under much older Abraham Senior, and he rose to tremendous prominence in Spain after having been into tremendous prominence in Italy. But, in Portugal. As we discussed, that was short-lived. We're talking about basically a period from 1483 to 1492, which is the expulsion. 9 odd years was the period of his rise to power in Spain. Amazingly, Abravano and the other Jews of Spain did not anticipate the expulsion. Netanyahu writes about the great length. How is it possible? A lot of it has to do with Ferdinand's own poker face. He is in fact, I didn't know this, but when Machiavelli wrote The Prince, Ferdinand was his model. That was exactly the person he was writing about. And Ferdinand was able to keep his counsel to himself. He was famous, apparently, or infamous for listening to people without betraying any emotion about what he actually planned. And in fact, the Jewish community was completely caught off guard by the writ of expulsion. Abravano attempted to stay the expulsion. It was just released in March, and it was supposed to take effect in July. And we were talking about a ridiculously short period of time to expel several 100,000 people from the peninsula. Abravano raised a massive bribe, offering it to the king and queen, hoping that that would stay the decision. It did not, unfortunately. There's one famous scene, which unfortunately Abravano did not write about. We don't have his own words, but we do have some third-person accounts in which they believe that Ferdinand was the principal mover behind the expulsion, that they felt that if they could appeal appropriately to Ferdinand, then he would rescind it. But at a key moment, he said, listen, why are you talking to me? You should be speaking to the Queen Isabella. And they saw an opening. They saw, oh, so perhaps it's not Ferdinand. All we have to do is speak to the Queen. The Queen owed a lot to Abraham Senior. He was apparently very much involved in setting up the original marriage, and they thought that they had an in with the Queen. And so Abravano and Senior went in to make their last appeal to the Queen. The Queen, however, was of a single mind with Ferdinand, and she famously responded by quoting verses from the Bible, which are ironically quoted in the same context in the Talmud, that to the effect that the thoughts that the king has are planted there by God, that only God can really inspire a king to act. And Abravano, rather than begging, according to the accounts we have, rather than begging, he realized that it was hopeless, so he raised himself up to full stature, and he just blasted Isabella a withering rebuke, saying that this would only be Spain, that any nation that dares to persecute the Jews ultimately finds doom redound upon their own head, and he walked out with his dignity intact, at the very least. Unfortunately, that didn't help. The expulsion writ went ahead, but nevertheless, he did. It's a famous oration that we only have in third-hand accounts, but nevertheless, quite moving. Unlike Senior and his son-in-law and their family who chose to convert to Christianity to retain and ultimately retain their position and authority and wealth, Abravano chose to go into exile with the Jews, even though Isabella and Ferdinand did beg him to stay and to continue in his economic capacity, as he did Rabbi Senior. So this began a period of tremendous wandering that took him to his life. He's already now in his 60s and 70s. He left Spain, and although many Jews chose to take the short route either to North Africa or to Navarre and crossing the Pyrenees into Europe proper, later we're going to have massive communities of Spartan in Amsterdam, for example. He chose the less popular route. It doesn't quite show as well on this map because there's so many arrows here, but he ultimately decided to come to Naples in Italy. And many other Jews that we'll discuss in the next semester made their way to Muslim countries, Ottoman Turkey. He had some hesitation about going to a Muslim country, and so he and his family made their way originally to Naples. Naples didn't work out that well. They were fortunate to be accepted. There were 3 ships that the Abravanos were on one of them, and the Jews on the ships did the plague. And so in Naples, there was a tremendous hesitation. Oh my gosh, accepting immigrants, refugees. Many of the other ports would not Jews at all. To even think of accepting Jews with the plague was exceptional. Nevertheless, they were moved by the plight of these illegal Jews, and they did in fact accept them and ultimately cared for them in Naples. And when he was there in Naples, he resumed his biblical commentary, continued through many of the other books that we have. War, however, interrupted his stay there. He ended up having to flee first to Sicily, then later to Palermo, and then finally to Corfu and Monopoli. Wandering for many years, spending sometimes only a few weeks or a few months as war progressed and closed off many avenues for them. He began to expand his writings beyond biblical commentary, writing on the ritual of the Paschal lamb, the Paschal sacrifice. It comes down to us as a commentary on the Haggadah, and a series of works on the nature of prophecy and messianism in our times. And at this point, under the influence of one of his sons in particular, he was very taken with a Kabbalistic trend that we spoke about with Ibn Gabriel and others, and he began to try to use his knowledge of the Torah to calculate the Messianic end, which he believed would occur in 1503, as I mentioned earlier. Ultimately, he was saddened and mistaken. His last major stop was in Venice, where he actually, yes, that's right.
Think about the fact that it's so difficult to understand the guys you're fighting have been fighting since they were 17 and 18. Like,
yeah, definitely.
You come in there.
You still have illegal communities. You still have isolated coastal communities. Hong Kong was part of China and part of England at the same time. There's many, many exceptional routes. And Fred kein Shiloh's off a map. You know, he asked questions off something as rough as this. But Jews were, in fact, migrating to these places. The whole story of the Sephardic community in London is pretty fascinating. We'll explore that, though, in the spring semester. Okay. So, Weiter, here we are, Venice. Last stop was Venice. And I think this is one of the most ironic aspects of his stay here. Remember, you have to understand that at this point, this is a man who is already into his 7th decade, has been wandering for much of the last 2 decades, has seen himself rise to power and being thrown down to the depths several times, running for his life, separated from his family for years at a time. Many other details I haven't shared with you, but like, for example, he wrote an entire commentary in the book of Devarim, and then he lost it in his migrations. And then he was very fortunate that he found a copy many years later that he had given to one of his sons. So he rescued it, and in fact, we have the rescued copy today. But, you know, incredible stresses of this phenomenal individual. How does he manage it? At Venice, towards the end of his life, he actually rises once again into the circle. Specifically, the issue there, and it really fascinating that he would be associated with Portugal. Here's the situation. These 2 maps here show the Silk Road and the spice route. You have tremendous wealth of natural resources, spice because you can, before refrigeration, spices are necessary to keep meat longer and so on. Silk is primarily produced in Turkey and in points East, China, and elsewhere. Closely guarded secrets how it's produced, but it's a highly valuable luxury commodity that's very easy to transport, very light, and has a tremendous return on investment. So you've got India is packed with wealth, packed with this kind of wealth that Europeans way up here just love. They want that stuff, spices, silk, and so on. Hence the name Spice and Silk Road. But the thing is, there are only 2 routes. There is the overland route that takes you across the Himalayas into Baghdad, and then out here from, let's say, Lebanon, Syria, and then Venice was one of the Mediterranean ports that controlled the trade. Or you could go the maritime route, which essentially took you through Arabic lands, and then up here to Egypt. There's no Suez Canal at this point, so then it has to go overland, either above the Sahara Desert, or once again into the Mediterranean basin. And one of the most important things about the economic, the Silk Route and the Spice Route, is that every time you stop the caravan, you got to pay some taxes. Every place you stop, there's a toll. Every place you go, you got to pay for the local security to keep away the brigands. It's an expensive venture. And like you might buy a bolt of silk for, let's say, $1 in China, by the time you finish paying taxes on it, you've got to sell it for $500 in France. It just expands in price so much. So the goal is to try and find a way to get from India to Europe without paying taxes and tolls at the rest stop. It's kind of like traveling with little kids. You know, you want them to sleep as long as possible, so you don't have to stop at every single gas station. Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but let's go on. So this is what happened in this time. Vasco da Gama, you recall we spoke a few weeks ago about Abraham and his development of the astrolabe and his development of the Alphonsine tables that allowed Vasco da Gama to make this tremendous trip. And this put Portugal suddenly way forward, and their economics boomed as a result. Vasco da Gama found a way to get around the coast of South Africa, primarily through using a lot of the shifting wind patterns. This is a really dangerous turnaround here, and then it took him a while, back and forth, but eventually got to southern India without having to make all of those toll stops. And so this maritime route to India, which was relatively easy for Portugal to dominate for at least the first half century, suddenly gave Portugal a chance to make a phenomenal amount of money in the international silk and spice trade. And this made Venice overnight irrelevant. It's like trying to sell, VHS machines in the era of Netflix. VHS is all over. In fact, for those of you on the internet who were born in, let's say, 1990, a VHS is kind of like a digital recorder that wasn't digital. I don't know why I bothered showing people things like that. But anyway, so Venice was freaking out when Abrivano landed there, and they didn't know what to do about it. So Abrivano, amazingly, he came up with a plan, and he suggested it to the King of Venice, saying, hey, I have an idea of how we can negotiate an effective trade deal with Portugal. You'll have to take a bit of a loss because they really have the advantage. But on the other hand, you have the local trade network already built into Europe. And if you make a partnership with them, sacrifice some of your profits, be able to stave off economic disasters. The kings and nobles of Venice heard this elderly patriarch, long flowing beard, apparently a very tall individual with a booming voice, very eloquent, and they thought his plan was fantastic. And they elevated him and said, okay, you will be our prime negotiator to go back to Portugal. If you can imagine it, Portugal, that originally he's exiled, he's under a death penalty in Portugal. You can go back to Portugal as our emissary to negotiate this deal. Unfortunately, Portugal said, we're not even interested in learning about this deal because we're going to keep all the money for ourselves. We'll make our own trade deal. Thank you very much. And Venice was not able to pursue that route. But nevertheless, you get a sense for what kind of individual this must have been. This is the third set of kings that he has served and risen to the very top by dint of his own personality and intelligence. So when we think about Abrivano as a whole, and we have just touched on the political contours of his life with a little bit of a sense of what he has written. The true brilliance of Abrivano is in his writings, where you see the combination of his insight, his depth of experience, and his intellectual acuity really come to the fore. His writing is very crisp and sharp. I find it slightly loquacious, largely because he has a lot to say, but it is absolutely fascinating exercise to go through his work. This particular edition, which is the edition I own, has a real advantage in that it has shoulder notes, meaning you have, rather than trying to go through pages and pages of text, there are little shoulder notes that give you a hint as to, okay, now he's going to talk about this topic, now he's going to talk about this topic. It's much easier to zero in on much more on specific points. But nevertheless, this is an individual who in many ways encapsulates and identifies the unique Sephardic Jew, someone who is tremendously skilled in a wide variety of academic disciplines, is completely at home in a non-Jewish environment, and is able to negotiate with kings without embarrassment or fear, and at the time, absolutely true to the tradition and presenting a broad-minded view of Judaism that is compelling and appealing even to this day. I really enjoy doing the research and learning a lot more about the life of Yitzhak Abrivano. It's fascinating, and especially so interesting to see how his life contrasts with Abraham Senior's. When we were faced with the difficult decisions associated with the Inquisition and especially the writ of expulsion, how did they handle those things? But Abrevano really comes forth as such an incredible hero of phenomenal proportions. I was really motivated by it, and made me feel a lot better about my own peregrinations. My wife and I observed that in the first 7 years of our marriage, we moved 10 times. And that was solely for the sake of pursuing higher education. And it was in 5 different countries and several different continents. And, we could do it because we were young and we had the energy, and it was all for good things. But for Abrevano to be able to, put out such a tremendous amount of material under such incredibly difficult circumstances, all I can say is really motivating for me that I got to finish my next project really fast because I have many things I want to write. Anyways, so good and welfare. Oh, one more thing. I'm just reflecting to myself. What I take away from this particular lecture is the incredible parallels with Nazi Germany in the 1930s. I mean, I never took that seriously, but I think Professor Netanyahu and Professor Hilberg really have a case to make there. And if you haven't seen the lecture on Abraham Senior, please go back and watch that because you'll see how I present the initial part of that argument. And then today, of course, at the beginning, we discuss how Netanyahu approaches it. Maybe it's something we'll explore in good detail in a future lecture series. At any rate, this is the week of Hanukkah. The first lighting is tonight as I'm making this recording. If you have yet to choose Hanukkah presents for your loved ones, suggest my new book, which is right here on the. I enjoyed writing this book. I think it's a very meaningful one, and it gives people a chance. Here's a picture of the cover and stuff. It gives people a chance to learn about the tremendous activity of the Piaseczna Rebbe, something very dear to my heart, and I hope to do some ongoing projects on this. And otherwise, I really hope you have a fantastic holiday. We're going to take next week off in order to be able to enjoy the holiday, and then we'll return on December 25th with the final lecture for the fall season. Thank you very much for joining me as always. Okay, welcome to the spring semester of lectures. This is going to be an absolutely fantastic series. I'm so pumped up myself about the research that I've been doing over the break since the fall semester. And our basic topic is going to be moving from the Iberian Peninsula, the history of the Jews of Spain and Portugal, to the Sephardic diaspora. So over the course of the next 12-odd weeks, we're going to be exploring what exactly happened to the Sephardim as they left the Iberian Peninsula, and we will, as is on, tend to focus on the lives of particular individuals. Tonight, we're going to talk about someone who has received very little attention in the scholarly world, even though there is quite a bit of archival data that can be mined, and only now are scholars beginning to really work with the material that we have, particularly in Italian archives, the life of Benvenida Abravanel. As the name indicates, she is a member of the great Abravanel family. I'll show you her family tree, and there's some interesting sort of skeletons buried there that we'll explore. But she's exemplary in so many ways of the new identity that Sephardim began to develop as they entered the first century of their diaspora. Some fascinating things I hope to share with you. Global ideas like, in many ways, they really constituted the first diaspora community since the exile of the Jews from Israel in the first century, and they were able to become an international community far more than any prior diaspora, as we shall see. And in many ways, their activity articulated the of a world Jewish community more. I'm also very grateful to be able to speak about her because it's so hard to find women with enough historical material to actually fill a sophisticated or even popular lecture such as this, but we do have quite a bit of material on Benvenida Abravanel, and I look forward to sharing with you the aspects of her life, and especially the gendered aspects of her life. Let's do the good and welfare materials before we get too far. As I mentioned, the series is going to focus for the rest of the semester on the Sfaradim as they fled the Iberian Peninsula. As you can see these beautiful arrows showing them traveling to Northern Europe, to the entire Mediterranean basin and the Eastern Mediterranean, the Ottoman Empire, and also out to the New World, to America. We'll look at the crypto Jews as well. I'm also hoping to discuss the experience of the Holocaust by Sfaradim. That is also, as I wrote in one article a long time ago, an occluded history, because so few scholars have really studied Sfaradim as opposed to Ashkenazim, even though Sfaradim were heavily affected by the Holocaust as well, particularly in Greece. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Dr. Karen and Michael Marcus in memory of their parents, Harry and Ann Chait, and Isaac and Bertha Marcus. We're very grateful for the sponsorships. Your presence here tonight is sponsorship enough. It makes me feel very proud that so many of you come out to hear these lectures. And for all of you on the internet, we're hitting about 2,000 views a day, which is kind of an impressive number. We're really grateful for your participation. If you would like to support this series specifically, we're engaged in this project primarily to raise funds for student scholarships. We've raised $12,000 so far. I have a goal of $100,000, so we're almost there. And the website is bit.ly/the Friends of Jewish History. We have 5 lectures this semester that have yet to be sponsored. They're $250 each for a sponsorship that way to participate. But I also really appreciate getting smaller donations too. They all go into the same pot. Even the push from my desk goes into the pot, and it helps out our students. Okay, in terms of the sources that we'll use for tonight's lecture, I'm going to rely on 3 sources in particular. I like to give some propers to those who help us out with the background material here. First of all, working with, and there's no monograph-length study that I'm familiar with yet in any language on the life of Benvenida Abravanel, but so we have a few chapter-length studies. Professor Howard C. Edelman, a landsman of mine from Canada at Queen's University, wrote a fascinating article on her that is in the Jewish Women's Archive. We'll also rely on Professor Renata Segre's article on the Mendes and Benvenista families in Ferrara. Fascinating story of their rivalry that we'll explore. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a picture of her. And Professor David Malkiel wrote an amazing article that will occupy the latter third of this lecture when we look at the remarkable will of Benvenida Abravanel's husband, Shmuel, which occasioned an international debate over what exactly to do with issues of women's inheritance rights, the customs of the secular world as opposed to Jewish halakha, and so on. That's his research. And finally, I have to say that, I don't do this often enough, but I rely very heavily on the phenomenal Touro library staff. They're incredibly professional, incredibly swift and helpful. I have to say that the nicest people in the world end up becoming librarians, because all they want to do is help you. They're just so happy you come into the library. They say, how can we get information you need? In particular, I was desperate for one article that I didn't have, and it was shortly before this lecture, and the amazing Carol Shapiro, indicated here in the Manhattan campus, got it for me in the blink of an eye, and I'm very grateful to her and to all of the Touro library staff, particularly in the basement of Avenue J. Okay, so that's the quick good and welfare. One last detail I've decided to change a little bit for this semester. for a long time, I used to tell a joke at the beginning of every class, and I thought that went great. I really enjoyed it. Then for a while, people complained on the internet, so I stopped telling jokes. And then people complained on the internet, hey, where's the jokes? And then most recently, the complaints I'm getting on the internet is, you have to realize I've been giving these lectures for like 5 years. So there's quite a few, several hundred lectures on the web. And people complain saying, wait a minute, you told that joke already. I mean, how many jokes can I possibly know? So anyways, this is what I'm going to try to do this semester. I'm going to only tell jokes for the first time, meaning I've never told these jokes before. It usually takes me about 4 or 5 tellings before I get it right, but you're going to suffer through the first time. So here's the joke, and then we'll get started. David has led a really profligate life. He has visited houses of ill repute. He has cheated others. He has been incredibly disrespectful of the Sabbath and the holidays, and generally lived a life of wastefulness and wanton behavior. And he's on his deathbed, and the rabbi comes and says to him, David, after this long life of the mistakes you made and all the bad choices you made and how you transgressed the Torah in so many ways, now is the time that you should denounce your Yetzer Hara, your evil inclinations. You should denounce the Satan. You should denounce Satan who tempted you into all of these evil ways. Now is the time to make your stand and say what you really believe in. Are you prepared to denounce the Yetzer Hara and the Satan? And David says, Rabbi, until I know where I'm going, I don't think it's so wise to do that. Okay, not so funny, but like I said, first time I'm telling it. Okay, thank you for the shrug. Okay, let's go on. Let's talk history. So, the Abravanel dynasty. We spent quite a bit of time talking about Don Isaac Abravanel. So let's place Benvenuta, sometimes spelled, by the way, Benvenuta, in this context. So here is Don Isaac, Yitzchak Abravanel or Abarbanel, who was, of course, the great leader of the Jewish people in Spain and Portugal, went on to Venice and many other places as well. He was originally of Spanish roots, but as you recall, we discussed in the class a few weeks ago, his father was forcibly converted, possibly in the end of the 14th century, as indicated here. Then a few decades later, he fled to Portugal and readopted his Jewish identity and recanted his forced conversion. And there he raised his family. Judah was his son, and Judah had several sons, one of which was named Don Isaac. Yitzchak, Don Isaac, had a son named Samuel, and his brother, Jacob, had a daughter named Benvenuta. We don't have her birth date, but it would be reasonable to assume that she was probably born somewhere around 1490 or 1500. And the two of them married. So they were first cousins marrying. The laws of consanguinity, I think you pronounce that word, the laws of blood relations are somewhat more flexible in traditional Judaism, although not nearly practiced so widely. At any rate, she comes from the Abravanel side through both her father and through her father-in-law, and her husband Samuel. So that's where she fits within the overall family. She had several children, Letizia, Yehuda, Yaakov, and Gioia, and there's more to this story that we'll reach later. She lived her life outside of Spain, of course, because the expulsion occurred in 1492, and most of this story occurs right in the beginning of the Portuguese and Spanish diaspora. So I'd like to just for a second and think about that for a minute. I've mentioned Spain and Portugal several times in the last few sentences because, you have Shmuel who migrates from Spain into Portugal. Then you have his grandson Isaac migrates from Portugal into Spain, and then they're of course expelled. What is the whole business of Spanish and Portuguese Jews? And you'll see quite often that they're mentioned in the same breath when speak about the diaspora. What is the big deal about Portugal? The obvious point is, of course, that so many Jews fled from the expulsion of 1492 into Portugal. But, they were only there for a few decades at most, stretching into the 16th century and slowly making their way out of there. How long does it take before you had the identity of the neighboring country? Here, an example from the website of the Congregation Sharas Israel here in New York, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue. And as the website indicates, it was started by 23 Jews in 1654. And for only 23 Jews, do they really have to have Spanish and Portuguese? I mean, couldn't they with Spanish or even Iberian? I mean, why do they have to specifically designate Spanish and Portuguese? So I would like to prefer as a possibility that definitely has some historical validity, but it's a little bit of a chidush, a little bit of an insight that I had. We should recall that there is a key difference between the way in which Spanish Jews, by and large, were able to integrate into larger society and Portuguese Jews. Well, why is that so? We should remember the way that the Inquisition and the expulsions worked. The Inquisition was not per se directed at Jews. The Inquisition, you will recall, was directed at Jews who had converted, forcibly or otherwise, and were secretly Judaizing, or were suspected of Judaizing. In other words, you have, like, let's say, a massive forced conversion of Jews in 1391, and all of a sudden you have several generations of Christians who have full access to everything that Spain has to offer, no more legal restrictions, but on the other hand, they only marry other converted Christians. They insist on going back to buy food for Passover, going back to synagogue to get lessons in Hebrew, and their Christianity is questioned by the church, leading ultimately to the institution of the Inquisition, which specifically inquired into the bona fides, literally the good faith, of their Christianity. So the Inquisition per se targeted these so-called new Christians. The expulsion, on the other hand, of 1492 was directed at Jews, not the new Christians. The Jews were expelled because, at least as was argued in the writ of expulsion, they were expelled because they were they exerted a gravitational pull on the new Christians. That so long as the Jews maintained their own distinct polity in the Iberian Peninsula, the new Christians would always be going back to them, would always be getting more religious training from them, and you could never be sure of their Christian faith. And so therefore, in 1482, it was the Jews who were expelled. The new Christians, technically, could stay. When we get to the peace point, then I'll pause for a question. So when the Jews were expelled, the first place that they went, of course, was Portugal. This is the easiest crossing. It involves no major cultural shift. They don't have to move into Muslim North Africa. They don't have to move out Spanish-speaking into France, for example. They certainly don't have to make the dangerous sea voyages out here where they may not be accepted in any of the ports they visit. And forget about going to New York or any place like that. New York, at this point, is so backward. There's not a single Chinese restaurant anywhere in Manhattan. So Portugal absorbed a lot of these Jews. Now, we are not going to go into the details of the Portuguese experience today because I've scheduled it more for next week, but we should understand that Portuguese was very, very different. There, the kings were not necessarily so, rabidly doctrinal about their pursuit of Christian ideological purity. They were prepared to tolerate a lot more open hypocrisy in order to keep the Jews within their boundaries. And they were willing to engage in all kinds of stratagems to keep Jewish wealth in Portugal and simply turn a blind eye to their poor observed Christianity. So you have Portugal, a lot more of these things, a lot more Jews who have converted for reasons that we'll discuss in much greater detail, God willing, next week. When they also were forced out of Portugal, 1497 and later, then you had two distinct populations in the Mediterranean basin. You had Spaniards, Sephardic Jews per se, who were old Jews, who had never converted, and you had the Portuguese new Christians who were returning to their Jewish roots, but technically was freed from the shackles of Jewish religious identity and abilities. And the two groups had a very different access and entree to European culture, to European laws and society, as we shall explore. One of the great rivalries that we'll talk about today is between the Abravanels, who were Sephardim, who had never converted, and the Mendes family from Dona Gracia Mendes, who was one of the Portuguese who had converted and was returning. By the way, in terms of the Portuguese pressure placed on Jews, some tremendously horrible things, and we will go into greater detail next week, but I wanted to mention one of the worst is the exile of Jewish children, separating them from their parents and sending them from Portugal, you can see on the west coast of Europe there, down to the islands, the Portuguese islands of Sao Tome, here off the coast of West Africa. Absolutely horrific conditions. We'll talk about it more next week. The Mendes family here, this is actually the niece of Gracia Mendes, not Gracia herself, were from that Portuguese stock, and they had, in many ways, a lot more rights and privileges because they technically were converted Christians. And for economic reasons, the local ruling powers were prepared to turn a blind eye to their personal domestic practice if they stayed within their environs and contributed to the economic climate of society. Okay, so that's where the Abravanos fit. They are the old Jews, the Sephardim per se, not the Portuguese. And we'll probably explore this dichotomy more in later weeks as well. So let's look a little bit specifically at her life. We know most about her life in the period between Naples and Ferrara. Anyway, here is the map of Italy, and the Abravanos ended up here in Naples, where they lived for quite some time. The husband, Samuel, Shmuel, was referred to in local municipal documents, non-Jewish documents, as the king of the Jews. Now, obviously, the Jews did not have a king at this time, but this was probably referring to his high social standing and his great wealth that he was able to leverage to support the Jews of his community. The conflict between the church and the state was extensive during the 16th century. Reformation, Counter-Reformation was going on, and depending on which power held sway at one particular location or another, there was a various degrees of pressure exerted on the Jewish communities, and specifically those Portuguese Jews who were expected to behave like good Christians whenever the church held more power, as we shall see in Ancona. So there were several expulsions of Jews from Naples. The Abravanos were able to avoid two of those, the first in 1511, most likely by paying a large bribe to the local officials. Again, a second exile was decreed upon in 1533. I know it's a good question. If they were exiled in 1511, how come they're Jews back in 1533 that you have to exile them? This is one of these ongoing patterns in Jewish history that, you know, when Jews are expelled from a particular region, typically the economy slides, and then Jews are invited back, formally or otherwise, to contribute to the economy, and then, you know, the whole cycle starts again, you know, as we've seen. So the second expulsion in 1533 was most likely averted through Benvenida herself because of her association with Eleonora of Toledo. This is not a picture of Benvenida herself. I put it at the front because I think it's an absolutely beautiful portrait. It's one of the most stunning 16th century portraits you'll find. It's probably one of the first portraits of a noblewoman and her heir in a portrait like this by Il Bronzino, a beautiful kind of figure. Anyways, Eleonora was a ward, a non-Jewish woman of the Medici family. She was a ward in Benvenida's home and she was tutored by Benvenida. She was actually raised in there by their family in order to receive some of Benvenida's erudition and her sense of etiquette and style and so on. So we only know about this kind of secondhand, but the fact that a non-Jewish young girl from a very important family was placed within the Abravanel family to be raised gives us some indication of what their standing must have been like. As she grew up, when the expulsion of 1533 was ordered, her personal intervention, now Leonora here, made a significant difference in allowing the Abravanels to aid that expulsion as well. The joke that I had right here is, I can't help but saying it. I was going to say that, you might think it's unfair that I should put a picture of Benvenida's student up there, but the reality is that, when you really become close with a student, professors actually tend to take on a little bit of their physical likeness, for example. And then I had pictures of Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise, and I was going to say, these are some of my former students. George Clooney, one of my graduate students. Such a waste. Okay, anyways, so that gives you a sense of how powerful it was. But she could not avoid it forever, and in 1541, a third exile was declared, and in fact, they moved to Ferrara, which is in the north of Italy. You can see it up over here. It turned out to be a very important center for Jewish activity in Italy, primarily because of a new technology that has become quite the rage among Jews, and that is the technology of printing. Benvenida was one of the primary sponsors of print scholarship. And I would love to spend a lot talking about this revolutionary aspect of the 16th century in the Jewish world, but I'll just hold myself to maybe a couple of minutes. We should realize that the evolution of print technology made a massive difference for Jews that we're still feeling today. And in fact, we feel many echoes of it today with the institution of the internet, which some of you may have heard of. The idea that you could mass produce at a reasonable price printed led to a literacy explosion among Jews, who already prided themselves on having a higher level of literacy than the surrounding society. But all of a sudden, you could circulate a tremendous amount of ideas very widely. I mean, we're talking about a period when you have the seam between handwritten, hugely expensive manuscripts of the Talmud and commentaries and so on, to all of a sudden having just about anybody able to actually, it's the equivalent of publishing a blog. So you could write something, you could get it out there quickly, cheaply, and so many people could access ideas. Not all societies accepted the printing revolution. The Muslims, for example, in Turkey, the Ottoman Turks, they felt that printing was such an ugly and cheap, poor imitation of the beauty of handcrafted calligraphy that they waited about 100 years before they really got on the ball with printing, not recognizing it for the technological advantage that it gave a society. But Jews were early adopters of printing. Many of the early printed works we have in general are written in Hebrew. This is the era of the first printing of the Talmud, for example, and so on. Really an incredible thing. So she was at the center of that new printing world. Farah was a noted location for printing. One of the first and most important books that she contributed to, which was actually dedicated to her rival, Gracia Mendez, because she gave apparently even more money, was this book that we'll study next week, The Consolation for the Tribulations of Israel, which was a Portuguese work that was written by Rabbi Samuel Usque as an attempt to explain the earth-shattering significance of the Spanish expulsion. Our topic for next week, but you can see that this is the frontispiece. You can see the globe, the idea that here the Jews are now once again a diaspora people after living for over 1,000 years in Spain. Suddenly they're wandering around the globe, and the Latin phrase here on the banner is "In God is my hope." it's a fascinating work that we'll discuss next week. So that's one of the major contributions she made, was using her wealth to sponsor scholarship. She also used her wealth for one of the other unfortunate aspects of the sudden diaspora from the peninsula. She used a lot of it to ransom captives. This is a period when human trafficking was booming. You have lots of stateless peoples who are wandering around the Mediterranean basins. We're not speaking only about, of course, the rise of the transatlantic African slave trade, which will really explode in the 16th century once the Portuguese open up West Africa. But there are a lot of Jews who are captured, and it's widely known throughout Europe that Jews will redeem their own. Jews will pay the ransom to get their own back. Benvenida is actually reputed to have ransomed 1,000 slaves. There were 1,000 Jews who were taken into captivity. This, by the way, is unfortunately a modern prayer for contemporary captives, referring to those Israeli soldiers who unfortunately are captured in war and are held hostage for various negotiations. So it's still something that we have today, unfortunately. But in Benvenida's time, she really used her wealth quite liberally for the mitzvah of Pidyon Shvuyim, of rescuing and redeeming captives. These are the kinds of things that she was doing then. One other thing was really quite unusual and consequential for world Jewry at the time, and Benvenida was very caught up in it, and that is the episode surrounding an unusual and mysterious figure known as David Reuveni. Probably born around the year 1500, died around 1550. We believe his death is kind of a mystery. He was sent to prison, ultimately in Portugal, and there he disappeared. Reubeni was a small man. Some of the references speak of him as a dwarf with a very dark skin, perhaps of African origins, and there have been a lot of suppositions. Perhaps he came from Afghanistan, perhaps he came from part of Africa, it's still not clear, but he strode widely across the global stage in Europe, visiting the courts of many kings and popes, and presented this amazing messianic model of a global conflict that he would engineer to bring about the coming Messiah. Specifically, he alluded to the mysterious kingdom of Prester John, which was a medieval concept that many Christians believed that there was a massive army, possibly of Jews, they were called the Red Jews, living inside a mountain in the Caucasus region. And at some point in the war of Gog and Magog, all of these Jews would come spilling out of this mountain, and you would have this great conflagration that would ultimately end up in Armageddon and the coming. So Reubeni went from court to court saying that he had ear of Prester John himself, and that with the right inducements, he needed a little bit more reinforcements from European armies. He would actually take that huge host from the Caucasus Mountains, and they would invade the Ottoman Turkish Empire, and they would liberate Israel from its Muslim controllers. And this was something which was seen with great enthusiasm by his Christian interlocutors. He actually held audiences with many kings and popes who took him seriously. And Benvenida Abravanel also, he created, she supported him financially. She supported him with this amazing banner that you can see represented in this piece of art here. It doesn't zoom in there. In which it has the 10 Commandments emblazoned on it, and he made kind of like a striking figure, wandering with tremendous chutzpah into all of these courts and claiming this. When he met with the popes, or perhaps it was Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, he said, "You know what? I think you should go to my relative, King João of Portugal." I love saying that name. I know I'm saying it wrong, but I like saying João. So go to him, and he'll help you out. He went to Portugal. Again, a chutzpah, right? This is after the Jews have been expelled and excoriated. He goes to King Huao, and King Huao goes for it. He says, you know what, this is great. I'm definitely going to chip in. You count on me. And while he's there, he meets a young new Christian named Diego Perez, who was a young man who, again, this is one of these people who was converted to Christianity forcibly. He may have been the child of parents who were converted to Christianity, and he saw in David Rubeni this glimpse of a messianic future, and he became immediately a Baal Tshuva. He immediately said, I want to follow this man, I want to get close to God through my Jewish roots and so on. He circumcised himself, ouch, and he followed, he became Reubeni's right-hand man and proclaimed his presence wherever they went. They actually later had a falling out, the two of them, and Shlomo Molcho, that was the name that he took on. His name he became Shlomo Molcho, which means calling Solomon King. It's a little bit of a variation. And this is actually his signature, highly stylized signature that seems to, in itself, herald the arrival of the Messiah. He went to the Pope, where because he was a Christian who had returned to Judaism, he did not survive the Inquisition and was burned at the stake. David Reubeni spent a few months in Portugal, and then suddenly King Huao thought he wasn't so amazing and ended up jailing him, and he most likely died in jail. But this is kind of an interesting interlude in Benvenita's life, in that she supported this messianic pretender who had, for a brief period of time, the attention of world Jewry and even the leaders of the world as a whole. One more item is global position. The Ancona affair of 1555. Ancona is a port city located here on the western coast of Italy, and Jews were not allowed to live there. They were tolerated because they're associated with. They were, it was an extremely port, and there's a lot going through that particular city. The Pope Paul IV took over the region in part of a conflict between local powers, and he immediately arrested some 50 of these Portuguese Jews who were, again, technically Christians who had returned to their Jewish identity after escaping the Iberian Peninsula. And he ultimately, through the Inquisition, burned 25 of those Jews at the stake. So Gracia Mendes, who was furious, you recall that she was a very important and powerful woman as well, who was of the Portuguese extraction. She was furious, and she argued for a very strong response of world Jewry. This is rather unprecedented, if you think of it, in the 16th century, for someone to be suggesting this. She argued that the entire port of Ancona should be boycotted, that Jews should no longer use Ancona as a port, and they would cripple it economically. Mendes herself was extremely wealthy, had tremendous connections in Istanbul and in the Turkish Empire, and as a result, her point of view had a tremendous amount of economic and political clout behind it. Benvenita, on the other hand, disagreed and said that, if they were to antagonize the Papal States by boycotting Ancona, then it would only reflect more poorly on Jews elsewhere. Furthermore, as did not need to be pointed out at the time, Mendes herself profited tremendously being trade away from Ancona to some of the ports she had more interest in, whereas Abravanel had much more interest in Ancona itself. After a few years of significant internal Jewish controversy, it died down, and Ancona remained open. The boycott did not take hold; it's not permanent, and it certainly did not move Pope Paul IV to change his positions whatsoever. But just the very chutzpah that a Jew suggests a international boycott of a port, and let alone not only a Jew, a woman should suggest a boycott of a port, gives you some sense of how much these women were of the 16th century and how they clashed with each other over some very significant elements. Now, the last part of this story is one that can be hard to tell well. I'll do my best to try and give it over, but we actually have quite a bit of archival evidence to back up this part of Benvenito's story. You will recall that in many of our discussions in the past, a lot of Jewish history is reconstructed from the responsa literature, She'elot Teshuvot in Hebrew. This is when there's some kind of legal dispute or a question about practice or about changing social mores and a question seeking guidance on how Jews are to react to those changing mores. And the answers that the rabbis give back say a lot. Besides the theological and halachic Jewish legal information, they tend to say a lot about the nature of the social fabric of the historical period. So for a long time, we have possessed significant responsa literature about a very notorious dispute over a will that occurred in Ferrara in the 6th century, but it's only in recent years that it has been connected specifically with Benvenida Abravanel. And David Malkiel has published a major 60-page article that identifies all of the archival sources that points it specifically to her. So we know that the story of this controversial will is in fact associated with her and her family. And it's a sad story. And by the way, it makes me think of my father, Oliver Shalom, who always used to tell me that whenever there is a will, there is going to be family dispute, that children fight over the inheritance. That never happened when my father, Oliver Shalom, passed away, but only because I'm an only child. And who else am I going to fight with? But anyways, here's the story. Samuel, the husband of Benvenida, some years after the exile from Naples to Ferrara, had to go on a long journey. And he apparently at that time composed a will. Then, several years later, while he was being treated for an illness, possibly, he was ultimately killed by a medicine that was prescribed to him by a local doctor. May have been malpractice, perhaps it was an allergy, who knows. But at any rate, Samuel dies. I believe he was 1550. And there is immediately a dispute over the disposition of his property. Now, you would think that it should be fairly straightforward. Jewish law tends to give priority to the firstborn male child. There are firstborn male children here. There are survivors. What's the problem? The main problem is that Samuel had a child from a previous relationship, and his name was Isaac. Now, we don't know, it's not entirely clear how Isaac came to be. The sources are vague, the Jewish sources at any rate. The Italian sources refer to him as naturale e bastardo, which I think you can anticipate what that might mean, but like as a natural son. It could have come from a prior marriage of which we are ignorant. But anyways, the firstborn male was this son Isaac, who was only a half sibling to the later children who was born to Benvenida. Now Isaac, upon the death of his father, claimed assets. And Isaac, by the way, was known to Benvenida. It was not a secret. He did not live with the family. He was an adult at this time. And he claimed his share, which according to traditional biblical law would be Pishnayim, which would be twice the size of his younger brother's shares. However, another, very well-respected principle in Jewish law is hamotz mechavero alav lahevi araya. If you want to take property that is in the possession of someone else, the onus is on you to provide proof that you should get this. So there was a dispute, and 3 years after Shmuel Abravanel dies, Benvenida produces the will. So one of the big questions is, why did she wait 3 years to produce this will? She said it's because it had lots of embarrassing things in it, and it did. The will itself is a very unusual document in many ways. We're going to explore 2 specific ways in a second, but one of the things it says is that the heir to Shmuel's property is not Isaac, son Judah, it's Benvenida. He leaves his property to his wife as his heir, and that is highly unusual in Jewish law. Typically, the firstborn son receives more, the other sons receive the balance, and the mother is expected to be supported by sons. This is, when you read the Torah and you imagine kind of like the Middle Eastern setting, you always imagine, I shouldn't say always, but predominantly women live in the shadow of men, either in the shadow of their protective father, their protective, or in this case, their protective sons. There's a lot of fascinating discussion in Halakha on what does it mean now that women have economic independence. What does that mean for many of these issues? Came to play here as well. And not only was Benven named the heir of all his property, she was the executrix, meaning she could decide when and how much to give to each of the sons. There was an indication that they should receive part of that wealth, but it depended on how they behaved and who did they marry women that Benvenida approved of. And there's a lot of conditions attached to this will that was revealed again 3 years after the death. So this, because of the massive amount of money that's associated, not just some shtetl will. We're talking about, a Reichman kind of will, a Bill Gates sized will, and maybe I should say, who else was a rich Jewish guy? Okay, there he is. It's I don't know. Let's go on. I don't want to think about it. Jared Kushner face. A big amount of money. So it immediately became an international cause célèbre that attracted the solicited and unsolicited opinions of rabbis all over the world, including the opinion of the great Maharam Padua. Rav Yosef Karo was cited very heavily, very important rabbis who were really the leading figures of their day. What were the major elements of controversy? There are 2 elements of it, both of which are striking and have tremendous implications for Jewish law. The first is the will almost totally ignores Jewish law. The will gives the money to the wife, and while there's kind of like a token where he says regarding his son Isaac, he should get some special jewels that are precious and valuable, it doesn't give him the pishnayim that the Torah refers to, the double half. Now, this is not totally outside of what can be expected, because there is a very well-known phenomenon that in order to find a way to distribute one's wealth before death, there is this halakhic institution called the Matana Mechayim, a gift while alive, where a person can say, listen, I have $100,000. I would like to make sure that all of my 10 kids get it equally, so I'm giving it to them right now while I'm alive, each $10,000. And then whatever's left after I die will go according to traditional inheritance law. So it's not completely unheard of. But the law basically flouted, the will basically flouted that aspect of it, and did not really even bring it into any serious consideration. And secondly, also more difficult, they didn't do it with 2 kosher witnesses, which would be the Jewish practice of executing a will. They went to a notary, and this, a non-Jewish notary, which was like, oh my gosh, how can you disperse so much wealth by using a non-Jewish authority to bring this about? And this was a huge amount of argument. Should the will be invalidated? A, because it ignored the traditional halachic boundaries, and B, because it used a non-Jewish system of recording the will. So one of the reasons why there was a hava amina, there was a thought that perhaps the will would still be valid, is because there was this enshrined principle that is quite complicated and is often tested in Jewish law of dina de malchuta dina. The law of the land is the law. In other words, even though Jewish law requires a will to be written in such and such a manner, if you do it according to a non-Jewish form, since that is what is accepted in the state, then perhaps it should be acceptable. And in fact, the rabbis who opined on this issue split, with some of the very prominent rabbis saying the will should be set aside, and others saying the will should be upholded. In the end, after a protracted legal debate, both sides agreed to arbitration. And Isaac, in his depositions on the fair, said that he felt badly about going to arbitration, but he was broke and he could not support himself and his family while engaging in a massive extended lawsuit with his stepmother over this will. He may end up winning in the end, but he simply could not afford the lawsuit. And so as a result, they went to arbitration, and the will was divided accordingly as per the will of Shmuel Abraham. One more detail that I think is quite fascinating here, since there's a lot of depositions involved and a lot of swearing is going on at this time, it's fascinating to see how Jews took the oath. I mean, if they were Jews per se, then they typically took the oath on some kind of Torah scroll, or at least a printed Chumash, which were available at this time. If they were Portuguese New Christians, then sometimes, even though they were Jews, they would take the oath on a traditional Bible that a Christian would use as well. And it's fascinating to see the whole range of adaptations that Jews were making to society at that time. So that's the last story we have about Benvenida. Let's just think a little bit about her legacy in this context. So what we begin to see in the period of the life of Benvenida Abravanel, and we will explore it more as we move through the 16th century, is that ironically, by expelling its Jews and then later by expelling its new Christian heretics, meaning these crypto Jews, these Portuguese Jews, the Iberian Peninsula released upon the world an unusual new diaspora, perhaps entirely unprecedented in that these were Jews who, first of all, had a strong connection to each other over a broad swath of international territory, were located in many different countries to a degree that we've never had before, as Jews tended to use, if we can use the phrase, chain migration, where they tended to mental moves across the coast of Africa or up the Italian peninsula. All of a sudden, they're scattered. Literally, the word in Greek diaspora means scattering. They're scattered across the Mediterranean, and they constitute one community. They constitute one nation. This is something which is fairly unprecedented in European history and certainly in Jewish history. Furthermore, because of the strange, nuanced shading of the Portuguese Jews, that is, those Jews who, as baptized Christians, were technically freed from legal restrictions, and if they could find themselves in a home where there was a sufficiently climate, they could nevertheless practice Judaism. Jews tended to exploit that dual identity for their economic and political and legal benefit. So this created a very unusual, powerful minority that began to coalesce under this identity of Sfaradim, and perhaps helps to understand the long-lasting, secure notion that Sfaradim have of their joint group identity. I hope that you found this lecture interesting and enjoyable. I know I had fun, maybe except for that joke part. Next week, as I mentioned, we're going to focus in on Samuel Usque and his horrible personal experience in the Portuguese expulsion and his explanation for it in a remarkable work which was translated into English only in the 1970s. Thank you for your attention and your endurance. I hope you enjoyed that presentation. I myself got a lot of pleasure doing the research for it, and I think it's wonderful to be back in the spring semester when we talk about the Sephardic diaspora. Just want to share one thought that has really been staying with me for the last little while, and that's, if my supposition that the use of the term Portuguese has an unusually pointed character to it, specifically that the term Spanish in the 15th, 16th century referred to the Jews, the old Jews who had not converted, and the term Portuguese was kind of an allusion to those Jews who had been forcibly converted and then in diaspora were reclaiming their Jewish identity and were attempting to come back to the fold, as it were. If that is true, if that's the way that term was used, then I think it's so beautiful that you see the use of Spanish and Portuguese together in things like the synagogue here in New York City, the oldest synagogue in the area. Maybe what the meaning of that phrase is, and I could be totally wrong, but maybe the phrase is that we embrace you, we welcome you, that don't worry about the past. It was a difficult time. We understand horrible persecutions, but you're fundamentally part of the Jewish people, and we want to include you in our congregation. And if that's the intention of that strange phrase, Spanish and Portuguese, synagogue, etc., I think it's a very, very beautiful concept and sentiment. Anyways, that's it. Next week, I'm really looking forward to speaking about the Portuguese diaspora in greater detail, and I look forward to speaking with you then. Take care and have an excellent week.
That's strange. That's strange. It's almost like that. That's super athletic. He's the most athletic guy. Very athletic, very big. He does that weird jab, which is doing. But he points Mars as a heavyweight. That's it. The point. Tom Elsewell's thing is not if he's.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. I'm so glad you're here tonight. We have actually a really amazing subject, something I've wanted to speak about for a long time. I actually looked up just a minute ago exactly how to pronounce his name because I've been saying it in a certain way for a long time, and I realized, oh my gosh, I don't want to blow it by pronouncing it wrong for an entire 50 minutes. So I would guess the subject of tonight's lecture is Samuel Usque. However, when I looked it up online, they said Usque, which seemed to me not in conformity with Latin rules of pronunciation, but on the other hand, the name is Portuguese. So please, those of you who know how to pronounce this properly, forgive me if I say Usque. It's going to come naturally. But at any rate, I don't mean by this kind of light introduction to diminish in any way tremendous heroism of this individual that we're speaking about today. It amazes me that so few people are familiar with his work. One of those tremendous heroes of the Jewish literary tradition, literally risking his life to put certain words to paper, and the book that he ultimately completed that we're looking at tonight was in fact a treasured possession of many a converso. Many Sephardim, particularly from Portugal, actually gave up their lives for possessing this particular book. I believe that tonight you will be transformed by the story of Samuel Usque and his book, The Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. Amazing phenomenon that I look forward to discussing with you over the next 40 minutes or so. So let us begin with our usual thank yous. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Mr. Sultan in honor of the Sultan families. I'll just read what it says here. Whose Sephardic roots are expressed to honor the convivencia. That's what you're right. The coexistence of Muslims, Jews, and Christians for that brief period of time in early, and also in loving memory, Mrs. Jean Milstein, whose relentlessness was an inspiration to all. I also make a good so thank you to Mr. Sultan, who is a regular viewer of these lectures online. I have to make a quick announcement. Remember, next week is President's Day, so we will not have our conventional class on Monday night, but gear up because the following week we'll be studying the Chidah, Rabbi Azulai, one of the most important figures of the 8th century, who was really a transformative figure in creating the identity of Sephardic Jews by uniting them around the entire Mediterranean basin. Absolutely fascinating figure, very, very prolific and active in all kinds of Jewish affairs. We are also short, unfortunately, a sponsor for next week. So if anyone would care to donate to our student scholarship fund, we ask for $250 to make these lectures possible, and the money goes entirely 100% to our students to help them pay the sometimes difficult tuition bill, because college is expensive, and in order to make this work, we try to help them out in every way possible. You can sponsor by visiting this website, bit.ly at the Friends of Jewish History. Much appreciated. Of course, I'm always grateful for your presence here. That gives me a tremendous amount of chizuk and makes me feel like it's worth doing the research for these lectures every week. Tonight's lecture is going to rely almost exclusively, certainly very heavily, on the research of Dr. Martin A. Cohen, who translated and wrote a critical edition of this Portuguese work that is the core of our subject tonight. Portuguese is just not one of those languages that is well studied in Judaic studies as a whole. Obviously, the Brazilian community is much more familiar with it, but in Europe and in Israel, Portuguese is lower down in the languages that we go to. Nevertheless, we have essentially a Shakespearean work, something of that great status in Portuguese literature, authored by the Jewish individual that we'll discuss tonight, Samuel Usque, and we're deeply grateful to Dr. Cohen for his pioneering research in many areas of Sephardic studies. We'll be returning to his research when we look at conversos and crypto Jews here, because where he's done quite a bit of research as well. So that's kudos to Dr. Cohen. Let us now go right to the topic at hand. What exactly are we talking about? We're going to focus on this book here, which is truly a most dangerous book. It was a book which was banned early on by the Inquisition and consigned to the flames in 1553, but it was ultimately a book that transformed the lives of so many Jews who had felt that all hopes were dashed, that everything that for a millennium and a half of exile the Jews had worked for was for nothing, and it strengthened, allowed them to continue to maintain their identity as best as possible under unimaginable conditions. Specifically, the title of the book is, as you see here in Portuguese, translated into English, Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. It was published in Ferrara, Italy in 1553. I've discussed Ferrara a little bit last week when we looked at the life of Benvenida Abravanel. This was produced through her sponsorship and also of her rival, Gracia Mendez. We'll return to those two very important women to understand how they related to this particular book. And it was also authored and printed in a period when printing was still fairly rare. But this is the heyday of early printing, discovery of this new technology that allowed for wide dissemination of text. It meant that official organizations such as the church had to find ways to control the dissemination of often heretical or at least antinomian works, and to make sure that certain ideas do not circulate too far. Of course, some of them, such as Luther's translation of the Bible, circulated very far and had a tremendously negative impact on the Catholic Church. This is the period of time when Usque came out with this particular work. You can see that the frontispiece has this image of the globe, which is meant to evoke the scattering of the Portuguese Jews in particular, after the Spanish Inquisition and the Portuguese expulsion. We'll discuss those in details. And the kind of the banner around here says, my hope I place in God. You can see that the wackiness of the early printing is such that they not only say the year, but they even publish the date, the 7th of September that it was published. Like somehow maybe it was Erev Yom Kippur or something, I don't know, but it's like you put a specific date that is published there. Now, just to give you a sense of what this book meant, we can look at some of the Inquisition trial records, of which we have copious numbers. Ironically, this is a theme that we've come back to many times, really, since the fall semester. There are uncanny parallels between the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion and the Holocaust of the last. Many parallels in terms of social developments, in terms of how governing authorities dealt with the challenges of a changing society and so on. And in one of those areas, we see again that just the Nazis, the Yamach Shamandas, kept such incredibly detailed records. And they were very, very particular about what exactly happened when, to whom, and who would manage it. And so Inquisition also had very, very detailed records. And so scholars who wish to understand the mechanics of destruction of that 14th and 15th century have a tremendous amount of material to work with. So specifically, there was a Portuguese Jew named Thomas Fernandes. Most Jews took Christian names when they were baptized. He was certainly not a new converso. He's probably several generations into Christian identity, but of course they had retained their attachment to Judaism nevertheless. He was arrested in Lisbon in 1558, and he was tried for quite some time before he was eventually sent to the flames. Specifically, he was tried for crimes that he had allegedly committed, that is, crimes against the faith, while he was in Bristol, England. You'll recall, by the way, I have to do a very quick review for those who I see a few new faces here. Welcome. Some of the audience members here are kind of rambunctious, but you'll see that we have a pretty good time, I think, by the end of the hour. You'll recall, just very briefly, that the Spanish Inquisition, which later spread to Portugal, was not, technically speaking, directed at Jews. It was directed at Jews who had been baptized. Forcibly or for social mobility, for whatever reason it was, this is referring to new Christians, so-called new Christians, that is, they were Jewish but had been converted, who were not adhering to the tenets of Roman Catholicism. And so the Inquisition was trying to root out those Christians or their children or grandchildren who were not abiding by the tenets of Catholicism. Later, in 1492, the Spaniards expelled all the Jews as opposed to the new Christians who were allowed to stay. But they expelled the Jews because they were suspected, correctly, of continuing to maintain contact with the so-called new Christians and to be a center of authority and education and religious practice to these forcibly converted Jews who are now Christians. So the Inquisition is directed technically at Christians who were suspected of harboring Jewish beliefs. The Inquisition was directed at Jews per se. Hence you have this distinction in terminology, the Spanish and Portuguese Jews, because many of those Jews who were called Spanish were in fact Jewish and expelled. Many Portuguese were in fact forcibly converted, as we shall see shortly. At any rate, in the trial, the Inquisition trial in the 16th century of Thomas Fernandes, we have this interesting passage in which he writes that when he was living in Bristol, there was another new Christian named Simeon Rois, who lived in London. And Fernandez had already under torture given up his name, so he was speaking about all of his associates in the context of the Inquisition trial, and that this other individual, Dr. Royes, had given Fernandez a book of prophecies, a printed book of prophecies. You'll notice that the word here has to be included, printed, because it's a handwritten book. And what was this book about? It spoke of the troubles which sons of Isaac suffered, and said that not lose confidence nor discouraged, because God would send the Messiah. And this is undoubtedly a version of this book that we hold here, straight from the amazing Avenue J library downstairs. There are a few errors in here, like, for example, it says it was dedicated to Beatriz de Luna. Oh no, this is correct. I'm sorry. Beatriz de Luna, the wife of Diego Mendes. Those are the Christian names of Gracia, Dona Gracia. We'll read the dedication shortly. It was written in Portuguese. It was a quarto that refers to the size of the volume. And as this was a burden on his conscience, meaning the person who was being tortured to confess here, he asked pardon of our Lord Jesus Christ. He asked for penance, and the inquisitors ultimately accept his penance, and in order to ensure his safe passage of the world, they accelerate it with the fires of the auto da fe. But clearly, this is a reference to the underground circulation of this book among new Christians, and we know from many trials that it circulated both in manuscript copy and in printed copy, and it was painstakingly written out in full from one family and handed to another in order to convey the message that it contained, a message of hope, a message of consolation, a message of chizuk, of strengthening for the Jewish people. Now, it tends to drop away from Jewish consciousness after the 16th century for several reasons. One is, as I mentioned, it's written in Portuguese. It was never translated until the 20th century. Portuguese Jews did have some familiarity with Spanish, and in fact, the author himself writes that he could have chosen Spanish as a language to convey his message, but he felt he really wanted to reach the most desperate of those Jews, those ones who were living in that liminal space between being fully Jewish, between being fully Christian. He chose Portuguese specifically, so that limited it to some degree. It could be that the reason why it fell out of circulation is because in 1553, almost immediately after it was printed, the papacy instituted a mass book burning of Jewish texts, and it probably got caught up quite a bit in that first major book burning of the 16th century. And also, it may speak to the tremendous secrecy with which the Converso community guarded this treasured book, that we only know about it primarily from what the inquisitors have to say. It does make some impact on the literary tradition, but unfortunately, many other tribulations rose up shortly thereafter, and it tends to get lost. Let us, though, now look to the history of the Jews of Portugal to try to place Uspre's specific work within that context. So you'll recall, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, there was forced conversions in Spain that goes really back to the 14th century, in which some over-enthusiastic lower clergy in particular, acting in many times against the will of the papacy and the higher clergy, converted tens of thousands of Jews to Christianity. And those Jews who were baptized were suddenly trapped because the Catholic Church does not recognize the institution of forced conversion, at least not in the 14th century. In other words, if a person was baptized, even against their will, they were nevertheless Christian. As I think we mentioned last semester, we talked about the terrible case of Edgar Mortara, who was already in the 19th century, was kidnapped by the church because the maid in his home, thinking that he, as an infant, was going to die of scarlet fever or something like that, she had him baptized because she worried about his eternal soul. And when the papacy found out, they actually kidnapped him and never returned him. He grew up as a priest and engaged even in proselytizing with Jews. Steven Spielberg is coming out with a major motion picture about the Mortara affair, which is certain to be a blockbuster. At any rate, you've got in Spain now this massive population of Jews who are forcibly converted, who now have free reign in the economy, society of Spain, because they're no longer held captive by the restrictions that were associated with their prior Jewish identity. This was very upsetting to the social, political, and order, and especially because many of these Jews continued with their traditional Jewish practice and associations, marrying with other new Christian families, sometimes even with Jewish families, and sometimes you would have marriages into old Christian families. It was highly destabilizing. So the Ferdinand and Isabella brought in the Inquisition to control that movement, and ultimately in 1492 they decided that's it. We're going to get rid of the Jews, and hopefully that will solve the problem, because now these conversos will have no one to whom to turn. They were very wrong. Ultimately, of the Jews who were expelled, many of them fled to neighboring Portugal here on the coast. Now, in Portugal, it was an exceptionally sad story of how they were treated. There was a kind of a oscillation between incredible cruelty and liberalism, which at times assuaged the fears of this emigre community that in fact they would be allowed to live safely in Portugal, and in other times crushed those hopes in their infancy with tremendous brutality. We look at, I would like to say my favorite king, but that's only because I like his name. And I know I mispronounce everything. It's João, right? Olivia, is that how you say it? João. But I like saying it João, though it's not right. But anyway, this is João II, who in 1492 admitted the Jews and said, listen, I see there's thousands of you pouring across my border. You're all very wealthy. The Jews are known as being the leaven of the economy. So you can come in here, you can bring your wealth, you can pay a special tax, and you can live here for 8 months until you sort yourselves out, so you figure out where you're going to live. And in the meantime, once he realized how valuable this new immigrant community was, he said, you know, we should really keep the Jews here. But rather than simply open up his borders and give them free reign, he figured it would be much easier if they came and stayed, but as Christians. So he exposed them to many forced conversionist sermons, which were debuted and very popular since the 13th century in Spain after the Barcelona dispute with Nachmanides. And his successor was especially cruel. It was also, João the second. He figured that one of the ways we're going to get the Jews to convert is actually if we work through their children. After months and months of conversionist sermons with very little success, he actually took perhaps several thousand children and separated them from their parents and sent them to the newly discovered island of Sao Tome, which is here off the coast of West Africa, with the explicit statement that they would then be returned to their parents once their parents converted to Christianity. So that particular episode is recorded in Usque's book. I'd like to read it to you very quickly just to get a sense of his style and something which was immediately prior to his own birth. To my misfortune, he puts it in the present in the first person singular because the narrator is none other than Jacob the patriarch, who describes in a kind of symbolic way all of the suffering of Jews throughout time. So he writes, to my misfortune, the island of Sao Tome had recently been discovered. It was inhabited by lizards, snakes, other venomous reptiles, and was devoid of rational beings. They used it, for example, to house a slave fortress for the burgeoning transatlantic slave trade that would dominate the region. Here the king exiled condemned criminals, and he decided to include among them the innocent children of these Jews. Their parents had seemingly been condemned by God's sentence. When the luckless hour arrived for this barbarity to be inflicted, mothers scratched their faces in grief as their babies, less than 3 years old, were taken from their arms. Honored elders tore their beards when the fruit of their bodies was snatched before their eyes. The fated children raised their piercing cries to heaven as they were mercilessly torn from their beloved parents at such a tender age. Several women threw themselves at the king's feet, begging for permission to accompany their children, but not even this moved the king's pity. One mother, distraught by this horrible, unexampled cruelty, lifted her baby in her arms, and paying no heed to its cries, threw herself from the ship into the heaving sea, and drowned, embracing her only child. Thus those innocent souls were removed from their parents' sweet tenderness by such inhumanities and delivered into the power of merciless enemies. O brothers, who could describe to you the hidden and visible anguish which cloaked all my children? The sighs, the tears, the bloody and febrile groans which were heard in all their houses. For there are no words of consolation to relieve a pain so great, even though each one had good reason to hope for consolation. He goes on to say that when these innocent children arrived at the wilderness of Sao Tome, which was to be their grave, they were thrown ashore and mercilessly actually left there. Almost all were swallowed up by the huge lizards on the island, and the remainder who escaped wasted away from hunger and abandonment. Only a few were miraculously spared that dreadful misfortune. Absolutely horrific, unimaginable kind of persecutions that were meted out to the Jews in an attempt to bring them into Portuguese society as Christians. But unfortunately, it gets worse. So this is a picture of his successor, Manuel I. Manuel I, the king, wanted to create a dynastic union with Spain, creating one Christian dominion for the entire peninsula. And so in order to effect this, he agreed to take the daughter of Queen Isabella, the Infanta Isabella, as his wife, creating a dynastic union. Isabella and Ferdinand, very doctrinaire, anti-Judaic individuals, insisted that they would not form a union with a country that still permitted Jews in its midst. So Manuel agreed to expel all the Jews in 1497 in a manner similar to the Spanish expulsion of 1492. This is, by the way, not Isabella's daughter. This is his second wife, Maria. Isabella died in childbirth, and so he then married her sister in order to preserve the union. The expulsion of the Jews from Portugal, or the agreement to expel them, ironically is, as the historian Prescott put it, the first time that Jews were persecuted out of love. Ironic, right? Because he loves, it's not really funny. I don't know why I said it. Maybe I'll just cut that out of the internet because it doesn't make sense. We're talking about the lizards. Now we're talking about, okay. So he decided, I'm going to expel the Jews, but then he realized, you know what? Once again, like his predecessor, the Jews are very valuable. So instead, you know what? Let's just baptize them all instead. Let's just make them Christian. That way we'll keep their wealth, we'll keep their know-how. It's only a few thousand Jews anyways, and so through various stratagems, he actually brought them to the seaside, and before boarding boats, they were baptized, and suddenly they became Christians. No more Jewish problem in Portugal, and then immediately thereafter, he closed the borders, and no new Christians may leave Portugal. So one of these ironic situations in which the Jews are not free to practice their religion, they are free to be Christians, and they're not free to leave. They must remain within the boundaries of Portugal with their wealth and their economic know-how and so on. So for the next several decades, Portuguese Jews are trying desperately to kind of escape Portugal and find a place where they can practice Judaism freely. In Amsterdam, Salonika, Nopo, places like that. These are places where the Portuguese Jews, who were only a few years earlier Spanish Jews, now trying to find ways to live freely as Jews. But they're terribly afraid, with good reason, that if they are discovered trying to leave, then they will be subject to tremendous persecution. Mob violence dominates the Jewish experience in Portugal over the next couple of years. In 1503 again, so this is 14 baptized, technically expelled, but then forcibly baptized to stay in Portugal. 1503, there's a famine, and the Jews are, of course, blamed for the famine, and there's mob violence. That is not Jews, these are the conversos, right? The Jews who have been converted to Christianity, their presence is viewed as the reason for the famine. There's hyperinflation a few years later, and once again, the Jews are blamed for the hyperinflation. In 1506 is an especially terrible moment when there's someone in church in, I believe it was Lisbon, right, this is in Lisbon, on Easter Sunday, remarked that an icon of the Virgin Mary was glowing with supernatural light. And one of these new Christians, a baptized Jew, says it's just the reflection of a candle. And the suggestion that that it was a natural phenomenon created a horrible massacre in Lisbon, in which even lay clergy also participated. And we can list several of these kinds of like mob reactions, because the general population is not happy with the introduction of these new economic competitors who now, as Christians, even though everybody knows they're not really enthusiastic Christians, are beginning to dominate the economic echelon of society. There is a little bit of a liberalization under Joao III in 1521, but then there's a series of more pogroms, really, after there's a crop failure and several that go wrong. In 1531, things reach a climax when there's an earthquake, and so Joao III says, that's it, we're bringing in the Inquisition again, the dreaded Inquisition, which was, of course, scourged Spain. And at this point, I would like to read once again Usque's work, in which he describes the Inquisition in terrifying and strangely modern terms. When I first read this, it felt to me a lot like Franz Kafka. And in fact, in many ways, the Portuguese Inquisition was rather Kafkaesque. If you've read The Trial in particular, or The Harrow, you'll recognize some of the elements. Maybe I wouldn't be surprised even if Kafka was influenced by it. Where is it here? Right here it is. The king and queen sent to Rome for a wild monster, right? The Inquisition comes from Rome, Roman Catholic, of such strange form and horrible mien that all Europe trembles at the mere mention of its name. He speaks of the Inquisition in concrete and metaphorical terms. Its body, an amalgam of hard iron and deadly poison, has an adamantine shell made of steel and covered with enormous scales. It rises in the air on 1,000 wings with black and poisonous pinions, and it moves on the ground with 1,000 pernicious and destructive feet. Its form is like both the awesome lions and the frightful serpents in the deserts of Africa. Its enormous teeth equal those of the most powerful elephants. Its whistle or voice kills even more quickly than the venomous basilisk. Its eyes and mouth spew continual flames and blazes of consuming fire, and the food it eats is the fire in which human bodies burn. Its flight is swifter than the eagle's, but wherever it passes, its shadow spreads a pall of gloom over the brightest sun. Finally, in its wake, it leaves a darkness like the darkness visited upon Egyptians in one of the plagues. And when it arrives at its destination, the green grass which it treads on, or the luxuriant tree on which it alights, dies, decays, and withers, and then is uprooted by the monster's devastating beak. It desolates the entire countryside with its poison until it is like the Syrian deserts where no plant takes root and no grass grows. Now he goes on to talk about how this affects the Jewish community, and it's interesting to say here that he says, I do not want to be remiss in telling you that in addition to the enemies, there were at that time some confessos, meaning like these Christians, who delivered their own brothers into this cruel monster power, an allusion to the cycle of torture and forced confession and denunciation of other Jews. Poverty was the spur and the reason for most of their evil acts. Many poor confessors went to the houses of their richer brothers to ask for a loan of 50 or 100 cruzados for their needs. If any refused them, they accused him of Judaizing with them. Terrible situation, and once again, with the Inquisition, Joao III closes the borders again. This is the environment in which Usque experienced his youth and young adulthood. So let us go to Usque himself. We don't even know if this is his real name. The only thing we really know about him are whatever information is included in this book and in a few scattered references of his contemporaries. It may be a pseudonym because he shares some autobiographical information. He says that his family comes from Huesca, which is a town in Castile in Spain. So it may be an acronym meaning like the person from Huesca. It's also interesting to note that he seems very fond of acronyms and of anagrams. You know, when you take the letters of a word and you mix them up. So, for example, one of the main characters in the constellations is Icabo, which is an acronym of Yaakov. So some scholars have argued that he may be Manuel, if I remember correctly. That's an acronym for not especially well-known Christian. It's a Christian name for a converso, and Usque may have been a pseudonym that he hid behind. But we'll talk about what Manuel Gomez, excuse me. We know from his own description that his family entered Portugal right after the expulsion of 1492, and he was born shortly thereafter. So he grew up in this environment of mob violence followed by the Inquisition. We know that he has, based on this text, tremendous familiarity with the broad swath of 16th century thought. Very similar in many ways to the figures we looked at in Al-Andalus, who had a very broad Jewish and non-Jewish education. We don't know exactly where he got this information because, after all, he grew up as a nominal Christian, where any education of a Jewish character was entirely proscribed. So he learned all of his Jewish knowledge underground in Portugal. But he may have gone to the University of Coimbra because he was thoroughly familiar with Latin and Greek and with the literature of the Church Fathers. It's not impossible, argues Cohen, that in fact he may have been, like many sub rosa new Christians, he'd been studying for the priesthood, because only as a student of priesthood would he have been given access to the kind of broad humanities education that was required to write a book like this. We know from his own text that he managed to leave sometime after 1531, and he essentially embarked on a world tour, which he describes in his book, and we have some sense that he was in England, throughout Central Europe. He also made it to Constantinople, Salonika, and Greece. All the player Sephardic Jews had made their homes immediately after the expulsion, and in particular in the tremendous city of Tzfat, which was just then enjoying its tremendous explosion of Jewish creativity. But where we know him best is in Ferrara, where he actually wrote this book. Ferrara was the home of Don Gracia and Benvenida Abravanel, the subject of last week's lecture, two incredibly powerful and wealthy women who used their political might and their political acumen and their considerable resources to defend Sephardic Jews worldwide, through ransoming captives, to engaging in geopolitical machinations such as the attempted boycott of the port of Ancona and so on. And one of the most important things that both of them did was that they supported early scholarship in Ferrara and allowed for tremendous energies to be placed into publishing. The Ferrara Bible shown here is the result of their efforts, exactly in the same period as Usque wrote his book. And you can see in this particular image, which is written, is the Ferrara Bible written in Spanish. For those who fled the Inquisition, you can see this motif, very beautiful, these terrifying gargoyle-like features that sort of remind me of the winds, perhaps. They're blowing the winds, and here's a ship that's clearly in distress. The mast is broken. There are these sea monsters in the water, and this is kind of metaphorical of the Spanish Jews being exiled from their homeland, going throughout the Mediterranean, even crossing the Atlantic to the New World with tremendous danger. There were 3 Usques of note in Ferrara at this time, and wondered, how could it be that this is a name, which, by the way, we don't even know how he spelled it in Hebrew. We only have it in Portuguese and Roman letters. How is it you have 3 Usques, not a common name, all together in the same place? Possibly because they were related, or possibly because they all chose the same pseudonym. Solomon, Abraham, and that's our protagonist today. They were publishers. Samuel Usque in particular may be an acronym for Manuel Gomez. But the 3 of them together produced the Ferrara Bible and the Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel, and many other works of its kind. Now, let's look at the book right now itself. What exactly is this we're talking about? So, I forgot to read you one thing here. Sorry, I wanted to read you. Don't worry, I only have 4 selections, and I've read 2 of them already. This is the beautiful dedication to Doña Gracia Nasi. Publishing is so dependent on material support. It doesn't happen by itself. People have to find, as they say in Pirkei Avos, ein kemach, ein Torah. If there's no flour, there's no Torah. You have to have, okay. Anyways, the dedication here is to the very illustrious lady, Doña Gracia Nasi. And so Samuel Usker writes, the heart is prized as the human body's noblest and most important organ, for it is the first to feel the pain which any other part of the body suffers. Indeed, it must be kept content for all the others to be at ease. Since my prime purpose is to serve our Portuguese nation, Doña Gracia was also from Portugal. She was also a converso who returned to Judaism after fleeing the Iberian Peninsula. My prime purpose is to serve our Portuguese nation with this small branch bearing new fruit. It is proper to offer it to your excellency, for you are the heart in the body of our people. In the remedies you have offered, you have always shown that you feel our people's sufferings more poignantly than anyone else. I say this not out of blind devotion, though I am your protege, most illustrious lady, and desire to satisfy you through works, writings, and deeds, and to show myself in some small way grateful for the largesse I have received from your generous hand. Since you began to reveal your light, even our sucklings have imbibed this truth at their mother's breasts, and your name and the memory of your goodness will forever be a part of the marrow of their bones, which isn't true. We speak of Doña Gracia Mendes 500 years later with the same respect and admiration because of the decisions she made with their individual powers and wealth. So you get a sense of the relationships there. He also speaks positively of her rival, Benvenida Abravanel. Obviously, he didn't want to offend either one of them, and he benefited from both. But anyway, what is the purpose of this book? It is, as I alluded to in his dedication there, that he wants to provide consolation for these scattered, embattled populations of Portuguese Jews who are not sure what to do with themselves. They're hiding their Jewish identities. They're hiding their Jewish practices. They're trying to live a life of outward Christian behavior. They're worried about what will happen to their children, what will happen to their legacy. And on a deeper level, metaphysically, they worry, has God abandoned us? Were we wrong to maintain our Jewish identity for 1,500 years that now we are suffering such tremendous pain? And so he begins in his prologue, which maybe I won't read to, maybe I'll just paraphrase it. It's very beautiful. He says, listen, I've written this book, which is in many ways a long scroll of agony, to quote the title of a Holocaust work. It's a long scroll of agony detailing the so many persecutions that we have suffered since the exile, actually 2,000 years ago, under the Babylonians. And in each of those exiles, each of those persecutions, we endured primarily by attachment to our faith. He spends a lot of time talking about how the persecution itself is embedded in biblical texts, that, this particular thing happened here, and you can see an allusion to it in the book of Deuteronomy. Some of those parallels are absolutely chilling. And of course, we can do the same in our own generation, looking at the Holocaust, where we see the similarities between these far-off prophecies and some of the terrible things we experienced. But nevertheless, the fact is that if the prophecies that describe the persecution were true, and it all follows the prophecies that describe the redemption are true. It's reminiscent, familiar with the famous Talmudic passage when some rabbis are surveying the disaster in Jerusalem during the Hadrianic persecution in the century, and some of the rabbis are moaning, and Rabbi Akiva, the greatest, starts laughing. And they say to him, Rabbi Akiva, why are you laughing? Oh, it was a specifically occasion because they saw a fox running through the ruins of the temple. And what terrible thing to have a fox running through the Holy of Holies like that. And the rabbis say to him, Akiva, how can you laugh? And he says, I'm laughing, no, that if this is Jerusalem, which was foretold in our prophecies, then we'll also see the redemption similarly foretold in our prophecies. So this book, Portuguese, for a Portuguese remnant, is going over and over again, often painful details, the specific persecution, and in a very in their own personality in the 16th. Absolutely fascinating structure and guide. I mentioned already the language is Portuguese because he was speaking specifically to his generation. The style is in the form of a dialogue, particularly between three shepherds. There are these two shepherds who, well, actually, I'll tell you that in the next slide, so I'll tell you. And the message I've already told you, so let's jump ahead. There's three dialogues in it. The first one introduces the three characters, where these are kind of like timeless people who live for centuries upon centuries. One of them is a shepherd named Ikabo, which is an anagram for Yaakov, which is not a coincidence. Usque makes that clear in his introduction that this is what he's trying to do. And he is comforted by two other shepherds, one named Numeo, for whom Usque says is representative of the prophet Nahum. The word Nahum in Hebrew means consoler, one who consoles. And the other one, Zikareo, which is the prophet Zechariah, meaning the one who remembers. Zechariah, remembering God, literally. And the first dialogue essentially has these three characters, and it really does read Shakespearean in a Shakespearean manner, because they're speaking in very elevated language, and they're, you get a sense of scenery. They describe where they're sitting, what they're doing, sometimes using metaphors of the hunt and hares and ostriches and lions and things like that. And he goes through the basic elements of Jewish history in the first dialogue up to the Babylonian exile. Now, I should mention at this point, many scholars have kind of got lost in the weeds about this, because as a historian, he's not so good. As a historian, there are lots of inaccuracies, and he is heavily dependent on poor sources. So he can only be as good as his sources, and quite often he's conflating dates and he's conflating events, and he's confused about certain basic elements. But that's not what he's trying to do. He's not trying to write a history. He's trying to write a book of consolation, and the religious and psychological message is really what is prevalent here. The second dialogue takes it from the return of the Jews in the 6th century before the Common Era, right up until the Roman exile. And by the way, this is kind of an interesting piece. Dr. Stephen Fine, a scholar at Yeshiva University, recently discovered tiny traces of pigment in the famous Arch of Titus that is in Rome, and he was able to reconstruct the way it actually looked in the 1st century. So Romans, at the time it was built, actually saw a painted frieze that looked something like this. It was much more garish than the way that we see it today, but nevertheless it's a very powerful thing. And if you can imagine in a pre-literate culture, this is an incredibly powerful, iconic reminder of the conquest of Jerusalem. At any rate, let us go on. The third dialogue is perhaps the most fascinating, and one that many scholars have meditated on the most. It goes from the post-Roman exile, 2nd century, basically, right up until the 16th century, including some very lengthy descriptions of things that Usque experienced himself or his immediate prior generations. So he now becomes a much more important source for a discussion of the Spanish Inquisition, the exile, the Portuguese Inquisition, and so on. And he then leaves, he flees Portugal, and we have some sense of what Jewish life was. He wanders around these scattered Sephardic communities throughout the Mediterranean basin. The autobiographical material here is very rich and dense. You get a sense of who he is as a person and the tremendous sense of mission that he brings to the task of this particular literary endeavor. He ends with a very long prophetic conclusion in which he wraps up all of his thoughts about the persecution of Jews and connects it specifically to the coming of the Messiah, though he may tarry, with tremendous drama and feeling. It's hard to not be swept away with the emotion of this work. If you can imagine yourself in, the kind of conditions under which Portuguese Jews would have been reading this. Perhaps they would have been working with a painstakingly hand-copied version of it. Perhaps the head of the family would have been reading it by candlelight quietly in order not to arouse the attention of neighbors. Perhaps it would have been furtively studied in a secret room. Who knows how it was actually passed down from one generation to another, but we know that it had a phenomenal impact, and it was a major feature in preserving the integrity of the Portuguese Jews in their tremendous suffering. This, by the way, is a photograph that's just trying to convey the up message at the end of it. Happens to be a photographer that I like a lot, Yaakov Naomi in Israel, and he describes, after this long book of punishments and persecution, he speaks about the ultimate redemption that, in many ways, we enjoy aspects of it today, and with a free state in Israel and so on. No theological content implied there. So taking it as a whole, the legacy of Samuel Uske is extremely important, although very rarely studied. This is, by the way, a picture from Portugal to get a sense of the kind of environment in which they lost. And it makes me wonder, since we have returned many times to this parallel of the Holocaust and the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion, it makes me wonder, who is writing this kind of material for us today? Where are the authors giving us a coherent message that helps us assimilate the horrific persecution that the Jewish people endured last century into our contemporary Weltanschauung? Is it possible? Is it perhaps outrageous to ask for such a thing? But we don't have, in my humble opinion, anyone at the caliber of Uske giving us that kind of message today. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Remember, no class next week, but we'll begin the week after with Electron Chida. And I can hang around for a few questions. Thank you. Yeah. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I myself got out of studying Samuel Uske's work, and it was a great privilege to be able to speak about it to an audience live last night. You didn't see it in the end of the video, but immediately after I concluded, I was jumped on by a whole bunch of audience members who really wanted to push me on a couple things I said at the very end of the lecture. So I thought I would use this moment to unpack some of their questions and explain a little bit better what I mean by this. You should bear in mind that in many ways, we are in a parallel generation to Israel. That his experience 70 years after the Spanish expulsion has certain salient comparisons with the experience we have 70 years after the Holocaust. I'm not going to take 30 seconds or so that I have right now to go through all of the parallels, but there's no question that we are living in kind of like not exactly a post-apocalyptic era, but a post-catastrophe era. And I think that we don't really have someone with the voice of Uske who's kind of like explaining it all for us in a way that we can grasp. We have poets of the Holocaust. We have our Elie Wiesels. We have many people with tremendously heroic stories of suffering during the Holocaust and personal and communal redemption. I myself studied the Eish Kodesh from the Warsaw Ghetto. It was an incredible story, an incredible thinker from the Holocaust. But what we don't have, in my humble opinion, someone 70 years out is able to explain to the Jewish community as a whole as to what the Holocaust means in the larger arc of Jewish history. How do we assimilate the Holocaust? Can we assimilate the Holocaust? Just like Elton John. How do we deal with the contemporary crises of assimilation and the challenges to the state of Israel and all kinds of really challenges to our very being at this point in time? These are big questions, and I feel in many ways like we're sort of floating in space for someone to kind of exalt to us in the way that Samuel Uske did. Anyways, those are my 2 cents. You heard more than my 2 cents already. for the first part of this lecture. I hope it's food for thought, and I look forward to speaking with you Jewish history in the future.
Who were very critical of Israel, people who are also very vocal about Israel committing quote unquote genocide.
Okay. Tonight's topic, fascinating material. We're going to look at the life of an individual known by the acronym of his name.
Giving a lot of voice to an alternative point of view that was not conservative.
The Chida, as has been pointed out to me on the way in, and as in fact is the first sentence of the major biography of the life of the Chida. The Chida's life itself was a Chida. You have to know Hebrew to understand the pun. The word Chida in Hebrew means riddle or puzzle. And in fact, many aspects of his life are a puzzle. But the truth is, so much of it is available to us, and it's fascinating the details that we can learn. He was a major Sephardic figure in the 18th century, had a very important role to play in the crafting of the identity of members of the Sephardic diaspora scattered throughout the Mediterranean basin, all the way up into Northern Europe, and in fact into England as well. And I think you'll find his life fascinating and unusual. Let's start with the usual good and welfare material, though. First of all, tonight's lecture was sponsored by an anonymous donor. Thank you, anonymously. We're doing pretty well. We've raised almost $13,000, and we only have 2 lectures remaining this season that need sponsors. So if you're interested, we've got 2 left. I think Sephardim and the Holocaust and the Crypto Jews, or perhaps it's Maran Ovadia Yosef, but those 2 lectures are still left to sponsor. Sources for tonight, we're going to look at Dr. Meir Benayahu's classic work, a major 600-700 page Hebrew language biography of the Chida. And I'd also like to rely on 2 other works which are related to varying degrees to the Chida's. First of all, Jonathan Ray's rather remarkable book called After Expulsion, which deals with the period immediately after 1492 in a way that has not been treated systematically, to my knowledge, before this particular monograph. It's a fascinating study, and we will spend the first few minutes of our lecture looking at the first generation or 2 immediately after the expulsion. We'll also look at the remarkable work by Matthias Lehmann, which is much more closely dedicated to the Chida's work. It's called Emissaries from the Holy Land, the Sephardic Diaspora, and the Practice of Pan-Judaism, which is his kind of anglicism of the term Klal Yisraeliyut, of the idea of a pan-Jewishness, like encompasses all Jewish people in the diaspora in the 18th century. Those are 2 works that we'll be relying on as well. One last good and welfare announcement, which is a little more personal. I'm very pleased that a book that I published way back in 1999 is now available in a revised edition. I don't even have my copies yet, but they are on for sale online right now. It's kind of a cool book. It's the first book I ever wrote. It's my dissertation that came out. Harvard University published the first edition. Here is the original cover. It's kind of a dull cover, I think, but at the time I was just so happy to be published. It really didn't matter to me. And it looks at the history of the Jews in Ukraine in the first few years immediately after the fall of the Tsarist Empire. It was a difficult time when there was a tremendous amount of on the one hand, great optimism that a lot of the independent governments that were set up during those first few years tried to create special relationships for the Jews. There was a Ministry of Jewish Affairs that was set up in Ukraine, for example, but it all ended in disastrous failure because there was a wave of pogroms that swept through the region, killing possibly somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 60,000 Jews. That's a low estimate, but probably a fairly reliable one. And ironically, about 40% of the recorded pogroms were perpetrated by the same government that also had the Ministry of Jewish Affairs. So this book explores that particular paradox. It just came out, I'm really pleased, in Ukrainian translation last year. So it's met with a certain amount of critical acclaim, both in English and in Ukrainian. And here's just one kind of interesting picture from the cover. This is a 1918 100 Karbovanets bill, which was published by the very brief-lived Ukrainian Republic. And it has on the other side of the bill, everything is written in Ukrainian. On this side, you have Russian, Polish, and the third official minority language, Yiddish, on the currency. It says here in Yiddish, 100 Karbovances, 100 Karbovances, which is kind of, like the high point of their cooperation, later to be submerged in the blood of the pogrom violence. But that's not our topic for tonight. That's just a shameless self-promotion. Okay, let's go to our topic. We're going to look specifically at the Chida. Now, the Chida's life is primarily 18th century. He was born, I believe, 1724 off the top of my head. So when you think about it, we spent a lot of time last semester looking at the Jews of the Iberian Peninsula per se, right up until the expulsion. And then we spent a couple of weeks looking at the early 16th century, but we are now jumping all the way to the 18th century, so there's a big gap in our discussion. I need to take a little bit of time to speak about that gap, and so we'll start with that before we go to the Chida directly. Of course, this map, which we've used many times, indicates the kind of paths that Jews took from the Iberian Peninsula, and this is where Jonathan Ray's book is absolutely fantastic, and actually quite disturbing in ways. For example, we should bear in mind the degree of dislocation that the 1492 expulsion occasioned for Jews. Not only dislocation in the immediate and physical sense, they physically had to leave their place of residence and find another place to live, but the disruption of family ties, disruption of economic support, the disruption of their entire connection to the world and to their God was challenged by the huge dislocation of the expulsion. Ray catalogs how 3 entry points into Portugal, going into that country before of course it was transformed for the Jews there 5 years later, and a large number of Jews were trapped at these 3 entry ports as they tried to get petitioned to get into Portugal. While they were there, many of them actually turned back and decided it's too difficult. Let us convert to Christianity and we'll figure out what we can do in Spain. These were often communal decisions reached by the elders of a village, because the entire village would pick up and would be forced to leave at once to go to Portugal. And it came to pass that from time to time, the leaders of these communities said, how are we supposed to feed all of these people under our care? How are we supposed to find the wherewithal for them to live? Many of them felt that perhaps they would do better and they would eke out their basic sustenance if they were to capitulate to the demands of Ferdinand and Isabella and in fact convert to Christianity with varying degrees of sincerity, as you might imagine. So large numbers of Jews actually turned back at the Portuguese border. Looking at the Mediterranean basin, there's tremendous piracy going on with, as we've seen when we talked about Benvenida Bravano, human trafficking, literally, and in the worst sense, because you have to imagine that these Jews are entirely hapless. They're completely stateless. They have no larger state authority to grant them a writ of protection, and they're just hoping to make it alive and with their possessions to some other more hospitable shore. And they were regularly boarded by a whole series of pirates that would simply go on, demand their property, and still kill them even after they rendered their property, because there was nothing to really stop them. So tremendous dangers. When they landed, especially in North Africa, they often overwhelmed the local populations and were totally bereft of means of sustenance. I mean, they could possibly sell whatever valuables they managed to salvage and bring with them to the foreign shores, but quite often they ended up being a burden on the local Jewish community that simply could not withstand this demographic upheaval. Furthermore, in some very sad cases, including the city of Rome, the Jewish community itself would actually actually send away Jewish refugees. Something that's so hard to even imagine in our day and age. But these boats would come to shore, teeming with Jewish refugees from Spain, often penniless, and the local communities knew that they would be charged from time to time to turn them back. We saw a couple of this happen in Genoa. Those fears that the Jews carried plague on the boat would be primarily economic in nature. The legend goes, it's hard to determine if there's any basis to this, but apparently even, and this is what they call a tremendous Chil Hashem, even the Pope was apparently aghast that the Jewish community turned away the Jews that were coming by boat to Rome. So a very, very difficult, hard time. And you can imagine the sort of stresses. I'll take questions at the end. But you can imagine the kind of difficulties that these Jews must have been under as they attempted to find some safe haven somewhere within the orbit of this region. So we're talking about an incredibly hard time for Jews overall, and this is something that lasts for generations. When we go into Portugal itself, those Jews who made it into Portugal, we discussed 2 weeks ago, the slow rise of the Inquisition until 1530, when it was finally put into place in Portugal, and then the closing of the borders and the difficult time that these Portuguese converts had to exercise when they tried to escape Portugal and make their way to safe havens, and anywhere, including in the New World, in England, in Northern Europe. They could be subject to the Inquisition if they ever set foot in any territory where the Inquisition was active. So essentially, the Jews of Portugal were trapped and were fearful for their lives and were constantly running from one place to another, hoping not to be discovered in their Jewishness. So it was a really horrible time. Now, over in the Eastern world, we have quite a significant difference because the Ottoman Empire, which is based here in, it shows Istanbul, it's not the spelling we use in English, or Constantinople, which is an earlier name for this. The Eastern world is showing great haven to the Jews who are making their way over here, and giving them, respite in Greece and also in Israel. The famous developments in the town of Tzfat, which we'll see in a second. So the Jews who could take a risk to go so far east would find that they eventually had some safe haven here, and that's where the story of the Chidah really takes place. We also should bear in mind, just kind of like in a space of a few minutes, sort of race through the 16th century to give you a sense of the kind of cultural and physical environment the Jews were living in when they left Spain. We should now look at the 17th century just for a minute. And for those of you who are regulars in this class, we've talked about Shabbatai Tzvi, I think twice now. We talked about Shabbatai Tzvi himself, and then we had another lecture where we talked about his rather bizarre wife, Sarah, who's also a whole story unto herself. But just to give everyone who's perhaps a newcomer to this audience, and because the Shabbatai Tzvi plays a role in the later story of the Chidah, an interesting character, comes from the Eastern world. He was from Smyrna in near Greece, where he was a rather talented, quite brilliant, well-loved young scholar, known to have a beautiful appearance, a sweet voice, prone to sort of lone wanderings in the forest, and perhaps with a somewhat delicate personality. At some point, he had some kind of a psychotic break, and he began to regard himself as the Messiah. Now, there are different ways to understand the story of Shabbatai Tzvi. The older historiography tends to portray him as more of a villain, a charlatan. The reality is more and more research, really in the last half of the 20th century, has demonstrated that probably he was just mentally ill. And he was taken advantage of by some of his supporters who encouraged him and perhaps reinforced the worst aspects of his illness, and unfortunately it triggered a Europe-wide phenomenon that swept up tens of thousands of Jews in its wake. At any rate, he was actually so popular that it became a non-Jewish phenomenon as well. The line drawings that I'm going to show you are in fact Christian works that were circulated because non-Jews wanted to know, what's Tutzah? It's Shabbatai Tzvi. What kind of guy is, what is going on with the Jews? Anyways, he proclaimed himself as the Messiah, claimed to be able to levitate, to traverse vast distances with spitzot derech, with mystical powers. He abolished traditional fast days, behaved in an antinomian way. At one point, married a Torah scroll. Another point, there's lots of crazy things that he did at the time when he was in some of his, what they call illuminations. But he gathered a massive following of Jews who were so broken by the suffering of 1492 and the later Ukrainian rebellion under Khmelnytsky, that many of them turned to Shabbatai Tzvi saying, in fact, he must be the Messiah. I mean, how much else do we have to suffer? It must be the time of Mashiach. He must be here finally to take us. So wherever he went, he gathered hundreds of Jews out to follow him, and many of them sold their property and made their way, following Shabbatai Tzvi, towards Israel. He had to make one stop that was very important in Constantinople, where he would meet with the Sultan, and then he would present himself as Mashiach, and the Sultan would then say, very good, let me give you Jerusalem so that you can initiate the end of days. Here you see, by the way, his principal propagandist, Nathan of Gaza, leading these massive hordes of Jews who would sell their property at a pittance and then just take a small amount of cash and go make their way with Shabbatai Tzvi. When, however, he confronted the Sultan said, I have an excellent counteroffer. I let you keep your head if you become a Muslim. He had a flash of sanity, and he said, you know what? That sounds like a very appealing counteroffer. And so after being in prison briefly, he became a Muslim, and most of us simply, dejected, fled his movement and tried to rebuild their lives back in their homes and throughout Europe. A small but significant number were so committed to Tzvi. I had actually an interesting discussion with one of my students about it, comparing it to contemporary politics in America. You can just use your imagination. That they believed in him so much that there was nothing that he could do wrong, and it must be that we should justify even the crazy thing. And so a group of Jews, who were later called the Dunme, figured that if Mashiach converts to Islam, it must be that that's what we're supposed to do too. We're supposed to convert to Islam, and we're supposed to do this world tour of all these Middle Eastern religions, and only then will Mashiach come. So the Dunme actually converted to Islam. Jews who converted to Islam, they maintained endogamous relations for a couple hundred years, right up through the 20th century. Several Dunme played major roles in Turkish politics later on. Talk about them in the last lecture when we talk about crypto Jews. But at any rate, the movement ended in a tremendous defeat. Not a sudden and break, because Shabbatai had such an influence. We should realize that much of his Torah was very appealing. It was very thought-provoking, stimulating. It did not read like Narishkar, read like ridiculous ideas. A lot of his thought was very, very persuasive, and many thinkers, you would be surprised if I gave you some of the names, many very mainstream thinkers were engaged to one degree or another in Sabbatean thought. So for the next 100 years or so, many Jews were like having a mini inquisition, where there was always a taint of suspicion of anyone engaged in mystical thought. There was a question, perhaps he was actually a secret Sabbatean. In some cases, especially with kind of B-rated figures, they were actually closet Sabbateans. In other cases, they just maybe looked at some of the books and quoted a few ideas. But nevertheless, the Jews in the 17th century were having a really hard time dealing with these kinds of challenges. And this brings us to the immediate 18th century and the foundations of the life and work of the Chidah. One of these messianic movements was led by an Eastern European rabbi named Yehuda the Chassid, not to be confused with Yehuda Chassid from the 12th century. Yehuda Chassid led several hundred Jews from, I think it was Poland, if I remember correctly, and Germany, to Israel, who were laboring under the misconception that the Messiah was to appear in the year 1706. Bear in mind that the height of Sabbatean activity was the 1650s, early 1660s. This is 50 years later, and Yehuda Chassid brought somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 Jews to Israel, who also sold all of their belongings, anticipating that the Messiah would be revealed and we would have the dawn of a new era. When they landed in Israel, penniless and without any means of support, they overwhelmed the local population of Jerusalem by at least 100%. Meaning there was one of these followers of Yehuda Chassid for every native Jerusalemite Jew. And then within a couple months of their arrival, Yehuda Chassid dies. And now they're left alone and leaderless, bereft of any economic support whatsoever. And Jerusalem goes into a precipitous economic crisis, the Jewish community specifically. They borrow heavily from Muslims, and they are unable to repay the loans, so much so that in 1720, the Muslims actually seize the central courtyard and synagogue of these Ashkenazi, destroy it, and for debts that were outstanding. Absolutely intolerable kind of situation. And this is the period when the Chidah was born. Okay, now let's finally speak about our subject. I apologize for taking so long to get up to it. The name Chidah, he's known as the Chidah, Ha-Chidah, as is common in Jewish practice. It's an acronym for his name, Rabbi Chaim David Azulai. The word Chidah also means secret or puzzle, so it's kind of a clever acronym. His father was a famous Sephardic Kabbalist. His mother was an Ashkenazi Jew. It's not impossible that his mother was perhaps one of the original immigrants, or perhaps a child of the immigrants who made it to Israel under Yehuda Chassid. His years, however, are 1724, which indicates that she's most likely someone who was a very young child at the time that they arrived. In Leghorn, also known as Livorno, Italy, in 1806. His birth was occasioned by something of a miracle. When he was born, all of the attending physician, midwife, and in fact his own mother thought that he was stillborn, that he was dead. But his Bubby agreed to accept this, and she managed to get him to, and suddenly realized, in fact, that he was alive. So he dedicated most of his later Torah to his Bubby, to his grandma. And in writing, he specifically dedicated Torah for managing to save his life somehow. He was a child prodigy from his youth. Apparently, at the age of 13, he was also already giving classes to people who were 3 times his age, especially associated with a Kabbalistic synagogue there in Jerusalem and then later in Hebron. He's famous for so many things, but I'm going to focus on 2 things in particular. First of all, as a great Jewish literary figure, he composed some 85 works. About 65 of them have eventually seen print. The other 25 have either been lost or remain in manuscript. Most of them are fairly small, but some of them are really quite massive, huge honkers of tomes. The most famous of which he actually wrote a massive 2-volume collection called Shem HaGedolim, which he wrote in 40 days, lost the manuscript and wrote it by heart. It's like an amazing thing that you could do this. An encyclopedic work that we'll discuss later on. He also is quite interesting from a historical perspective because he wrote a brilliant memoir, later published in 2 volumes under the title Ma'agal Tov. It may not have been his own title, but in fact, it's not even clear if he intended to publish his memoirs. They may have originally been started as kind of like his own personal journal associated with the job that he had to do, as we shall discuss. But later he decided to develop these and flesh them out for later readers. The Magal Tov, the word Magal in Hebrew means like circuit or circle, and it refers to it's in 2 volumes, the 2 major trips he took as a mulach, as a charity collector for the Jews of Hebron in the south of Israel. Here is a map of his 2 major trips that he took in the middle of the 18th century, starting out here in Hebron, making his way all the way across the Mediterranean basin into northern Italy, Livorno, which was a major center at the time, and then all the way through northern Europe, up into Amsterdam and London, then coming down to the south through Paris and Bordeaux, primarily visiting Sephardic communities, but also some Ashkenazi communities, visiting nearly 200 recorded Jewish towns on the way, and then he brought back the funds to Israel. He was then sent out a couple decades later, where he made a slightly different trip. This time, the first time he also went to Istanbul and the Ottoman Empire. The second time he skipped that and he stayed primarily in the West. But he left us this amazing record of what it was like to travel through Europe and go to these Jewish communities. And we have now a phenomenal document that has not been studied enough. In fact, it's only been translated into English once in the 1980s, and in many ways a brilliant translation, but could be brought up to contemporary standards, and there's a lot more research that can be done. Okay, so that we're going to spend a lot of time looking at these particular excursions. This, by the way, is signature, which gives you the kind of mystical couple of his persona and the larger type of issues that he worked with. I have no idea even how to read this. I don't know where to start. If it's backwards, forwards, whatever. Okay, so what he was doing? The institution he was involved in is called Shlichut, or he was on a mission. The Shalech in Hebrew means to send out, and a person who is sent out is called a Mishulach, meaning someone who is sent. Or someone who is Shadar, which is Shliach de Rabbanan, a messenger, an emissary of the rabbis. And basically, he was sent out to collect tzedakah for the impoverished Jews of Israel. You'll recall that they're struggling because their population suddenly doubled with all of these Ashkenazi freeloaders who are showing up. The Sephardim are managing well, and all these Ashkenazim come. Some of them are Hungarians. They take all the furniture, cover it with plastic, put chandeliers everywhere. Can't pay, everything's on credit. So he was sent out to collect the money. Now, it's a really interesting kind of institution. Why would someone want to do this? And these trips, by the way, took like 3 years. These are massive trips, leaving his family behind and so on. When I talked about this with my wife the other day, I think it was so exciting. I'm reading about the Chidah. Guess what he did? It's so interesting. And of course, my wife's reaction, it's always 180 degrees what I'm thinking about. She's saying, what's going on with his wife and kids? Like, how come we don't have any books about what his wife and kids had to put up with while he goes gallivanting off, visiting all the great museums of London and Paris? She's at home in Hebron dealing with all these Ashkenazim. What's going on? So I could not, as usual, I could not answer my wife's queries satisfactorily, at least not to her satisfaction, but we'll try. But among the motives for being a shaliach, obviously is tremendous communal responsibility. It's a great honor to be able to support the community this way, but it's also very profitable. The Mishulachim, we have great records of how the Mishulachim worked in the 18th century. They keep 1/3 of everything they collect, right? Which is, I understand, about the rule of thumb nowadays. That's a
Jewish history
huge chunk of money. If you go to a wealthy community and you collect 6 figures, well, you've made, a decent salary right there in a few days.
Okay, cool, man. I'm glad you're here.
How'd you find out about me? So it can be quite profitable. It's difficult, but your wife and family are cared for by the community that you left
Okay, yeah.
behind, and you massive amount of money.
Definitely.
You also need to choose someone. The community needs to choose someone who is
Okay,
trustworthy,
well, you're always welcome
who
here.
will
I'm glad you're
manage the
here.
accounts appropriately, will not embezzle the funds. A huge problem that was ongoing with the
I'm always welcome.
shluchim in that time.
Absolutely, you
Perhaps
can
also
talk
in
in
our
here.
time, I don't know. Because they would have to maintain detailed and trustworthy record. The monies they collected, the monies they just spent. The study by Dr. Lehman that I showed you.
What did big man?
What you do on the bed for?
What am I doing on the what?
Oh, I took hands in here.
Yep, I'm watching Jewish history lectures and just chilling. Feel free to stay as long as you want. I'm always live, and you're always welcome here.
What are you live on?
I'm on YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, Discord, Twitter. I'm live on everything you can name, basically.
What's your Twitch?
Just type in Rabbi Rothschild, like my name, and you'll see I'm on like 4 or 5 different accounts right now.
Rothschild?
Just spelled like my name in here.
I'll go give you a follow, man.
I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. How are you? How's your day going?
Comics? Can we watch sports in here?
If you want to stream it, you can. Yeah, I can't because it's copyrighted. But if you want to stream it on your computer, you certainly can.
Rumble Studio. I just gave you a phone.
Thank you so much, big man. I appreciate it.
Twitch.
Thank you so much. Every little bit helps.
I'm trying to draw your account.
Okay, do whatever makes you happy, man.
Yeah.
But earlier goes into great detail looking at the records of the central organization based in Constantinople and the kinds of problems they had with less than trustworthy messengers. You also had people who were like free agents who would show up in a town and they had poorly crafted, faked, or missing documentation to prove that they were representing a particular community, and they would represent themselves as being bona fide charity collectors, collect a certain amount of money and move on, and then when the real charity collectors would come, there would be nothing for them because the community had already emptied its coffers. So it's a real problem and something that required attention. Just to give you a little bit of sense of this, when I was studying this, I was reminded of my childhood. Forgive me, this is very therapeutic for me. I was born and raised in a fairly remote part of Canada here where the dot is, a little town called Iroquois Falls. And I remember, this would be in the late 1960s, maybe early 1970s, that every now and then this rabbi would show up, and we were the only Jewish family in this town. This rabbi would show up, and my parents would kick me out of my bedroom, and I would have to sleep on the living room sofa, and he would get my bedroom for a few nights while he made the rounds in whatever the Jew in this town 10 miles away, a Jew in this other town 20 miles away, and so on. And my father told me that this rabbi was collecting for Beis Yaakov in Montreal. I think his name was Shaulson, if I remember correctly. And he would literally, in the 1960s, hitchhike 800 miles from Montreal to go visit all the tiny little towns of northern Ontario. In every town, there's a little Jewish general store that was owned by someone like my father. And he would go from town to town, hitchhiking in areas where there are more bears than people. It's incredible. Hard to imagine why he would do that. And then later, the reason I'm showing you all of North America is because we moved down to North Miami Beach for my first tenure track job was down here, and I'm going to shul one day, and I show up and I see there's the rabbi, and he makes the same route, probably not hitchhiking, but he makes it all the way down to North Miami Beach, and of course he knows my father and mother and every single Jewish family along Highway 11 was absolutely astounding. And just to give you a sense of the remoteness, this is one of my sons in Iqua Falls. This is the town, by the way, the whole town. This is everything. Here's the paper mill over here. And if my son were to turn around and look back this way, there will be no human habitation until you go over the polar ice cap and go into Siberia, because it's so far north. And this is where this Meshulach would travel. It's really mind-boggling that this would happen. So that's the kind of institution that we're speaking about. And the Chidah was one of like these hitchhiking Meshulachim. He went with just one assistant. And we have to realize, by the way, this is a person with a brain the size of Hannah. This is a person who, if he just stayed at home and wrote Torah books, he would be incredibly famous. Yet here he is, going from town to town, knocking on the doors of wealthy people to ask for funds for Hebron. It's astounding. It's like you can imagine a Nobel Prize winner, standing on a street corner with a tin cup. That's the kind of job that the Chidah was doing. So the looking at the map as a whole, the kinds of places that he would go. Constantinople, here on the Bosporus, this little strait that separates the Black Sea from the Adriatic and the Mediterranean, very important town, and it's the center of the Eastern Empire, the Ottoman Empire. Istanbul, of course, is the Muslim. That would be the center of the Sephardic diaspora. That's where the Jews had the most power, and it was the capital city of the entire Ottoman Empire. So the central organization of these Meshulachim were based in Constantinople. And as Dr. Lehman points out, one of the important things that happens at this time is that the diaspora, through the activity of people like the Chidah, begin to organize themselves as a diaspora community. Rather than losing their identity by being subsumed within the local cultures that they arrive, people like the Chidah are kind of like the arteries and veins that connect one community to another, often living with some degree of hostility with their non-Sephardic neighbors, and connecting them together that they are all part of one diaspora, that they are one klal, so to speak, that is despite their far-reaching connections. This diaspora was very difficult to manage. The languages of the central authority, the Pekidei Kushta, the appointed people of truth is the name of the organization, have to communicate in Ladino, which is basically a Spanish vernacular written in Hebrew characters. They would also communicate in Turkish and in Hebrew, and in different types of handwriting as well. They would have, different styles of calligraphy. They would have to send letters ahead to communicate with whichever communities these shluchim would attend to. So this is a very complicated, hard to understand diaspora, and somehow Chidah really tied together. If you look, for example, Sephardim who are associated with Syria, and the Sephardim who are associated with Morocco, and the Sephardim who are associated with Amsterdam, very, very different cultures, and especially over centuries, they grow further apart. But the role of the Chidah was to still connect them together, to remember that Israel is really the beating heart, the center of the Jewish body politic, literally, and retain their identity as a diaspora community. So why was he such an amazing scholar? This is a source, by the way, I didn't have the opportunity to consult, the more popular, but by the very prolific Yehuda Azulai, quite a bit of work on Sephardic greats, and I look forward in particular to reading his biography of Rabbi Ovadia Yosef. The Chidah was like a dream Meshulach. He was a tremendous scholar. On his first voyage, he tended to be viewed with a certain degree of skepticism, because if you imagine him walking into some German village and dressed in traditional Sephardic attire with a long robe and the turban. The picture that we see here is probably not that far off what he looked like. It's true, it is 18th century, so there's a lot of liberties taken, but we have similar kinds of issues with pictures of the Vilna Gaon, for example. But nevertheless, he apparently was very tall, very good looking, was an exceptional speaker, and he will be called upon as he comes into these towns to deliver some Torah wisdom. In many cases, he describes how he is sort of challenged by the local rabbis to a kind of impromptu Torah debate. And those who are perhaps more insecure in their own knowledge will make it more of an aggressive challenge. And the Chidah was always very careful. He used to fine himself, a monetary fine, if he ever grew frustrated or angry. He would often, put aside money that and this or so. But he would manage all of these strange kind of encounters in a very appealing way. He was quite ascetic. He insisted that while he traveled, he would not sleep on a bed. He slept on boards wherever he went. He was a vegetarian during the week. And for the Sabbath, because he was never entirely sure about the kashrut of whatever village he happened to be staying in. And by the way, he and his assistant were quite often dependent on the services of non-Jews, convey them to their destinations, and every now and then he had to spend Sabbath out in the forest or in a desert even, and all kinds of difficult situations. He mentions, the diary is just a mind-blowing kind of thing. He mentions, for example, when he was in England, and I've been to Scotland where I think I've seen things like this. He needed, and it's a diary, but as a travelogue, it's very entertaining in many ways. He describes how he needed to relieve himself. And, so the caravan that he was with had stopped. They were you imagine some mules and some carts like that. So he went to look for a more private place to relieve himself. And he saw this low stone wall, right? You imagine in Scotland, they've got all these sheep around and stuff like that. This low stone wall. And on the other side of the stone wall, he saw what looked like solid earth. So he decided he would just hop over this stone wall and do what he had to do there. But on the other side of the stone wall was a cesspool, and he didn't realize it. And he ended up to his chest in this filth, and he could not get out. It was and so he started screaming until some non-Jewish woman in a farmhouse nearby came out, and they pulled him out. Imagine, he's dressed in all this Ottoman garb with the turban and everything, and he's smelling. And he describes how you had to cover him in blankets and stuff like that. These are the kind of adventures. Imagine the Gadol Hador, this great rabbi, with these kinds of very human adventures in the kind of things that he's dealt with. He learned to his own chickens, and he would check the chicken on Friday for his meal. Otherwise, he tended not to partake in the food wherever he ate. And there are a lot of interesting, miraculous stories associated with him. So much so, I'll show you at the end of this lecture, there's actually an app for your iPhone where you can read one miracle a day associated with the Chidah. So many of these amazing stories. One, though, appealing, that apparently he was brought an 8-month-old child to visit, and a very precocious child. And he actually taught the child the Hebrew alphabet, which everyone thought was amazing. And then he kissed the child on the forehead, and a few days later, the child died. Then people said to him, it's just a horrible, terrible story. But he said to them, you don't realize that child was actually Mashiach. Mashiach was born in our generation, but we were not ready to receive him. It's kind of woo-woo stories, but, you get a sense of what kind of person he was. Okay. So let's talk about the first expedition. Here's the title page, Magal Tov of it, and you can see in this map here. Whoops, I didn't go over the map here. This is the first expedition. Takes them out all the way out into North Europe, out to London, back down through the Sephardic regions of of France, and then back out to the Ottoman Empire. Reported to the central authorities there, and displayed the Pinkas, the record of money he brought down, and then back down to Jerusalem. To give you just a sense of some of the adventures he had. I talked about some of the receptions that he received. You also have to realize that he had to get frisked by the TSA constantly. He had to go into these many different countries, one after another, with all kinds of different rules. He describes, for example, that when he went into one particular town, I believe it was in Germany, but I can't recall off the top of my head, and they told him in advance, the community said in advance, listen, in our community, this particular nobleman who runs our town is insistent on the Jewish hat. There was a ban that was placed in the year 1215, so this is already 500 years later. It was widely ignored, but that Jews had to wear some identifying clothing, either a round badge on their chest, 2 tablets of the law, but quite often a ridiculous conical hat called the hood. And they gave him one. They said, you got to wear this. You can't go in town without it. He was convinced that this was not only undignified, but it can't be serious. And this is, after all, the 18th century, please. So he describes how he put the hat in his cloak, and he walked around as normal inside the town. He got arrested, and he got dragged before the magistrate, who fined him 100 golden pieces, which was like an astronomical, and he managed to argue his way out of it by saying, hey, listen, I had it on my person. I was technically wearing it. I wasn't actually wearing it on my head. It was in my pocket. That's good enough, isn't it? The boys go out and play basketball. They have to keep it in their pocket or sometimes in their mouth. That's close enough, isn't it? Okay, that's funny, but anyways. So he describes these kinds of adventures that he has as he's traveling. Quite often he was subject to danger. He's carrying a lot of, he has to bring me with him. And it's true that more established town, and he can work with the Jewish community there and engage in bills of exchange to write essentially that will be sent back and that will be honored. But, on the open, walking out of a town with how many golden pieces and certain currencies are legal to possess in different territories, tremendous dangers that he's faced with for years, and he put up with them. Very adventuresome. He also describes he's quite an intellectual, he's got incredible, insatiable intellectual curiosity. Whenever he stays in some wealthy man's home, a gavir, wherever he goes, he wants to know what kind of book they have there. And he writes down his diary, oh, they had a great copy of this, and I read it. They had a great copy of this book, and I saw it. And I saw this manuscript version, and it had differences from the book that I read in Constantinople. And he keeps a record of everything that he read, when he got to whatever location he went to. He loved going to museums. He has an amazing description of the things he saw in the Louvre, in the British Museum. He goes in there and he describes for the curious Hebrew reader what was on display there. He even saw the coronation of the new Ottoman Sultan when the first one died, when he was there, and he describes in great detail exactly who was in the coronation parade and how many of them and what they wore. It's a travelogue. It's a fascinating document. He also is introduced, because he's something of a celebrity himself, especially on the second trip, he's introduced to some fascinating people, and we learn about, for example, his visit with a Jewish man named Perrier, who invented sign language. And Perrier was a Sephardic Jew living in France, who was the first person to actually teach a deaf mute to sign with his hands. It's a Jewish invention, amazingly. And he went to meet him, and he was astounded. The child that had been taught by Perrier could speak in French and in Hebrew by signing the alphabet. And, the Chida has a sense of humor. He says, I was so amazed by this that just for fun, I tried, just wiggling my fingers in different ways. And he says the child looked had a look of consternation on his face. And Perrier said to him, please don't do that. You just made a vulgar gesture, right? So he's obviously joking around there, but nevertheless, it's an amazing story, and we get to meet some of these celebrities in the description of the Chida's travels. Also, a very heroic individual. I'd love to do a lecture on him someday. Now, all of this stuff is fascinating, but what most people know him for is what he wrote, which is absolutely stunning. First of all, there's this book here called Shem HaGadolim, which is probably his best-known work. Shem HaGadolim literally means the names of the great ones. It's a 2-volume compendium, about 4 inches in width, that has some 2,000 odd citations, if I remember correctly. In one volume, it's a citation of every Jewish book that he had ever seen, which is astonishing. I mean, think about it in a bibliographic context. He listed them all alphabetically. Every single book. This is a list from one of the early printings of it. Under the letter Ot Tzadik, on everything written that start with the letter Tzadik. The second volume is a list of all the authors by name and what they wrote. A phenomenal piece of library scholarship with, not just a catalog. He wrote about what's inside these books. What kind of materials are there? And this is besides many important commentaries such as the Birkei Yosef on the Shulchan Aruch and things like that. This is like a huge contribution. I will tell you that, thank God my wife and I, we have 6 kids. And after the first few, we started running out of names. We didn't know exactly who to name our kids after. So we went to our rabbi, because we're Bali Tshuva. We figure the rabbi knows everything. He's going to tell us what to do. And the rabbi says, go look in Shem HaGadolim for names. Go look in the Chidah's work until you find a name that makes sense for your child. So that was an interesting it's a go-to source, like a baby name book as well. An idea of name your child. The only problem is, what happens if you have a girl, right? They're all guys' books. There's no girls in there. So anyways, one other book that I personally studied many times over and I got a lot out of is this book called Chok L'Yisrael, which is not authored by the Chidah, but he composed a major part of it. Basically, it's a 5-volume series, as you can see here, and it's inspired by the Arizal, one of the great Kabbalists of the city of Tzfat, who had a particular practice of learning a certain number every day, a certain number of verses of the Torah, a certain number of verses of the Haftorah, a certain number of verses of the Ketuvim from the Bible, and then a little bit of Mishnah, a little bit of Talmud, and a little bit of the Zohar. And that was his regimen every single day. So one of his students, the Arizal students, figured out exactly which verses, and he set it all down to order. And so you can study the entire Torah and the Haftorah and so on this daily basis. The Chidah took this and said, wow, this is a great idea, but let's make it a little bit more fulfilling by adding a section of halacha and adding a section of musar, a section of oral writings, and he fleshed it out with more modern materials, such that if you read Hebrew well, you probably finish it in about 15-20 minutes. There is I think there's an English translation. I know there's a Spanish translation. Might take a little longer, but he did not insert his own writing into it. He really edited it. You nevertheless get a real feel for who he was because of the sections that he chose. Very deep, passionate connection to ethical behavior and so on. So the second expedition, somewhat more difficult. Now he's coming back when he was in his 50s. The first expedition he started when he was late 20s, and he was this brilliant, young, charismatic individual, but not so well known. By the time he went across 50s, already he's a senior scholar with an entirely different sort of daring and character. Everywhere he went, he was treated with tremendous respect, and people didn't regard him as a meshulach anymore. People didn't show any disrespect as being, to use the Yiddish term, a schnorrer, someone who was begging for money. They treated him like a visiting dignitary that, in fact, he was. He was, of course, very successful with his collection efforts, but he was also importuned on multiple occasions to stay and be the local community. An issue that he felt very difficult not accepting these positions because the communities did well, and he clearly felt that he was needed and loved. but he managed to break himself away almost every time. He's heartbroken, however, en route that his had passed away, and that took him down quite a bit in terms of his energy and also in terms of desire to return. Many of his family had already relocated to Livorno. He had children living in Livorno, and in the end, he decided that he would stay in Livorno and spent several years there, where he finally passed away, being with his children. He did remarry another woman by the same name, ironically, and tried to rebuild his life, but he brought it to an end there. I'll just focus on one last detail about his trip, which is discussed in Dr. Lehman's books. He received very different reception, particularly on his first trip when he went to Ashkenazi communities. Because very often, when you go to Sephardic communities, Sephardim would regard him as, to use the Ladino term, unzera, one of ours. He's Sephardi. Those who are laughing know you're fluent in Ladino. It's actually Yiddish, but anyway. The Ashkenazim, on the other hand, were very like, sorry, you're from the Sephardic community of Hebron. We only give to the Ashkenazic community of Hebron. So we're not really interested. And he was often turned away empty-handed or with very niggardly gifts from these Ashkenazi communities, so much so that he often had to rebuke them in order to get them to donate more generously. This began to fade, especially when he came by the second time, but it portrays a kind of like a growing split between the Ashkenazim and the Sephardim in the 18th century. Okay, to close our lecture, here's the shot from the app, Chida HaYomi, the daily Chida. The most important aspect of the Chida's life from a perspective many centuries in the future is, of course, his literary legacy. But we should recognize that with his tremendous personal efforts to support the poor of Hebron, he also served a major function in tying together this disparate Sephardic diaspora, and also by connecting all of these far-flung communities to the central homeland in Israel. Here was a real legitimate emigrant from Israel, or traveler from Israel, who was showing up in Amsterdam, in London, and saying, I need money back for the poor of Israel, that constantly reminded the Jews of their connection to the Holy Land. In fact, many Zionist historiographers really emphasize his role in planting the idea of early Zionism in the mind of 18th century Jews, because it really connected them to that there are Jews living in Israel today. Let us recall, we're talking only about, before the Ashkenazic onslaught of 1700, we're talking about 1,000 Jews living in Jerusalem, a tiny amount of Jews. So the idea that all of these hundreds of thousands of Jews living in the diaspora could still see Jerusalem as their homeland was very significant. So he really did a lot to solidify the idea of a Sephardic diaspora. Furthermore, the hostility which he occasionally encountered from Ashkenazim, more on the first trip than on the second trip, indicates the tendencies, the centrifugal tendencies that could have torn apart the Jewish community were it not for people like the Chida. There is one last miraculous story associated with his reinternment. In 1956, Chief Rabbi of Israel, noting that the Chida had always wished to be buried in the homeland, petitioned successfully to have his body reinterned from Livorno, and in fact he received a burial with dignity. Here is his mausoleum on the Mount of Olives. But there's one last small story. Sorry, Har HaMenucha, the Mountain of Rest. Thank you. There's one this is a tough audience. People know a lot, and I'm in trouble. We're going to take that out of the internet so it doesn't look. So there's one amazing story associated with it that's told by a Rabbi Mordechai Eliyahu that when they transfer his bodies, you may be familiar with this idea that the bodies of tzaddikim, the bodies of the righteous, do not decompose, right? It's like that joke, what is Beethoven doing lately? Answer is decomposing. But sorry, okay, let's just go back, serious. So the bodies of tzaddikim, this is a widespread mystical belief that the bodies of the tzaddikim do not decompose. So the story told by Rabbi Eliyahu is that, when they put the body of the Chidah in the plane, there were two occasions on the trip. One, in fact, the coffin fell and was actually turned upside down. And so when they wanted to remove the body from the plane and they were going to take him for internment, the rabbi said, we can't just bury him without making sure that his body is resting in a dignified position. The rest of the Chevra Kadisha, the burial society, didn't want to open the coffin, didn't want to get involved, but Rabbi Eliyahu, who was the chief among them, insisted. And so he apologized, as is the custom. He apologized to the Chidah's body that he would not intend to do it any injustice or indignity. They opened the coffin, and he did not look. He just put his hands in to make sure that the bones were arranged properly. And he said that from the way it felt, in fact, the body of the Chid had decomposed at all 200 years later. Story, or 150 years later. Anyways, that's the story for today. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you found the life of the Chidah as interesting as I did. Next week, we'll look at a very different individual. We'll look at Sir Moses Montefiore, also a person of tremendous heroic stature, working tirelessly for the benefit of people. Thank you for your attention as always. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I really got so much inspiration out of hearing about the life of the Chidah. What am I hearing? I was talking. Reading about the life of the Chidah, doing the research for it was just fascinating. And what strikes me the most, perhaps, is the fact that this is a person of really global importance in terms of his scholarship and his erudition. And he had such a difficult, even menial job, particularly in his first tour, when he was traveling around, literally knocking on doors, collecting money for his community back in Hebron. It reminds me of that passage in the Talmud that says, Al Tehi Birkas Hedyot Kal Be'enecha, do not regard the blessing of an ordinary person as of little meaning. That's not really kind of an odd translation, but on the fly. An ordinary person gives you a blessing. Take it seriously, because the person could be someone as great as the Chidah who would never have any idea. Anyways, tremendous contribution to the creation of a Sephardic diaspora identity. We should recall that at this time, Sephardic Jews are speaking English, Turkish, Hebrew, Italian, Ladino. They're all scattered all over, and yet somehow people like the Chidah are able to bring them together, as we saw some of the research from Matisyahu on the pan-Jewish identity. Okay, that's it. Last shameless plug. If you're interested in Ukraine, check out my newest revision of my book that came out. I'm very pleased with it. And fantastic Purim that's coming up this week, next week. Thanks for watching.
Her nipples popped out. She's doing coke again. Every time she goes to the bathroom, she comes out and she ties a button and shows you the top of her pubic hair. And you're like, what do I do with her?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming. This week we have an amazing person to speak about, someone who lived just a little over a century and had a phenomenal impact on the entire 19th century, and in many ways a lingering legacy that continues to inform the way we relate to each other as Jews even into the 21st century. A person of truly towering proportions, someone who had personal influence in so many parts of the globe, and it's really an inspirational character that I got a lot out of in doing the research for this particular presentation. I'm speaking, of course, about Moses Montefiore, an extremely important philanthropist from England who was exceptionally involved on a personal level on the rescue of many Jewish communities, both with his wealth, but also with his tremendous force of personality and the pressure that he brought to bear in so many different political environments. Many regarded him as a Messiah-like figure because of the salvations that he was able to bring to individual Jewish communities, especially in the Near East, His life is somewhat more complicated, but the deeper we go into his personal background, I think you will find that it is as inspirational as his tremendous achievements were. Let's do our good and wealth, though, very quickly. So tonight's lecture is sponsored by Christopher and Anne-Marie Bray. They've long sponsored a lot of lectures here by donating to our scholarship fund, and I think that longtime sponsors should be associated with the name of Montefiore. Our source today is going to Abigail Green's recent biography, a real honker of 500 odd pages, published by the Belknap Press of Harvard. Really an impressive piece of scholarship. She herself happens to be a descendant of Montefiore, but she's also a professional historian, and it's clear that her training is really what dictates the voice of her research. At the same time, it's fascinating to read about some of the inside scoop that she gives us. Like, for example, I'll speak a little bit about one moment when Montefiore's life was miraculously saved, and it is a custom at Passover Seder that all the descendants of Montefiore read at the Seder one page from his diary in which he describes this personal salvation. So it's a very unusual kind of perspective that a professional, well-trained Oxford historian brings to the task, and it's a very worthwhile read. She's got a tremendous skill with setting the scene, whether it's Marrakesh or Damascus or Ramsgate. You really get a feeling for what's happening, and actually I'm hoping to see if I can bring some of that particular special spice into my own writing. But anyway, that's our primary source for today, her book on Moses Montefiore. So who was this man? His years, you can see, 1784 to 1885. He lived just over a century. In fact, the centenary of his birth was a cause for international celebrations, both in England, where he was a major political and philanthropic figure, and also among all of the Jewish communities really of the world. He was incredibly in finance and industry, where he made his fortune, and at a fairly young age, he basically retired from his business efforts and placed almost all of his energy into Israel, into Jewish people as a whole, traveling the world, helping besieged, beleaguered populations, trying to work through some of the political crises that they faced, and also lending of his phenomenal wealth to populations that were desperate for food and suffering from cholera and so on. We'll explore some of those things. He was ultimately knighted by Queen Victoria. He became Sir Moses. It was actually a bit of a scandal when he became the Sheriff of London. The idea that you should call the sheriff by the name Sir Moses, they suggested to him, maybe you could anglicize that somehow to, I don't know, Morris or something like that. Like, my middle name is actually Moshe, Moses in Hebrew, but in English it's Morris. And he said, not at all. I was born Moses, I will die Moses, and you'll call me Moses. Thank you very much. We'll talk about his religious orientation later on in this presentation. It's quite fascinating. Ultimately made a baron as well. And his main claim to fame, as I mentioned, is his philanthropy and his support of Jewish causes worldwide. Here's one of the many tributes that appeared around the centenary of his birth. These wreaths here have a couple of names of places on it where he had tremendous influence: St. Petersburg, Rome, Morocco, Jerusalem, of course. We'll speak about how he improved the lives of Jews living there. Damascus, Constantinople. His coat of arms here, he was very proud to actually have the word Yerushalayim in Hebrew emblazoned on his coat of arms. And when his flag flew, when he traveled through the ancient Near East, the Near East, and the Jewish community saw the flag of an English nobleman coming around with this Jerusalem banner, they often broke down in tears. It felt like a messianic kind of moment when this great wealthy individual was coming through with tremendous aid for the population. He was also he liked to record aphorisms, and he jotted down things in his diaries and in the inside flaps of the books. He was an avid reader. One of his most famous aphorisms is, think and thank, right? Contemplate and express gratitude. He likes collecting these sort of things. So this is kind of like a tribute image to him on the centenary of his birth in 1884. Caused, as I mentioned before, great celebration. Now, I should mention that much of the story that I'm going to tell you today is based on some of the official biographies that have appeared. It happens that he died childless, and he named his nephew Joseph his heir and literary executor. And he had a massive amount of personal papers because, as I mentioned, he was a assiduous journal keeper. He kept diaries, voluminous correspondence all over the globe. And Joseph, some years after the passing of Montefiore, burned almost the entire archive for reasons which are unknown. Some have argued that he wished to avoid exposing his illustrious uncle to the humiliation of scandals that may have been buried in those archives. Others have argued more chilly that he was worried that his uncle would be reified in an idol-like fashion. He didn't want people digging deeply into the documents, and this is an open question. Dr. Green goes into in some detail, and you can certainly peruse her book for various theories as to why this particular act of destruction was motivated. But nevertheless, we have only a few bits of official biographies that were recorded by several figures important in his life, and we have the official papers that Joseph held back that he deemed appropriate to be saved, and also Montefiore had a personal secretary named Löwe, who was actually a rather brilliant man who came from Eastern Europe with a traditional Talmudic education, but a very broad secular education as well, Dr. Löwe. And Dr. Löwe he wrote one of the official biographies. He personally could not bear to see so much of this material lost, so he actually rescued a few key sections from the archive, and that taken together is basically the source material for the life of Montefiore from his own family archives. Of course, he made such a tremendous impact on so many world governments that there's a phenomenal amount of source material, journalistic accounts, government papers, and so on, the other side of the correspondence. So Dr. Green was really able to piece together quite a complex picture of a man whose activity over a century had such incredible impact. He was, of course, Sephardi. This is the theme of this semester's activity. We're looking at the Sephardi diaspora. He actually came from an Italian Sephardi family in Livorno. Livorno, also known as Leghorn, was a major trading port in Italy, northern Italy, and it happened that Jews found that to be a very welcome center for their activity. The Medicis had actually passed a law guaranteeing religious tolerance, which was rather unusual for Europe at that time, and so many Jews flocked to that region, primarily because there they could be free to practice their own faiths. Both the so-called the Spanish Jews, Sephardi per se, those were Jews who had fled when they were exiled from Spain, and also those so-called Portuguese Jews who were the same Sephardi Jews who had fled first to Portugal, where they were forcibly converted, and then over the next few decades they managed to escape, trickling out of the Iberian Peninsula and then returning back to their ancestral faith once again. Just to give you a sense of the pervasiveness of this community split between the Sephardi and the Portuguese, Portuguese was the official language of Montefiore's synagogue in London. That's actually how they would conduct all of their synagogue business, was in Portuguese, minutes taken in Portuguese, and so on. The service was, of course, in Hebrew, and he was adamant that the service should not change one iota. In fact, he was one of the most stalwart defenders of the traditional Orthodox service when they made considerable inroads into England and tried to bring with it some of the German innovations, as the introduction of organs to the service and family seating men there in the sanctuary, he opposed it bitterly, and while he was alive, he was able to, in fact, withstand much of those social pressures. It did lead to a breakaway minion. We will not go too deeply into the politics of that, but nevertheless, orientation was definitely very Sephardic and was based on his heritage from Livorno. His parents, of course, actually English and English citizenship, and they were visiting Livorno, where their parents had come from, and that's his connection there. His wife, shown here, Judith, was actually Ashkenazi, a little bit of an unusual marriage at the time to have the Sephardi elite marrying one of the Ashkenazi elite. When they had a long relationship, she passed away in the 1860s, but when he was irritated with her or wished to needle her, he would call her in German, meine liebe Frau, which was, of course, a Yiddish or German term, underlining the second-class Ashkenazi status as opposed to the Sephardi elite of London. However, she had another connection. Her sister was married to an important Ashkenazi named Roth. So the connection between the Montefiore family and the Rothschild family was cemented through marriage in the two sisters, one of whom, Judith, marrying Moses, and her sister, of course, marrying into the Rothschild family, together with the Goldsmith, a third family from the Ashkenazim. They really controlled a tremendous amount of Jewish wealth and even general English wealth at the time. He was the eldest child of several. Tragically, he lost one of his sisters when her dress accidentally caught fire and she was burned to death, could not be rescued, and then his father died shortly thereafter, and he remained the sole support of his mother from a teenager on. Here's a picture of the two of them together. You can see they're rather quite devoted. You can also get sort of 18th century feel to this image, even though they were married at the beginning of the 19th century. It definitely feels kind of like a Pride and Prejudice sort of image. And here's a closer look at Judith herself. They remained, unfortunately, childless, and this was a cause of great pain to Judith, but she devoted much of her energy to helping women's causes, which often got her husband into trouble, as we shall see shortly. He made his money primarily in the mercantile area as a tea merchant, and then he transferred over to the burgeoning stock market, which is really just developing in the 19th century in London. He partnered originally with his brother Abraham, but they had a major falling out when Abraham married a woman that the rest of the family disagreed with. And in fact, this was like a very sharp or a red line, a defining line in the sand for Montefiore. Intermarriage was something that he looked on with tremendous disfavor, and in fact, he had difficulty reconciling himself with family members who did marry outside of the faith. He made a tremendous amount of money in tea, and then later in the stock market, even more money, and he invested quite a bit of that into several new industries. He was very interested in gas lighting, which was just coming to England at this time. That is, like we have electrification, they had gas lines running all over the place. It sounds, terribly dangerous, but that's in fact what they had for street lighting and things like that. He was a heavy early investor in that technology. Also in insurance. He saw a tremendous value in the field of insuring enterprises of one thing or another, and he became a phenomenally wealthy person at a very young age, built on the family fortune that made it so many times greater that he was one of the most prominently wealthy Jews of London at the beginning of the 19th century. In 1824, he formally stepped back from his business affairs at the age of 30. Although in reality, he was regularly back at the office, using his office for various personal activities, personal correspondence, but almost all of his activity was ultimately political or social or philanthropic in nature. So he was still very much working well into his 80s and 90s, but when he was he had actually retired from business per se already at the age of 30. What did he do with his time after that? Well, it started out primarily as a travel enthusiast. And just to give you a sense of what it must have been like, he and Judith bought a carriage that looked something like this. And they would travel throughout Europe, throughout the United Kingdom. That would take days upon days for journeys that would, for us, take just a few hours. They would spend weeks traveling from place to place, often in these kind of crowded and heated circumstances inside one of these carriages. But he loved it. He loved to go to the seaside. He loved visiting, remote places, and he was very fond of compiling, very detailed travel journals. When they were visiting Livorno, the ancestral family home, at one point, he saw boats dock there, preparing to go to Jaffa, to Yaffo, Israel, and he was deeply moved by the thought that he could actually travel to Israel per se. This really moved him tremendously. It united the religious elements in his personality, which were profound, and ultimately that's when his personal journey of becoming an internationally active individual began. We should mention at this point his religiosity is fascinating. His library contained no significant works of Jewish scholarship. It does not appear that he was particularly learned in Judaism, other than the very basic that would be required of a Jewish male to participate in traditional Orthodox services. He was, in some cases, quite ignorant the halakha of Jewish law, and he relied very heavily on Dr. Lever, I mentioned earlier, for guidance in many areas that other Jews took for granted. On the other hand, what he did know, he was an immovable force with regards to those halachot, with regards to those aspects of Jewish law, and he would not compromise if he felt tradition was at stake. He was very much firmly in that mind, and we should recall that this is not a typical attitude for wealthy Jews of his class in the 19th century, and I would dare say in the 20th or the 21st century. Sometimes, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I just haven't known enough of the right people, but sometimes when people get very, very wealthy, they kind of feel like, well, it's enough already. Right? It's just beyond what's necessary. I don't mean to malign anyone for having money. And all of those of you on the internet who have money, please share it with our students in the scholarship fund. But he was definitely not like that. He was someone who identified with the poor. He refers many times to the great feeling of anguish he felt when he encountered the poor. And we should say that he was not at all parochial. One of the great platforms of his philanthropic activity was that it had to be for both Jews and non-Jews. When he was served, and that's one of the reasons why his particular philanthropies, the Holy Land Relief Fund, for example, were so wildly successful, was because he said outright that whatever monies we collect, which are intended for the poor of Jerusalem, will be given to anyone in Jerusalem who is poor. Jewish matters not. And that drew in a tremendous amount of support from Jews as well to support these particular activities. So he was not at all parochial, and many organizations chose him specifically to be the vehicle for their donations. Let us remember what we talked about last week when we looked at the Chidah, in which philanthropy is really changing dramatically. The whole history and mechanism of Jewish philanthropy is changing because the individual communities in Israel would send quite often, like the Chidah that we saw last, and the Chidah and other Meshulakim would go from town to town and would collect money, and they would typically keep 1/3 of everything they collected for themselves, which meant that there was a certain number of charlatans who would come, and they would also represent, and you have 2, 3, 4 people representing the same poor population coming through town. And if you just gave, 100 lira to the first collector representing Hebron, then the second guy comes, he's also representing Hebron, then you begin to wonder, how much of my donations are actually overhead and how much are actually getting to the poor people of Hebron. So there were several competing organizations that, claimed to collect and organize and administer these collections such that the overhead was minimized. Montefiore did not intend to compete with these organizations, but quite often people just said, you know what, I don't know what to do with all of these solicitations I'm receiving. Let's just give it to Montefiore and he'll take care of it. And in fact, he did. So this is something that we see even in the charitable world today. But let us go back to our story of Israel. So he made 7 trips to Israel in total. And let's recall that trips to Israel in the 19th century were nothing like the trips we have today, where it's harder to get to JFK than it is to get to Jerusalem. It's a tremendous. These are trips that were quite required, travel war zones. It required travel in places where there was no real rule of law. Banditry was common. In fact, on their very first trip, no one would travel with them from their dock in Cairo by boat to Israel because they were afraid that they would be besieged by pirates. Finally, they did find Irishmen who agreed to travel with them, and he said, I'm sure we'll be fine, we won't be attacked by pirates, but just to be safe, everybody has to dress like an Ottoman Turk. And in fact, they had to dress up like Turks with turbans and the whole thing, his wife as well. And, they couldn't get any guards to come with them, so he had to secrete all of the money he had with him in 11 small packets, distributing it through his luggage, and just hope that they would not be attacked on the way. Very dangerous kinds of travels. I would like to read you one passage here. I have a couple of passages in which he describes the kind of feeling he had when he was in these places. Okay, so when he first saw him, he writes in his diary, with humble thanks to my God, the God of my fathers, the only true God, we arrived safe, without any accident, in the city of our forefathers, the great and long-desired object of our wishes and journey. May God Almighty bless my dear wife and honored mother, make me more deserving of his manifold blessings and mercies, that I may become every day a better man, a more righteous Jew, and more useful to my brethren in general, so that my latter days may be virtuous and peaceable. May my God guard and protect me and my dear wife to the end of our lives, and then receive our souls to his almighty care. So you get a sense for the genuine piety that he experienced upon seeing Jerusalem. It was a life-changing experience. He, over the course of these several trips, came with many charitable ventures. He was very big into the idea that the Jews in Israel should be given the means to make themselves productive. Let us recall, he's living in Jerusalem at this time. Something like 3,000 Jews are there. The community is roughly split, Ashkenazim and Sephardim. Very different attitudes to work, to Europe. Montefiore was an unusual of his Sephardi roots, but also his tremendous wealth, coming with decorated carriages, especially in later trips. And he often enjoyed wearing, by the way, his official uniform as the sheriff of London, even after he was no longer sheriff, which is an interesting kind. When I think of sheriff, I think of Wyatt Earp, and 6 guns, but it's not like that. It's more like the sheriff of Nottingham, right? Except good guy, right? With a big, old office, medallion of office with red robes and things like that. And here, and people would be astounded. A Jew could be wearing these kinds of clothes and representing, one of the most maritime country empires. So we believe very much in setting up various types of vocational endeavors. The most famous, iconic example of this is, of course, the windmill that's seen in Jerusalem today. The windmill is one of his many attempts to try and get the Jews some means of production. Because of his experience in England and in Northern Europe, he felt that harnessing to ground grain into flour, something that would enable them to be quite. They didn't really think much about exactly where they put this particular windmill. The wind was not as effective as they would have liked. The wind was constantly breaking down. They didn't have parts for it, so it's more of a kind of a visual one than a very productive means of production for the Jews, but nevertheless, it was quite a significant statement and a visual reminder of Montefiore, as I said. The almshouse here, by the way, for the poor, were paid for by a bequest of $1,000, which is an incredibly sum from none other than Judah Turo, for whom this college is named. We'll speak a lot about him in a couple of weeks when we come back to it. But Montefiore was the Turo's beneficent even back then, because Judah Turo wanted to give this money to the poor of Israel, and he chose Moses Montefiore to do this for him. The Yemin Moshe neighborhood of Jerusalem is named after Montefiore himself. His Hebrew name, Moses, of course, in Hebrew is Moshe. Let's just have to give you one example of the kind of stories that are associated with them. On that first journey to Israel, they had a tremendous amount of difficulty with the sea at one point when they were crossing the Mediterranean, and there was a tremendous tremendous storm that threatened to capsize the ship. Everybody was terrified, and the sea was in. And it happened that I don't know why, but they were carrying with them a piece of the afikoman from the last Pesach. Maybe this was some kind of an amulet, a talisman. I mean, there are, just to back up, especially for the people in the internet audience who may not be familiar, on the holiday of Passover, you eat these unleavened bread, sort of like wafers or crackers, absolutely tasteless. No human blood in them whatsoever. That will become relevant shortly. But I shouldn't even say that on anything like it's scary. But at any rate, it's just bread and it's just flour and water. And one of the pieces from the meal is called the afikoman, and it's a particularly prized piece that it's saved for the very end. Some people save a little bit of it for various kind of folk remedies. I've seen it placed over the threshold of a door as a kind of a fertility invocation. People do different things with it. But anyway, he had some of this afikoman with him on the trip, and the sea was raging. The sailors were terrified. He went out to the side of the dock, of the boat, and he called upon God, and he threw the afikoman into the water, and amazingly calm, and everyone was safe. And after that, everyone was blown away, and they said, wow, this guy's a real Moshe for sure. This is really, so they gave him a tremendous amount of credit, and he recorded this in his diary. And this is, by the way, the story that they read at the Montefiore Seder ever since, because his descendants or his extended family recall that moment. As I mentioned, he was very involved with Turo College and healthcare. Sorry, not Turo College, Judah Turo and healthcare, which is still something very much associated with the Turo name. He was big into a personal philanthropy as well. One of the major controversies going on in the charitable industry in Israel at the time was how many people are there who are eligible to receive alms. The chalukah, the division of the funds coming in from Europe. Obviously, the census is crucial because when the funds are divvied up on a communal basis, if you walk up and say, I represent 3,000 people, or I represent 4,000 people that will have and how much money you can collect for your community. And controversies between communities in Israel, accurate censuses to try and determine how much should be distributed. So Fiore decided that he would personally a charity to every single individual in Jerusalem who asked him for it. And there are some engravings that are presented in Dr. Green's book. I couldn't find it on the internet, put it here on the slide, where he's found with Dr. Lura next to translation of the various languages. And there's huge lineup of people, kind of like the Lubavitcher Rebbe giving out dollars. Huge lineups of people, and each one would come, and Montefiore is seated there, and they would have a little conversation. He would give charity to them, and of course, this is obtained the census because he was able to came to him, and in so doing, he was able to not only get a sense of how much people, but also to have a personal connection with the people he was helping. And it's a lot to him to actually know the stories of the people who need help, and it had a huge impact. He was not above getting into trouble, however. For example, once he was very much in visiting the Temple Mount. Again, I'm sure most of you in this audience are perfectly aware, but just for the internet as well, the Temple Mount, which currently houses the Dome on the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque on top of the site where the Temple of Jerusalem was originally built, both of them. And according to Jewish thought, eventually the third temple will be built, and we'll have to find someplace else for the mosques. That's kind of like the embassy discussion. At any rate, since the Holy of Holies, the Sancta Sanctorum, the Kodesh Kadoshim, is located somewhere on that Temple Mount, Jewish practice since the temple has been a Jew forbidden to walk on that ground. There are some interesting rabbinic opinion about where exactly is the forbidden part of the territory, and in fact there are some opinions which are rather outliers that say no, Jews are allowed to go up there, but the vast majority of rabbinic thought says Jews cannot the Temple Mount. They may not tread anywhere on its steps, because they may actually be walking in a place which is permitted only to the Kohen Gadol, the high priest, during the ritual of Yom Kippur. Montefiore nevertheless visited the Temple Mount, and that caused a huge uproar because all these Jewish communities, traditionalist Jewish communities, were saying, how can you possibly transgress and walk a space? So there are a couple of interesting stories. And actually, he was put in cherem. He was formally communicated by the rabbinic establishment in Jerusalem. Despite all of the charity, despite all of his good works, it didn't matter if he violated Jewish law by walking in the Temple Mount. He was excommunicated. So we should have to pause it and I'll come myself. There are a couple of stories associated with it. One of those stories is that in fact he did not walk in Temple Mount. He was carried in those sedan chairs, and so the nuns, for whom there is ironically no permission to walk up there, they carried around. He never actually set his foot anywhere on the steps. That could be. Another story, which is perhaps more powerful and more telling of who Montefiore was as a person, though, is that when he was put into cherem, when he was excommunicated, he asked his secretary to provide a list of all of the signatories of the cherem, all the rabbis who had formally excommunicated. And of course, they read this list. And then when he was called for an aliyah following Shabbos, he asked the rabbi to read Shaber, to read a blessing on all of the men who had excommunicated. So he repaid ostracism with inclusion. He repaid it with a blessing. I think that says a lot more about the kind of person Moses Montefiore was. It's also possible, by the way, Dr. Green discusses the problematic date of this particular cherem. That may not even have been his fault. It may have been his wife's fault. Why? Because among the projects that Judith was very interested in was women's education. And the whole idea of making the Jews, the impoverished Jews of Jerusalem, productive, teaching them a trade, teaching them a way to earn a living, she opened up a Jewish school for girls in Jerusalem. Let us recall, by the way, that this is a good 60, 70 years before Sarah Schneer, before the Yaakov movement, and so had a tremendous amount of difficulty. The idea of formal education for women established in a much more traditional community. That there's nothing specifically forbidding women from receiving education. In fact, here at Torah College, close to 3/4 of our undergraduates are women. And that's something that's replicated not quite with that degree of disproportion, but in the academic world, early 20th century in general. But the fears among the traditionalist community would be that this would be the leading edge of much more global, far-reaching social change. If the young girls learn how to read, if they learn how to do mathematics, if they learn how to, I don't know, keep books or operate computers or become physician assistants, who knows what would happen, could lead to, I don't know, mixed dancing or ichles. So the Sephardic community ultimately came around to it, and all of the female students who showed up were Sephardic women. The Ashkenazi community completely banned it. And the cherem that Montefiore was put into, according to Dr. Green, was probably more due to the upset over the idea of educating women in a formal environment as opposed to in a home environment that was occasioned by this. And nowadays, of course, in the 20th century, 21st century, we no longer have any controversies about women getting educated. You know, that's a perfectly, I'm joking. I'll probably cut that out of the internet, but I can get into trouble. Anyways, that's some of his. Let me just read you one other thing. After coming back from Israel, he was definitely a changed man. He was definitely someone who, although prior to this, he had taken his Jewish identity for granted and his Jewish participation kind of like, you know, sort of typical for his class and station. After visiting Israel, he was a changed man. And we have here on his 43rd birthday on board a ship on his way back from Israel, especially after visiting the tomb of Rachel, which moved Judith very, very deeply. He writes, I humbly pray to the God of my forefathers, my God, the only true God, to grant that I may henceforth become a more righteous and better man, as well as a better Jew, and that I may daily be more deserving of his mercies, that I may, to the end of my days, be guarded and directed by his almighty providence. And when it pleases him to take me from this world, may he greatly receive my soul, pardon and forgive my iniquities, support and comfort my dear, dear life. This day begin a new era. I fully intend to dedicate much more time toward the welfare of the poor, attend as regularly as possible on Monday, Thursday, and Saturday synagogue. And in fact, this is what he did. He turned around synagogue attendance in such a profound way that it was typical for members of the synagogue, particularly the wealthy classes, to not attend. If they failed to attend a certain number of days, we should try this in shul today, they were fined. It was a fine that you had to pay. You had to pay a fine. So Rothschild simply paid the fine, and he felt like it. But then after visiting Israel, not only did he avoid paying a fine, he gave alms, but he didn't pay the fine, he asked to become the gabbai himself. And he became the taskmaster. And he was one who was constantly pestering all of his social circle. Why aren't you coming to shul? And he was dragging them in, and he literally revolutionized the whole attitude towards shul among his social class. It was a brilliant personal transformation. He was something of a Baal Tshuva himself in this regard. But we have to go on, because there's so much more to say about him. I jumped ahead a little about this, right? I talked about this without even the slide. So what is, I think, most significant, though, in his religiosity? Because as I mentioned earlier, he was not a learned Jew. He didn't spend a lot of time focusing on the traditional texts, but he regarded his own avoda to be that of chesed. I've given those terms intentionally. The word avoda in Hebrew, avodah in modern Hebrew, or in Sephardic pronunciation, it's hard to translate properly. Literally means work, service, but even that, service is not a great translation. The word avodah has two kind of complementary elements. One idea is, take the Hebrew word malacha, which means labor. It's effort, to do things, to physically carry things and get sweaty. That's part of avodah. If you say an eved, a slave, right, or a servant, depends on the context, but that's someone who physically has to do work. So avoda is something that you have to reach down into your kishkas to do. Kishkas is another difficult term to translate, but it's something you really have to work to do properly. Avoda, however, is also the term used biblically for worship and the service of the temple. Service in the sense of, to use a Hebrew word as well, sharet, to actually provide for another. So the avoda would be to provide, so to speak, for God, but there's also an avoda for one's fellow, that is to provide for another person. So looking at his attitude, his personal avoda, which is again these two elements of both physical labor, effort, and service to the other, that it was defined by chesed. This is the second term I want to define. Chesed, again, hard to translate. It's generally rendered as kindness, but in the context in which it appears a few places in the Bible, it means beyond what is the norm, doing more than is necessary. It's related to the word chassid, right? Like the Hasidim in Williamsburg and in Crown Heights and so on. So his chesed, his kindness was beyond the norm. His personal avoda was, what can I do for other Jews? And for other poor people in general, how can I possibly help? And he devoted a tremendous amount of his energy to this specific task. Let's look at a couple of examples. So the Damascus affair was perhaps the defining moment of his chesed outside of the narrow confines of monetary assistance. In 1840, there's a terrible story that a Capuchin monk named Thomas and his servant, who was Muslim, named Amara, disappeared in the streets of Damascus. We don't know exactly what happened to him. He was probably murdered and, the body lost because he was involved in some nefarious activities. Bones were later produced in the context of the scandal, but the people who found the bones would not release them to be examined by a forensic expert to see if they were even human bones. They may have been, dogs or something like that. Anyway, we don't know what happened to them, but they disappeared. A story went around Damascus, however, that what happened to this monk and his Muslim servant was that they were captured and murdered, and their blood was drained in order to make the Passover matzah, right? The ridiculous blood libel that has haunted the Jews for centuries. Complete fabrication, has no basis in reality whatsoever, but nevertheless has always spelled doom whenever the libel circulated. Now, it happened that Damascus at this time was under some French control, and a French government employee actively prosecuted the case, believing that this in fact had happened, that the Jews had killed this monk for his blood. They arrested 7 Jews and tortured them horribly. Some of the tortures are described in the Montefiore biography as well. I'm not going to repeat them here, but they're just awful. And happening is 2 of the tortured Jews actually died while in custody. One tried to shoot himself by converting to Islam, and the remainder confessed. Quotation marks, of course, because they're confessing while being hurt, and they listed all the names of Jews in the community, particularly prominent Jews, and said they were all involved in this crime to murder this man. Those people were also arrested, and the whole cycle began again, and it became quite an awful. At one point, trying to seek more information, officials stormed a Jewish school and arrested 63 children and kept them incarcerated, separated from their parents, forcing their parents to give up the names of people who were involved in this plot. Absolutely horrible thing. It happened that one of the Jews that was arrested was an Austrian citizen. And so the Austrian government got involved and said, listen, we don't do these kinds of things. This is already 1840. This is the modern era. We don't do such things. And it was reported in the Austrian press. The Jewish world got wind of it, and eventually it came to Montefiore's attention. And these Jews were still held incarcerated with dire consequences that they would be murdered on this ridiculous charge. So together with Adolphe Crémieux, shown here, a very important French lawyer, with whom Montefiore did not get along. The two of them ended up being complete rivals over so many things. But nevertheless, they cooperated on this and a few other ventures as best they could. They resolved to send a delegation to the Ottoman Empire to say this cannot happen, and also complain formally to the French government to indicate that their government agents should not be involved in perpetrating such a crime. So they ended up traveling to Egypt. At the time, Damascus was under the control of an individual in Egypt. And there, Montefiore took advantage of his 6'3" frame and his official sheriff's robes and so on. And he demanded, together with Crémieux, that this end. There were some other geopolitical events going on that would be too complicated for our purposes today, but ultimately it became clear to the Egyptian authorities that it would be a good idea to capitulate, at least in some form. So what they did was the Egyptians agreed for the immediate release of the prisoners, although not a pardon. They would just agree to let them go free. They eventually they created by the way, there was a burial site created for the monk, and the inscription says, "Here lies Thomas, who was cruelly murdered by the Jews for his blood." And that Montefiore was never able to have that inscription removed from the grave as well. But nevertheless, they also agreed to issue Firman, a document that indicates that, in fact, Jews do not drink Christian blood, and so on. So this was regarded, even though it was not a total victory, they didn't get the pardon, they had other things associated with it. Nevertheless, Montefiore was hailed as a tremendous hero for his personal involvement in bringing about the release of these Jews from the blood libel. And he was viewed by the Jews of the eastern part of the Mediterranean as a tremendous savior figure who was able to sail in from London and be able to actually turn things around for these beleaguered Jews in prison. When he returned to international fame, a commemorative community actually created this massive trophy for him, a kind of a commemorative thing. There's a picture of it in Dr. Green's book. It's in silver. It looks like it stands about 3 feet tall, and it has figures around here of Moses and Ezra, and here's one of the Jews of Damascus. The sphinxes represent Egypt, and on the panels shown down here, there are the whole story of Damascus affair, and at the very top is a depiction of David killing the lion, save the lamb, a famous passage from the book of Samuel. And obviously the imagery is that Montefiore was like David, who goes out and faces down a tremendous threat, the lion in this case to save the lamb, the Jews of Damascus. So it's a very dramatic moment, probably the high point of his career as a philanthropist and as someone involved in Jewish affairs. But, in the interest of time, I'm going to have to skip through things very quickly. Another major effort was in Russia, where Montefiore was called because Tsar Nicholas I, shown here, had issued a decree that all Jews had to be displaced if they lived within 40 or 50 versts of the border. There was a tremendous amount of smuggling that was going on across the German borders with Russia. Jews were suspected, probably correctly, of being involved in that trade. But Nicholas I, in his typically autocratic and heavy-handed style simply banished all Jews from this region, causing tremendous dislocation and suffering, demographic upheaval. We should also recall that Nicholas I, here, by the way, is a picture of the Pale of Settlement. This is the region where Jews were allowed to live in the Russian Empire between 1772 with the first partition of Poland up until the end of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. This region, it's a strange name in English, Pale of Settlement, but Pale really means region. In Russian and in Hebrew and in other languages, it's just the region of settlement. The term Pale probably comes from English history, and the region that separates the southern part of the UK from Scotland was also called the Pale. We have this phrase in English, beyond the pale, meaning beyond the normal boundaries. But anyway, so region of settlement, these are regions where Jews were allowed to live. So any Jews living within 50 versts of the borders with the West had to move to the interior of the Pale of Settlement, whatever the economic consequences were. Montefiore went over there. He met with a lot of the officials. He actually met with some of the reformers, the Jewish reformers who were trying to create a vocational school system there. He was initially quite impressed. One of the things that he thought was extremely valuable for Jews was that Jews should learn the vernacular. That was a key tenet of the reformers who were establishing these schools in Russia, was to get them to learn the Russian language. In reality, the proselytizing efforts of the church were using these schools in a very profound manner, and Montefiore was eventually soured on that idea because of the interference of the Russian Orthodox Church, but he did like the idea of the vocational schools. He met with Nicholas I officials and attempted to dissuade them from this particular plan. He was not especially successful, but he did spend a tremendous amount of time arguing with them and to know the Jews of Eastern Europe as well. He was very moved by his reception in Vilna in particular. He and his wife visited the grave of the Vilna Gaon and shed many tears there, as he describes. But one of the fascinating passages is he had a debates with some of the local Hasidic leaders. One, Itcha Meir in particular, and I think of Fremishler, if I'm not incorrect. At any rate, they had a long discussion over the question of vocational training for Jews in Russia, and specifically the idea of learning the vernacular. And of course, the Hasidim were opposed to it because they felt that this would represent the end of traditional society. So towards the end of a long debate, here, I'll just read to you from Dr. Green's book here. And it's very appropriate since we just had Purim here. Lara, this is the Montefiore doctoral assistant and translator, tried to persuade the Hasidim that there was good cause to be made in favor of enlightenment by arguing that if Mordechai had not understood the dialect of Bigtan and Teresh, right? Remember the story of Purim, that Mordechai overhears them plotting to kill a king. So he says, if Mordecai had not understood the language, he would not have been unable to uncover the plot against King Achashverosh. And so his linguistic ability had saved the Jewish people. Rabbi Itcher responded, this is a Hasidic individual responding, that the book of Esther proved quite the contrary. Had it been generally known that the Jews understood the language, then Bigtan and Teresh would never have been so indiscreet. Right? They would not have spoken in the vernacular because they would have thought they understand. So Mordechai, however, was a member of the Sanhedrin. This is the Talmudic understanding, and therefore a linguist. But the same did not apply to the masses. Unwilling to enter into such high-flown Talmudic disputation, Montefiore intervened pragmatically. Quote, if you oppose the study of secular subjects, who will be qualified to protect your rights before the government? Rabbi Itcher smiled politely. We are praying for the advent of the Messiah. But until then, we are well satisfied with you, honored sir. So it gives you a sense of how Montefiore was interacting with this complicated society, but also how he was regarded by quite traditional elements. A last hearing, which unfortunately he was not successful, and this shows how the waning of his powers, but it also illustrates the fact that Jews turned to him worldwide, was the horrible Mortar affair. We spoke about this briefly last week. Mortar affair is this story in which a young Jewish child was baptized as a baby by his non-Jewish maid. And when word got out to the church that, in fact, young Edgardo had been baptized many years earlier, the Pope actually arrested the child, brought him to a monastery, and raised him as a Catholic. Because he had been baptized, he therefore was a Christian in good faith, so to speak, regardless of the fact this baptism happened when he was a child. This is a famous portrait that tries to illustrate the moment of his seizure by the church. His mother is fainting here. What ended up happening is Montefiore was called upon, much as he was for the Damascus affair, to come sort this out. Please get this young, he was 8 years old, child back to church and reunited with his family. He went to Rome, met with many officials, was unable to persuade the church to release the child, despite international pressure, and in fact had to go home empty-handed. Mortara, who is shown here as a baby on the left and as an adult on the right, ultimately grew up to become a priest himself, to engage in proselytizing activity. When asked about his feelings, he recorded that he has absolutely no desire to go back to his Jewish family, and he accorded that sensation to none other than divine grace that God must have implanted within him to remain a Christian. Steven Spielberg, shown below here, is currently making a film that I'm sure will be an absolutely fascinating movie, which documents the horrible story of the kidnapping of Edgardo Mortara, which is the title of the film. I think it's slated for release 2018 or 2019. So to sum up his legacy, Moses Montefiore, absolutely phenomenal Sephardic individual who early on realized that his role in the world was far beyond that of an extremely well-to-do London Sephardic Jew, that he could expand his horizons far beyond his Bevis Marks synagogue, reach out to the Jews of the world. He leveraged his phenomenal wealth and his personal charisma and his political clout to literally save thousands of lives around the world, and the world has been transformed by his philanthropic mind and by his ceaseless dedication to the welfare of the Jewish people. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to speaking to you next week.
Well, I guess what I found absolutely fascinating about that particular presentation, but I really loved it how this is an individual who stepped up to the plate, who saw what he was capable of doing in the world and then acting on it. I mean, it's absolutely mind-boggling. I wonder how many more Montefiores are out there. I wonder how many Montefiores are actually watching this video. Well, that's an interesting idea. If you are even a little Montefiore, please think about what you can do for the world and act on it. That would be great. I'll give you a couple of easy things. First of all, share this video. Maybe that's the extent of your Montefiore-ness. Maybe that's what you can do to encourage someone else who might be able to help others in a significant way. And that is significant in itself. You can be the one to inspire another person to do something great. If you want to push your Montefiore-ness just to the next notch, then think about supporting our students with a sponsorship of one of the lectures. We've got 2 left this semester, or for another donation to fund in general. I'll put the little website on the bottom here. And if you want to do even more, I don't know, the sky's the limit. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I look forward to speaking to you next week. Thanks very much.
Okay, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. It looks like I'm going to do a sparse turnout tonight. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's a subject. It's a very unusual topic they're going to address tonight. We're going to look at the life of Daniel Mendoza. A little bit of a departure from our usual fare of, like intellectual and spiritual greats. We're going to go into the physical world. We're going to look at the life of a prize fighter. Fascinating story of his life. Not necessarily kosher in all respects, but, this is not a sermon or a drasha. This is a brief history class, so we're going to look at warts and all, so to speak. Let us begin with a thank you to Lieutenant Richard F. Moreno, who has sponsored many lectures, more than one in this particular semester. And this lecture is in memory of his father, Frank Moreno, who was born Pablo Igualpo in Spain, whose family history, of course, goes through much of the material that we're discussing here. We're very grateful to Lieutenant Moreno for his support of our students and of this particular series. Tonight's sources, there's no book-length biography of Daniel Mendoza, at least in the traditional text format, as we shall see. So I relied on a few articles, which were quite fascinating. A beautiful article we'll read from at the beginning of this lecture. That Lewis Edwards prepared a paper for the Jewish Historical Society of England, writing in 1938. Fascinating to imagine what it must have been like to speak about a Jew who fought back in 1938 in an environment when the Jews of Europe, just across the channel, were enduring such tremendous persecution in the medieval war era. We'll also look at John Wales' Daniel Mendoza's Contests of Identity, Masculinity, Ethnicity, and Nation in Georgian prize fighting. There's a lot to say about Mendoza and his specific role in embodying Jewish aspirations in a very physical form as a prize fighter, as opposed to a kind of like a pasty complexioned, Talmudic, underweight man sitting and learning Talmud all day. Mendoza was a tough little scrapper, as we shall see. And finally, most interestingly, a recent master's dissertation defended at McGill University by Daniel Brody, the Jewish strongman Daniel Mendoza stereotype in late Georgia. A little bit longer than the other two and actually quite useful. Unfortunately, one book that I really wanted to look at, I did not get in time to cover this lecture, but there is a graphic novel, Mendoza, published by Oxford University Press, which is in itself an amazing thing that Oxford University Press is publishing graphic novels. It says something about the medium and how it's maturing. I quite get it yet, but I'm hoping to understand exactly why graphic novels are so appealing. They're intended for undergraduates, and so anyway, fascinating material. I would have liked to have seen them before this lecture, but I'm putting a plug in for people who want to read more. So let us begin with just the bare biographical facts. What are we talking about here? I know it's appropriate now to speak about Daniel Mendoza. After all, he is a boxer, and that's what we do, right? His year 764 were not precisely that date, but he passed away in 1836. He was 5'7" and 160 pounds. So just to get a size of what that looks like, he had a little bit of height on me, and I've got a little bit more than a little weight on him. So in other words, about my size, only more svelte. That's the kind of size we're talking about. And he was the heavyweight champion of the world, fighting as a middleweight. And you've seen those boxers, right? You've seen Muhammad Ali, you've seen Tyson and so on. They're like the size of a school bus. And he was defeating them all. In his record, which is incredible, he fought 37 formal fights. He won 34 of those fights, 30 of which he won by knockout or technical knockout. In this context, technical knockout, TKO, refers to fighting until your opponent is no longer able to continue. May still be conscious, but simply cannot continue anymore. So this little tiny guy, a chutzpah, was fighting against these big, tough Irish and Scottish and English men and beating them to a pulp. And he's a Jew. It's an amazing kind of thing. We don't have very many figures like this in Jewry. Maybe you've heard the joke. It's not really a funny joke, but it's actually a little bit kind of like nasty. But Yeah, I'm not even going to tell it, but it has to do with how many Jews are in sports, and it's just not true at all. At any rate, he was very much aware of his Jewish identity and the way that he was perceived as an outsider in Georgian England, and he used it to his advantage. He was always Mendoza the Jew. That's how he was billed in his fights, and it was he intentionally used his outsider status to portray his fights kind of like a defense of this besieged nation and protect Jewish pride and really elevate the sensibilities of Jews. Even though he had some character flaws, as we shall see, nevertheless, he was regarded as a phenomenal hero in 18th century, early 19th century England. Okay. We should start with a little bit of an apology. As we are talking now about not necessarily the most educated or the most noble of figures. We're not talking, we're putting them in the same series. People like the Chida, Sir Moses Montefiore, Benvenuto Abravanel. Put all those away for tonight. We're going to look at a totally different part of Jewish history. And let us recall that, Jewish history is filled with Jewish people. And as Rabbi Beryl Wine, one of the doyens of popular Delta Ed history of the Jews, likes to say, you should never confuse Judaism with Jews. That's very much the case here. We're not talking about someone who was specifically motivated by his Jewish identity or tried to do something noble for the Jewish people. In fact, the opposite, he may have used his Jewish identity for personal gain in some context. But, that's the nature of the subject that we engage in. We're looking at Jewish life and all of its complexity and sometimes its darkness. Lewis Edwards was certainly conscious of this when he provided that paper in 1938, the first real scholarly biography of any type of Daniel Mendoza, and he wrote at the introduction, it is suggested that, and you have to imagine he's reading this before an august, panel of intellectuals and scholars and historians at the Jewish Historical Society of England. They're trying to really reach the highest levels of Oxbridge learning and so on. And he writes, it suggested that, though an apology is not necessary for the subject of this paper, an explanation would not be out of place. Meaning, why are we talking about Daniel Mendoza, a boxer, in this august setting? He says, to the muse of history, nothing nowadays is common or unclean. And were the subject of boxing, in fact, even more disreputable than its opponents have claimed, a society purporting to deal with all phases of Anglo-Jewish history could still not deny it an audience. Meaning, Mendoza is the thing, like it or not. Mendoza is an important person who had a huge impact. His Jewish identity is well known, and he was perhaps the most famous Jew in England in the 19th century. And as I think you will find interesting, he was probably the first Jew to meet King George, before Moses Montefiore and many other people. First of all, we might as well get it another way. He does have a significant criminal record. Now, the archivists have not been able to connect every single Daniel Mendoza reference police records to our Daniel Mendoza. Some cases it's possible with about multiple Daniel Mendozas. Certainly there are crimes committed later in life after he had achieved tremendous fame that are definitely the Daniel Mendoza that we know and love. These are earlier ones we're not entirely sure. But at age 18, for example, one Daniel Mendoza was convicted for a mugging that and he part of some kind of gang that was made up of other Jewish criminals. The reality of the history of Jewish criminality is something that goes way back into ancient times. I'm not going to make any statements here about the proportion of Jewish criminals vis-a-vis the rest of society. My grandmother, I'm always just say that Jewish husbands are the best because they don't drink and they don't beat their wives, and that's what makes them the best husbands ever. Kind of like a low standard, but I have reached that. I made it. Okay, but it's it's not hard to imagine it. We know in our own, in real life, that we live in an urban environment. There are all kinds of Jews engaged in all kinds of activities. We might be able to make some generalizations about when Jews go into crime. There are certain crimes that are more Jewish in character, like white-collar crime and things like that. Fraud, perhaps, God forbid. But Mendoza was like right at the bottom. He was with a whole bunch of other criminals running in the streets. And among the things that if this is the same Mendoza, at age 18, he mugged a man. The man tried to fight back. Mendoza took out some kind of blade, perhaps a penknife or something, and stabbed him several times in the hand. He was caught and arrested, and he was in fact deported to a penal colony for 2 years. He disappears for some time. The same would happen to his son, who also picked up a life of crime as well. We know that when he came back, or actually this is a little bit earlier, he had a series of menial jobs. He was a glass cutter, and he was fired because he beat up the boss's son. He was a grocer. Here it says grocer. This is an old 18th century spelling of the word grocer. He was fired because he had a female boss, and there was some other woman who was constantly accosting her, and so he would zealously defend his female boss. Excuse me, no, sorry, this was a male sometimes bother his female boss, so he came to her rescue. We only know some of these things not from criminal records, but from Mendoza's own account, which can be somewhat self-serving, so we have to read these perhaps with a grain of salt. And as I mentioned, he was deported in criminal proceedings as a youth. It's interesting to note that Mendoza nevertheless is a tremendous hero for Jews, both in his own time and then much later as well. So there's another comic version of Mendoza the Great, because it's hard to find heroic Jewish fighters before the Zionist movement in particular. Like, where do you go to look for these people? You go back to the biblical period, King David, wow, plenty of them. But then the scope of the ages, Bar Kokhba, then it's really hard to find fighters. And Jews living under often anti-Semitic, persecutorial conditions, feeling marginalized, feeling weak, feeling stereotyped. Mendoza was look at Mendoza. He's really what a Jew could be on a physical plane. It's a fascinating kind of contrast. Let us understand that when Mendoza was coming of age, this is in some ways a very bad time for Jews in England. Their Jews had been expelled in the year 12. The massacres at York, and Jews, persona non grata in England for about 400 years. They were readmitted to Oliver Cromwell. I can remember that I spent a summer studying at Oxford, and they have these beautiful botanical gardens there that were built in the old Jewish cemetery. After they expelled the Jews, they had this land. They just removed all the graves, and they built a gorgeous botanical garden. Today, my wife and I were walking by. Went up to the ticket window. My wife like this. She has fear. She's like channeling Mendoza in some ways. And she goes up to the person behind the ticket counter. She says to them, "You know that all of this entire garden is planted on top of a medieval Jewish graveyard." And the woman behind the counter says, "No, so that's why everything grows so nicely, right?" So there's at any rate, they're kicked out in 1290. They're admitted back in the 17th century, right? 17th century, but they don't necessarily have full emancipation yet. They are slowly, and especially the Sephardim, who culturally are much more inclined to adapt to the social norms of a society, adapting its dress and its language and so on and so forth. They are making real strides towards acceptance. And in fact, this is happening on the continent. France would grant equal rights to all Sephardic Jews in 1790. They would wait another year before they gave it to the Ashkenazic Jews. And in England, there was enough of this sort of momentum that in 1753 they said, you know what, let's pass a bill that was known as the Jewish Naturalization Act, informally known as the Jew Bill. That gives Jews equal passed through the House of Lords, but when it got to the House of Commons, there was such an uproar. Numeral House, kind of like Senate Congress. So the Senate, as it were, the House of Lords said, okay, sounds okay. That's enough, I think, for Americans, right? So the upper house said, sounds like a good idea. But when it got to the popular house, there was such an uproar that it was considered an insult to Christianity, that you were vacating Christianity from the British Isles by admitting Jews as equal citizens. It was earned, and the bill was dead. So England, as a government, had officially said no to Jewish emancipation, and they were kind of locked in a limbo of slowly increasing social rights, but legally they were still second-class citizens. There's a lot of fascinating things to contemplate with that. Perhaps we'll get to it on the next slide. This was not because of the Sephardim so much as it was because of the Ashkenazim. The Sephardim, as I mentioned, tended to adapt quite rapidly in terms of mores and behaviors and attitudes and so on, and they tend to be wealthier as well in business. We talked about the Montefiore's last week, but the Yiddish-speaking Jews from German territories, Austria, Hungary, Germany itself, they were really quite foreign, maintained their traditional modalities of dress and commerce and so on, and England just was not ready to consider them equivalent. It is important to note that England is a country that has a long tradition of Philo-Semitism, that England has itself, the British people themselves, have often identified with Jews, seeing that there's even a tradition that the British Isles were populated by the lost tribe of Menashe, that the English were actually descendants of that lost tribe, and there were some sort of, affinity drawn to the diaspora of the Jews, to the condition of the British people. So there was a natural trend of Philo-Semitism that we definitely see through much of the early modern period. We see it culminating perhaps in the Balfour Declaration of 1917. At the same time, there's also a competing trend of anti-Semitism, which is not the same character as you will find in the continent. It's certainly not the same character of anti-Semitism you'll see in the German-speaking lands, for example. The blood libel and things like that, even though it has a history in England, the first blood libel was, of course, 1144 in Norwich, but it was not taken seriously. Instead, there was kind of like a genteel anti-Semitism that may have ascribed to Jews negative characteristics, but not necessarily ones that were fatal in nature, and not ones that would necessarily imply genocidal impulses. Fagin, for example, who's still at 100 years after Mendoza, 60 years after Mendoza, is a classic case in point, where Dickens created a character of Fagin in a twist who was absolutely horrific, and he was a Jew. But he was not, when you read it, he was not absolutely horrific because he was a Jew. Jewishness was just something that, along with his awfulness, like, let's say, the fact that he had red hair. His red hairness was part of his character, and Dickens, played it up, but he did not necessarily make Fagin Jewish in order to make a agenda. In fact, when he was called to the carpet about it, he was horrified that people would think this of him, and he later attempted to undo about positive Jews in his later works, undo this kind of characterization. It's hard to apologize for something when you've already offended so many, but that gives you just a sense of the kind of two worlds in which Jews could inhabit space in the British society. So let's go back to Mendoza. Here's a great picture from the period. Have a closer look at it. You notice that there's kind of like this backdrop. First of all, his pose. He probably didn't look quite this muscular. Again, remember, he's about my certain number of pounds, smaller than I am. And here he looks like he's really quite buff, and he's got quite a bit of pounds on me. But nevertheless, you've got all these admiring British citizens in the background, and they're all, looking in awe at his awesome physique. He's got this determined look in his eyes. Note the haircut. That will be very significant, as I shall explain in a minute. And he's got his fists up ready to go. In the background, you have like the beautiful British countryside, as if he's defending the British Isles themselves, as if he is somehow the representative of all that is good and noble in the UK, and he is going to stand for it. So his innovations, why was he a special boxer, besides the fact that, of course, he was the champion of the world for some time? So first of all, he had a unique fighting style, which boxing websites, when I was doing research for this, will go on and on about Mendoza's style. Like it was something really unique and special for the time. I don't know how to imagine it. I wish I had some videos of it. But apparently he adopted, like most boxers of his day, tended to compete in a very rigid manner. They would take their stances and essentially rely on their reach and their power and try to pummel their opponent into submission. Mendoza, on the other hand, would move a lot. It's amazing to me. They thought it was a big fetish, an innovation, that you should move out of the way when someone else punches you. It takes a Yiddish cop, I guess, to figure that out. But he apparently moved a lot. He put a lot of emphasis on footwork, on stepping, rather than simply standing there and trying to bend one way or the other. And he would also simultaneously defend and counterattack. So every move contained both a deflection of a blow coming his way and also a simultaneous attack on his opponent that was apparently quite deadly. From what little I know of Krav Maga, which is a form of martial art that was developed in Warsaw during the 20th century, that it has a similar kind of approach beyond our scope today. So his fighting style was apparently unique. I can't say too much about it. He was the first fighter to charge admissions for his fights. In other words, these were not like just, okay, I'm going to meet you tomorrow at noon and we're going to create an open space and then whoever wins, wins. But there was a lot of money changing hands at these fights because there was gambling. And since there was a lot of gambling going on, and Mendoza also capitalized on the gambling, he and his opponents, particularly Richard Humphreys, who we'll talk about in greater detail shortly, decided to mount their prize fights far away from the urban centers, often outdoors, but you had to commute to get there. It wasn't something that was like fought in the alleyways. And so therefore, people who went tended to have more means that they could get away from work and could afford to travel to attend these, and then they would actually charge admission to watch these spectacles. So he applied an economic incentive to prize fighting, which of course is still true today. Haircuts. In one of his last battles, he was brutalized by an opponent who Mendoza was very proud of his Samson-like locks, grabbed him with his left hand by his hair, and with his right hand pummeled Mendoza into submission. And you have to realize that the rules of boxing at this point in the century were pretty limited. And so that he could do this it was legal, although somewhat dastardly. There is a widespread notion that you'll find on all these boxing websites that as a result of that particular fight, I think it was in 1795, boxers always cut their hair short. It's the Mendoza haircut in order to avoid this kind of situation in the future. He also had a unique sense of theater. He realized that boxing was the kind of sport that had a lot of economic potential and that there was a lot of build-up to it, the gladiatorial aspect of it, the personalities of fighters, that they could speak in advance, that they could have like trash talk, and it would be reported widely in the papers, much like it is today, and so people would be built up towards these kind of events. He pioneered that entire industry. So in many ways, Mendoza was the father of modern boxing as a whole, as opposed to just street fighting. Mendoza really took it to the level of uh, an industry. His first fight is perhaps most indicative of where he came from. He was a young man. He was 16 years old, 1789. And the fight was so remarkable, it was actually reported to the Times, major British newspaper. It was also mentioned in his memoirs, which we'll talk about later, and there's some interesting small discrepancies between the stories. At any rate, at this time, he was working as a grocer, and he had apparently a big box of tarts, a big box of baked goods. And he was walking past a regiment of soldiers who were training, and he may have looked Jewish or something, but one of the soldiers stepped out and, said some derogatory remarks and actually boxed him on the head. That was not a pun. He hit him on the head. And apparently he was carrying the box of tarts on his head as well. The box fell down. They're all crushed and ruined. And Mendoza got quite upset. And he challenged the soldier to a fight. Mendoza at this point was 16 years old, still a kid, not well developed. And the soldier was, after all, a man of war. He was near 30, and he was a bully. And Mendoza did not like bullies. It's true, I think, of many small people. They don't like bullies. At any rate, so the Mendoza challenged him to a fight right there, and all the soldiers thought this was hilarious. This little Jewish kid who is, he's not going to submit, and so they formed a ring right there. And in front of all the other soldiers, Mendoza completely demolished his opponent. Here's the quote from the paper. The Jew. Note that, he's the Jew. He's not just some 16-year-old. He's the Jew. That's all you have to say about him. To the surprise of all present, gained a complete victory over the Christian, although the man of war was near 30 and the confectioner only 16. He is now, because it was written a little bit later than the actual fight, accounted the neatest, quickest, and most active pugilist in Europe. Well, it's kind of like a story. It's validated from outside sources. He relates it in his own autobiography as a moment of, he was abused. He was undoubtedly abused in an anti-Semitic manner. And he stood up for his rights, and he won. And in fact, right after he demolished his opponent, he demanded that the regiment pay for all of the broken tarts. And right there in the spot, they paid him 5 guineas to make up his losses, and he went on his way. It's kind of a interesting adolescent start to this world-class fighter. His most famous series of fights, however, associated with this man here, Richard Humphreys. Originally, Humphreys, also a boxer, some years older than Mendoza, saw the tremendous talent in this young man, and he began to teach him and to guide him along the way. And under Humphreys' influence, Mendoza won fight after fight. He was virtually invincible. In fact, most of the fights that he lost, 4 out of 37, were at the very end of his career. He was already quite a bit older. At some point, they had a falling out. The falling out was probably over a debt that Mendoza may have owed to Humphreys. He denied that he owed that debt. Humphreys was upset about it. It may have had to do something with Mendoza setting up a boxing school, not necessarily having enough funding for it. And in fact, Mendoza was plagued with debt most of his life. He married, he had a large family, he could never quite pull things together, even though he often won large prizes for his fights and often won large gambling winnings on his fights. He never could quite escape poverty, and so he was always short over money, and he was short-tempered as well. So anyone who specifically needled him on money was sure to get a very powerful rebuke. They ended up agreeing to fight to settle their debts. And at that point, it begins to acquire the aspect of theater. They had 3 well-publicized fights where the results went back and forth. Mendoza ultimately would emerge victorious from the 3rd and final fight, but it was kind of like this sustained grudge match between these two rivals. They had some arguments over training facilities. Since Humphreys had challenged Mendoza, it was up to Humphreys to provide the training facilities. And apparently, and we have to think about this in the 18th century, it's not like there are gyms and there are like professional places where you go to work out. In fact, the concept of working out didn't exist before the 20th century. So going someplace in order to exercise for health or strength, maybe you'd see that in ancient Greece, but it really wasn't part of European culture. So he put him actually in a house of ill repute. And he said, hey, why don't you just work out here? This is a place, it's close by, it was cheap, you know. And Mendoza was offended with this suggestion. We know that he's not such a little wilting flower. Like, there are a lot of things that he put up with, people he hung out with. He was not, for example, even though he billed himself as the Jew, he had no problem fighting on Shabbos and things like that. But he was not, we're not talking about chief rabbi material here. And he was so offended that he refused to train for his fight as long as he was placed in a bordello for his training purposes. And he has a famous quote where he says, I rely on my excellent constitution. I have no need of training, and you'll just walk straight into the fight. So they fought 3 classic fights. Perhaps the most famous of them, let's see if I can zoom in on this. Yeah, very good. The most famous of them, just to give you a sense of the kind of drama of the ring under Mendoza. I didn't actually read the caption of this, but this actually says it all. Let's see if we can, it's kind of hard to read. It's written in scripts, which, by the way, most kids, my 14-year-old, cannot read. They don't have script handwriting anymore. Maybe it's a little bit too hard to read the whole thing. Here's Humphreys here, and this is Mendoza. And these are this is one of the seconds of Humphreys. This is the other one, a man named Johnson. These are 2 others who are seconds of Mendoza. They're named Jacobs and Isaacs, right? And they really did play up the Jewish aspect of it, as we shall see a couple of examples shortly. So he's got these Jewish seconds who were helping him out. By the way, later on, he was no longer capable of fighting. He also acted as a second for a boxer, an African American, who had bought his own freedom with his boxing winnings. So he had kind of an interesting sort of career later on, supporting an outcast from society. At any rate, what happened in this particular fight, Mendoza was doing really well, and he was fighting tremendously well. Humped tire at one point. The match was going very poorly for him, so his son poured water on his stomach. Somehow that helped into the fight. And when Mendoza was about to deliver a mighty knockout blow, Johnson stepped in and blocked the blow from his which is clearly cheating. Anyway you look at it, right? The second is not allowed to get a dramatic moment here that's shown in the picture. You can see even the Jewish side they're saying, "Oy vey here, how could you do that?" Somehow he did it, and there was a lot of public excoriation. That's cheating, and Mendoza certainly would have won without that, and so on. They had to have that third final match, and in fact, Mendoza did win the match. But one wonders, and I have not seen this in print from any of the analysis, but from just reading about Mendoza in a few different articles, I get the feeling that the whole thing was probably staged. Like, this just adds to the drama and the tension that, Humphreys manages to eke out, not losing badly, but he does it with cheating and so on. Come on. It just makes you want to see the next fight. It makes you want to have Mendoza win in the end. So that's this kind of material was, in fact, au courant in the papers every day. People would read it, the sports page kind of material. This is a page, I believe, from that Oxford University press book. And this is sort of expressing the way in which he portrayed himself. It's not exactly I don't think this text is real. I think they made it up. But he was at a fight. Even the Prince of Wales, the future King George IV, was there at one of the fights. We definitely will see his connection with royalty in a minute. George IV says, You're an admirable boxer, Mr. Mendoza, and a credit to your people. And he says, I'm a Briton, sir. Meaning, what do you mean, your people? I'm us people. I'm you people, too. And he says, yes, that's what I meant. So you get a little sense of the genteel anti-Semitism there. But we do know that, in fact, as I mentioned earlier, he did meet George III, the current king, before even Montefiore, before Rothschild, before Goldsmith, any of the wealthy Jews ever got to meet him. This boxer, Daniel Mendoza, met him. And it's a fascinating story. Apparently, he was invited to go on a fox hunt, which is something that British people do, I guess. They get together, they get a whole bunch of horses, and they get some hounds, and they go chase after foxes, and then they kill them, or whatever they do with them. But at any rate, Daniel Mendoza, coming from the lower echelons of British society, had no idea how he's supposed to be at a fox hunt, and apparently he broke the rules. He rode, like if you can see this picture here, I'm trying to figure it out. I should have done a little more research. But I think all the people in the back are like the participants, and then you've got the people in the red are sort of like officiants or helpers. They're not actually stewards. They're called stewards or stewards. I guess in American words. So the stewards, they're helping, right? They're somehow guiding the dogs and things like that. They send the dog. Are the dogs supposed to wrap the fox? Oh. The fox. Okay, fascinating. So anyways, they're running out there, and I guess the participants are not allowed to run with the hounds. The hounds run in front, and you have to run behind them. So anyways, he broke the rule, and I guess he raced ahead with the hounds. So what happened was, happened to follow this sport in a way, this is memoirs, which gave great displeasure to a gentleman who rode up to me and accused me of hiding among the hounds and of other improper conduct. So in other words, he's at this fox, he doesn't know what to do, he breaks some faux pas, and so some comes up to him and says, hey, you're breaking rules. He threatened to horsewhip me unless I altered my behavior. Not the right to say to the prize-winning heavyweight champion of the world. I felt greatly irritated at his language and therefore warned him in a resolute manner not to attempt anything of the sort, and declared that if he raised his whip for such purpose, I would certainly strike off his horse, be the consequence what it would. My surprise was greatly excited at learning almost immediately afterwards that the person I had offended was none other than His Grace himself, meaning the King of England, right? That's not, the King of England comes up to Mendoza and says, you're breaking all the rules and I won't have it. And he says, oh yeah, well, come down here and say that, essentially. So kind of humorous stories, but there you go. He constantly played up this Jewish David versus the Christian Goliath. Like, even though Jews did not have equal rights, he nevertheless seized on this, and he always portrayed him as kind of like a Zionist mentality of like the David versus the Goliath, all the Arab armies surrounding him. Who knows how much of an impact he had on the formation of the Jewish mindset of the youth of the 19th century. They actually had, like, Jews would sing these little rhymes at some of their events. This one is reported also in the papers that said, then this is a pro-Mendoza Jewish taunt song, right, to taunt Richard Humphreys. My Dickie, which is Richard Humphreys, was all the delight of half the Gentiles in town, the Gentiles in town. What a damnable shame to be spoiled by a cursed little Jew. Right? Meaning it's tongue-in-cheek, I'm a cursed little Jew, and look what happens to you. He contemptuously viewed his opponent as David was viewed by Goliath, right? The giant Goliath looks at David and says, am I a dog that you send out a boy with a stick to fight with me? So he really played up this kind of attitude, and he rode that media wave for the aggrandizement of the prophets, no doubt, at the various matches. Here's another picture from one of these fights conducted out in the open. Mendoza is on the left and Humphreys is on the right. He eventually wrote his memoirs at age 52. The motivation for writing the memoirs was most likely his deep penury, that he was impoverished, he was not able to keep funds together despite accumulating great amounts. Somehow the money just disappeared. He engaged in a variety of business ventures, all of which failed, including a boxing school. He was actually sent to debtor's prison twice. His son also got in trouble and was sentenced to death for robbery. It amazes me that you could be sentenced to death for robbery, and ultimately that was commuted, and he was deported. I believe to a penal colony in either Australia or Africa, I'm not mistaken. But he had it. I'm sorry, Canada. Canada, we didn't take criminals over there, but at any rate, he wrote these memoirs. So they're difficult memoirs because they're as most memoirs are, quite self-serving, and he glosses over a lot of the kind of darker parts of his youth in particular. But he played up the whole idea of here he's a Jew and he's downtrodden by society as a whole, but he doesn't care, and he'll speak his mind to anyone. And he had the courage to stand up for his perception of who he was as part of the nation. In the end, he just fought too long. Like so many boxers, they keep fighting and fighting, and they don't retire as heavyweight champions. They still take another challenge. For him, he had to financially. He simply could not keep going without the flow of income. He took a challenge from Gentleman John Jackson. The name is so ironic because it was Jackson who grabbed him by the hair and pummeled him mercilessly. He had a period of decline. This is John Jackson shown here. Later, he got in trouble with the law again. A woman insulted his wife Esther over a debt of 18 pence, and he brutally attacked the woman and even chased after her when she sought to flee. Definitely not cool behavior for anyone, let alone a heavyweight champion of the world. When he was brought to the courthouse for this particular incident, the Jews of London flocked the streets and crowded the streets, perhaps to get a sight of Mendoza, perhaps to support him, but ultimately they were unsuccessful, and he was convicted and found for that attack. So he definitely is not a poster child for all of the good character traits that we try to emulate in ourselves and in our children, but nevertheless, he's a dramatic illustration of a different path for Jews that can really reach great heights. Here is a picture where he looks like me here. This is in 83, he came out of retirement, the first of two times he came out of retirement, won a fight after a really horrific 56-round match. And these matches, by the way, the rounds had very little break time in between them, like 30 seconds, and they would just go at it forever. He tried again at age 57, quite 57 yet, but just imagine somebody like me deciding to come back out of retirement. And he was not able to win at that advanced an age, but nevertheless it shows his triumphant, his indomitable spirit, that he could not be cowed in submission. Even age would not hold him back from his attempt to defend his title. And in many ways, he's a fascinating sort of counterexample of the lives of Sephardic Jews in the modern era. That's it for my comments today on Daniel Mendoza. I hope you found this entertaining, maybe not enlightening, but nevertheless entertaining. God willing, we'll be back next week to talk about Judah Turo, an American Jew, a Sephardic extraction. Of course, it's going to be very important because this is, after all, can you zoom in on this here, David? Can you see this? This is we are at Turo College. We are named after Judah Turo and his family, so it'll be a very relevant discussion of Sephardic Jews in early North America. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you have an excellent week.
So I started going out with my father's Cadillac. I bought his back with the glad bags. And I was home in an operation. I had to take the fucking, they were in the earth for like a few days. They were in my like sunk in. You just pick them out. From the truck, boom, because no one lived in their model homes yet. Those are homes that were furnished.
Good evening, everyone. I'm really happy to see you all. Tonight's lecture is something really close to me because, of course, I've been working for Touro College for about a decade now. Actually, a little longer than a decade. I'm on my 12th year now with this college. And I thought, as I was preparing this series of lectures for the Jews of Sfarad, and now we're in the second semester with the Sephardic diaspora. I thought since Judah was someone who was of Sephardic extraction and he had a connection to my place of employment, I thought that would be a nice kind of fit. And I thought that maybe afterwards I would send the link of this lecture to all my bosses in Manhattan and get a bust out of it. But I have to say that reading the biographical materials available on Judah Torah, I was surprisingly moved. I was actually, my eyes even welled up at one point while I was reading on the Long Island Railroad. He's an incredible individual with a tragic life story and made a phenomenal impact on so many thousands of Jews in his lifetime and beyond, right up until my own students in this very day. So I think you'll find his particular story fascinating, with some surprisingly tragic elements to it that really flesh out something that's only a name to us, but I think we'll understand a lot more about his background by the end of this hour. Some of the good and welfare material to start with. First of all, tonight's lecture is sponsored by an anonymous donor. When I asked her if she wanted to do it in honor of any particular individual or something like that, she simply said just in honor of Jewish scholarship. So that is in fact our donor for today. Just an important reminder that this is the last class we're going to have before the Passover break. We will return on April 16th. I mentioned in previous classes that I'm going to be leading a trip into Spain and Portugal this summer on kosher riverboat cruises, and I'm really excited about it. It's going to be great to be able to speak about the things we've discussed all year in actual locations in Spain and Portugal. There's only 12 cabins left, which is really nice. It's almost sold out, so it's a last push for anyone who wants to participate in this wonderful opportunity. Okay. Tonight's sources, we're going to be based primarily on one somewhat hagiographic biography by Leon Höhner, who was a historian who lived about 100 years ago. 1871 to 1957 are his dates. He was German-born, and he spent a lot of time in American Jewish history, in 16 monographs, an incredible amount of, a very prolific writer, including 2 volumes of poetry, which I particularly admire. And he wrote a book called The Life of Judah Touro, which is, of course, our main source for today. That is the only biography of his that has appeared, although there are some fictionalized accounts in German and in English of Judah Touro, for reasons which are, maybe we'll return to it at the end of tonight's lecture. The figure of Judah Touro was very important to 19th century German historiography. A particular life story was part of the whole Wissenschaft des Judentums, a model of the ideal Jew, and so his life was portrayed in German fictionalized, serialized novels and things like that. We'll also look at some contemporary scholarship of Morris A. Gutstein, who wrote The Story of the Jews of Newport, another monograph called Areopagus and Judah Touro. These were major source texts for Höhner and some more recent material. Not a lot has been written on Judah Touro, but Bertram Cohn and Jonathan Mess. I also saw just today an article by Jonathan Sarna, a major American historian today, who wrote something interesting on the monument, the proposed monument to Judah Touro's passing. So we'll get that as well. Those are our main sources for today's lecture. So who exactly was Judah Touro? As I heard someone in the audience say a few minutes ago, he doesn't look happy. This is the only photograph that we have of Judah Touro that I am aware of. It's a daguerreotype. His years here are 1775-54. And as one of his contemporaries marked here, Colonel John Winthrop, it is a strong likeness of him in every way, perhaps too strong to retain the same amiability which so softened and pervaded his countenance, and which the artist not been able to transfer. He's much better looking in real life, much less angry looking in real life. I can say from his biography that's certainly true. But he did live a life of great solitude. A failed love affair on in his life was the end of his romantic life, and he lived alone, a very simple lifestyle, very incredibly successful businessman, but very few social contacts, only reserved a small circle of friends that he closely associated with, and yet at the end of his life, in particular, a tremendous production of philanthropic works in his will, and many during his lifetime as well that remained hidden until he passed. So this is a man whose life we're going to study from 1775 to 1854. Let's look at his Sephardic background. The story, as you'll recall, that we've been following since the turn of the semester is the departure of the Jews from the Iberian Peninsula. And you've got lots of Jews we talked about, for example, the Chida making it out to Eastern Europe. We spoke about the Abarbanel in Italy. We talked about Usque also in Italy. Last year we spoke about Da Costa making it to Amsterdam. And there are many Jews who made it all out to the Americas. In particular, at this time, there are many Jews who actually went to Portuguese-held territory in Brazil. You'll recall that the experience of Spanish and Portuguese Jewry were somewhat distinct. Many Spanish Jews tried to evade the oppression of the Inquisition by fleeing in 1492 or earlier across the border into Portugal proper. And once they lived there, they found that their refuge was very short-lived, and ultimately the Inquisition came to Portugal as well, and it represented a tremendous hardship for the Jews living there. Over the course of the next 100 and 200 years, Portuguese Jewry sought to escape, all the while maintaining their identity outwardly as Christians and retaining their Jewish identity at home. So that's the origins of the Turo family in particular. Many of these Portuguese Jews made it to Brazil because that was under Portuguese control at the time, and they were hoping that by moving from the center to the periphery, they would be able to escape the clutches of the Inquisition. This was unfortunately not the case. The Inquisition followed Portuguese and Spanish Jewry into the New World, and you had several major auto da fe public burnings of suspected Judaizing Christians. You had many of these Portuguese Jews living in Brazil at this time, and Brazil, of course, is a highly religious territory. Once the Inquisition came there, it was unusually strong. So it happened that many of the Jews, these Portuguese Jews, were living in the northern section that was conquered by Holland briefly between 1630 and 1654. Holland, unlike Portugal, had tremendous religious freedom. Amsterdam, of course, was this bastion of liberal values in general and tolerance for all faiths. And so a lot of these Portuguese Jews who had been posturing as Christians for generations said, okay, it's Mardi Gras. So once Dutch rule came to northern Amsterdam, all of these hidden Jews began to show their true colors and were outwardly practicing as Jewish. This, of course, was a death sentence when the Dutch lost Brazil. And with the overcoming of the Portuguese, that meant that the Jews who were once again under Portuguese control simply had to flee. So you had a few dozen Jews leaving Recife who eventually ended up in this part of the world. You may recognize that as Lower Manhattan, because at that point, Lower Manhattan was, of course, New Amsterdam. It was still under Dutch control. And so these erstwhile Portuguese Jews moved to Brazil to try and get from the center to the periphery. And then when it becomes Dutch, they say, all right, let's try it out. Let's see if we can represent ourselves as Jews. And when the Portuguese come back, then they flee. They end up here in New Amsterdam, which, of course, is New York City. And then from New Amsterdam, many of them moved out to Newport, which was at the time a bustling industry. And that's where we're going to pick up the specifics of the Judah Turo story, because a small number of these Portuguese Jews had made it to Newport. And in 1658, 15 Jewish families from Holland came directly to Newport, Rhode Island, to join those few Portuguese families that had started there, and they included among them Judah Turo's father, Isaac, for whom, together with Judah, this particular college is so named. Are you able to get this over here, David? Does it show up? Can you see the Turo, or is it too low? Okay, good. Here we go. So that's basically the story of how the Turos come to America. Let's look at them in particular. Isaac Turo is the important person in this particular story. Here's a drawing of the Portuguese synagogue in Amsterdam. And remember, Portuguese, these are the Jews who have lived for who knows how many generations as Christians. And then when they finally get to a liberal place like Amsterdam, then they begin to express their Jewish identity again. The name Turo occurs many times in the community records. One, Abraham Turo, is named as the Gabbai de Terra Sancta, which means the treasurer of the Holy Land Society. You recall when we talked about the Chida, there are many organizations that were collecting charity for the benefit of the Jews living in Israel. And so Abraham Turo was one of those officials in Amsterdam who was responsible for that. He was also Parnas in 1680, meaning he was the president of the Jewish community in Amsterdam, a very prestigious position. One of his descendants is Isaac, shown here, who was born in 1738. He had religious inclinations, and he served as a chazan, as a cantor, probably more like a rabbinic position, without necessarily having smicha, without necessarily having rabbinic ordination. But in Jewish context, that really doesn't matter, at least for officiating at synagogues and performing a lot of life cycle functions. He moved to the New World, and he actually bounced around quite a bit. He served in Curacao, Suriname, New York, and Jamaica before he eventually joined these Jews living in Newport, where his wife. He served as spiritual leader of the famous Turo Synagogue, one of the oldest synagogues in North America. This is the building as it's located in New York. It has some interesting architectural features which are not really visible in the current configuration, but among other things, a trap door right under the bima, so that people could escape, because they were always concerned that perhaps they might come to America and Jews might have to escape at the last minute. It's a very fascinating synagogue. These fans are direct from the 18th century, very rare electric devices. No, I just made that up. Okay. Right, you knew that. Anyways, he ended up becoming the rabbi of the synagogue in Newport, which was not, of course, called the Turo Synagogue back then, but nevertheless, it has been associated with his name and with his illustrious son Judah, who we will explore now. So what's happening is to Isaac Turo, the Chazan who moved from Holland to Newport. He marries Raina Hayes of Boston. Raina Hayes' brother is an extremely important person in Judah's life shortly. They had 3 children, Abraham, Judah, the second son, and Rebecca. But then the American Revolution broke out. And ironically, while Judah, the son, ended up becoming very much an American patriot, his father, Isaac, was a Tory, was pro-British. And this never happens in the modern age, where a father and a son have different political viewpoints. But at any rate, the father, was concerned with the Revolutionary War, and so he ended up leaving Newport with the Torah scrolls. He took them to New York City, where he had some protection from the British government. And then when the American Revolution expanded still further, he ended up moving to Jamaica, where he served as a rabbi in Kingston. After living through this New York winter, I don't know why anyone would want to go to Jamaica for the to a position, but that's where he set up a shelter. Unfortunately, he died the year after, and to Judah, his son, was old at the time. So following the trail here, Isaac, the father, comes from Holland, moves to a few places in the New World, settles in Newport and marries there. And then with the revolution, he makes his way down to Jamaica and unfortunately passes away, leaving his widow with their young children. She decides to go back to Newport, and the children are raised in the home of her brother-in-law, Moses Michael Hayes. Very important American patriot. So anyways, Judah is raised from the age of 8 in the home of his uncle, Michael Hayes, Moses Michael Hayes. Hayes, unlike his father, who was a Tory, Hayes is an American patriot who supports the revolutionary efforts. He also had some rather unique, broad-minded values. And this is a small section from an abolitionist named Samuel May, who was a Ben Bias, was a regular householder in the Hayes home, a Christian, and he writes in his memoirs about what it was like visiting the Hayes so often. And he writes here, both Uncle and Aunt Hayes, for so I called them, were fond of children, particularly of me, and I was permitted to stay with them several days and even weeks together, and I can never forget not merely their kind, but their conscientious care of me. I was the child of Christian parents, and they took pains that I should lose nothing of my religious training so long as I was permitted to abide with them. Every night I was required, on going to bed, to repeat my Christian hymn and prayer to them, or else to an excellent Christian servant woman who lived with them many years. I witnessed their religious exercises, their fastings, and their prayers, and was made to feel that they worshiped the unseen and merciful one. Of course, I grew up without any prejudice against the Jews or any other religionists, because they did not believe as my father and mother believed. It's a beautiful short passage of a longer section here that describes how the Hayes home was clearly religious in nature, that they have their fasting and their prayers, and the young Christian child who is a Ben Bias there. I don't even know what the right English term for Ben Bias is. Someone who's who's constantly underfoot in your home, regular guest without any invitation necessary. Usually your kids' best friends, like my boys' best friends are constantly eating at our house. I send a bill every 6 months to their parents, that kind of thing. So he was in their house, and when he would sleep over for whatever reason, the parents at hotels, he would always be, the Hayes would make sure that he did his regular Christian things, and they confirmed that while they had their own religious identity clearly well entrenched in their identities. A sense of what kind of home Judah must have grown up in from a very impressionable age, and it also says something about the kind of values that he imbibed, that one which maintained a strong identity, roots tradition, but at the same time quite tolerant and even promoting the religiosity of others simultaneously. It's an interesting kind of combination that you do not see so often anymore. Unfortunately, here is the beginning of the tragic part. He fell in love with his first cousin, daughter of the Hayes family. Here he is, a young orphan who is living in his uncle's home and growing up in close proximity with young Catherine, who was born right about the same time he was. And he falls deeply in love with her, and she with him. And he begs her father's permission to marry, and he denies. It's not the issue of, I'm going to try and pronounce this word, consanguinity. Is that right? I hear some nods. Okay, thank you. It's not the issue so much of that it would be illegal in either Jewish law or in secular law for them to marry. Probably not recommended, but for whatever reason, we do not know. The sources are sparse in this area. The father objected and would not allow Judah to marry his daughter. He's full of interesting stratagems to keep them apart. At the age of 23, when the love affair is still not going away, and Catherine isn't going to date anybody else. So he says, okay, and Joe, by the way, at this point is working in his international import-export business. He says, Judah, I want you to lead a ship that's going to go all the way to the Mediterranean. It'll take you 2 years to manage this particular mission. And his hope was, at least in the assessment of the biographer Herner, that after 2 years of mission, she'll meet someone else, maybe he'll meet someone else, and their puppy love will die off. It's also a pretty dangerous mission. He ends up being attacked by pirates. He survives the venture. He actually saves the cargo. He ends up becoming a huge success, and he comes back 2 years later, mission accomplished with a phenomenal amount of positive results to the venture. But the father says, no way, Lo with an Aleph, you cannot marry my daughter. So Judah importunes him, and so Hayes fires him and says, you're out of a job, find someplace else to live. So Judah Turo, not sure what to do with himself at this point. Right now, all of his efforts to marry Catherine are blocked. In Newport, it's a small town dominated by his would-be father-in-law. There's no way for him to go out and make a fortune, so he heads off to the most likely place for it. He goes to New Orleans, which at this point was an extremely important port, as we shall see, and he thinks he'll make his fortune there, and perhaps he'll be able to return after he's, an established individual with his own home and so on. Perhaps then he'll be able to marry Catherine. Turns out that never happens. He never marries. She never marries. And at the end of our lecture, you'll see they actually die within a few days of each other. It's kind of a star-crossed lover sort of story. At any rate, let's bear in mind how that must have had an impact on his growth as an individual. He shows up in New Orleans as a young man, now in his 20s. The population of this port city was about 8,000, and this was prior to the U.S. possession of New Orleans. It was still before the Louisiana Purchase. But he realized that this would be a really important port for the entire continent because it's at the bottom of the Mississippi Basin on the Gulf. Tremendous opportunities there for South America, North America. It's good climate for lots of international trade and so on. This is well before Katrina, obviously, but he thought that it would be excellent. And by 1840, just 4 decades later, it became the 4th busiest port in the world. Meaning, understand the context of it here. Only London, Liverpool, and New York were bigger than New Orleans as a port, with more cargo going in and out. And it was actually the 3rd largest city in the U.S. and the wealthiest per capita city. So by 1840, the wealthiest city in the Union, based on per capita basis, was in fact New Orleans. So his gamble was well planned, and it worked out for him because he became a phenomenally wealthy individual there, working in mercantile endeavors. He owned several ships, some of them captained by Daniel Marcy, shown here, who later became a representative to Church. And these ships I tried to get some pictures of. Some of the ones I've seen in books really wouldn't reproduce well, but these massive 1,000-ton ships with 4 or 5 large masts, constantly carrying goods all over the world, all focused in the hands of one individual, Judah Turo, is sending them left and right and managing every single detail of his far-flung business enterprises with a tremendous degree of constant attention to detail. I remember one story that I read about was he sent out his clerk to buy him a new cloak, and before the clerk could come back, another vendor came into the store saying that they're on sale for $2 cheaper at a different store. Sent that clerk to go buy it for $2 cheaper. And then the clerk came back, he told him to return a cloak. So in other words, he saved himself $2, which, okay, maybe it would be the equivalent of $50 or $60 today, but still, for an incredibly wealthy man, not a large amount of money. But at the same time, he wrote a $5,000 check to tzedakah on the charity on that same day. So he may be with his own parsimonious, like an English teacher, because he nodded at the other one. Just, oh, Andrew, thank you. There's one word that you get wrong all the time. Reverberate. I used to say reverberate. Reverberate. Anyways, so Judah Turo may be very, very particular about $1 or $2 here or there for his own personal needs, but extremely philanthropic and generous with his money, as we shall see shortly. Here's the center of his business in New Orleans, massive buildings. Imagine these pictures for like the 1840s, really quite significant. Compare them to, Macy's on 34th Street and buildings like that. Really quite incredible facilities. He himself occupied a tiny office, and he never moved from it for the entire duration of his business career. He had no need for the big corner office with lots of windows and things like that. He was just very content to work in his own small home. He had an apartment rather than a house. He lived very simply in it all his life while becoming tremendously wealthy. He had, as I mentioned, very few friendships. He lived a very private life, especially after his wounding in the War of 1812. One of his best friends was this man here, who was later his literary executor. And by the way, I should mention, I forgot to mention it earlier, part of the reason why we're so dependent on a few biographies is because, like Montefiore, his contemporary, Judah Turo insisted that all of his personal papers be burned after his we don't know, for example, what kind of correspondence he carried on with Christina in New York, with Catherine. Thank you. Christina would probably not be appropriate. Catherine in Newport, but he left over like a slew of business papers, of bills of lading and things like that. But his personal papers were lost. It apparently took several days to complete all of the burning. But we do know about him from other people who wrote in their own memoirs about him. One of those is the stories that we have about his friendship with Reverend David Shepherd, that was cemented in particular on one dramatic moment on the battlefield. This is from the biography of Andrew Jackson by James Parton. Do a section about Judah Turo here. So Judah Turo, the far famed and far beloved philanthropist of New Orleans, on this day, January 1st, 1815, served his country in a capacity much more dangerous than that of a combatant. When the state was invaded, Mr. Turo was attached to the regiment of the Louisiana militia. After performing severe labors as a common soldier in the ranks, Mr. Turo, on the 1st of January, volunteered his services to aid in carrying shot and shell magazine to Humphreys Battery. In this humble but duty, he was seen engaged during the terrible aid with which the British that day, regardless of the cloud of iron missiles which flew around him and which made many of the stoutest hearted cling closely to the embankment or seek some shelter. But in the charge of duty, this good man knew no fear and perceived no danger. It was while thus engaged that he was struck in the thigh by a 12-pound shot, which produced a ghastly and dangerous wound. And what ended up happening is that he was lying on the battlefield, bleeding out, being hit somewhere in the thigh. And this man, Reverend Shepherd, ran out there, grabbed his prone body and dragged him back to safety, got him to medical attention. Apparently close to a year for him to recuperate, but it ultimately saved his life, and they maintained a very close friendship for years thereafter. He was a few associates, a non-Jew, who was very close with Judah Turo. But I think it's interesting to contemplate how here, by 1815, he's really quite a wealthy man. He's been living in New Orleans for a dozen years, and yet he volunteers for the militia, and he's out there doing the grunt work of carrying to the battery to be able to reload, to allow the soldiers out there to reload. Incredibly dangerous work for a businessman whose point is in his late 30s, early 40s. It's really quite impressive that he would personally undertake that kind of heroic activity. And it shows his patriotism as well. Now let's turn a little bit to his Jewish life. He was not especially gregarious, as I mentioned earlier. He didn't like going to synagogue very much, in particular because the first synagogue in New Orleans was not Sephardic. There was a German synagogue there, and he was not very fond of it, and so he rarely participated. He doesn't show up as one of the more generous members. Later, when a Sephardic synagogue would be established, then, like Montefiore, he has kind of like a change in his attitudes, and he ends up becoming a very regular attendee of services and so on. So he obviously had some deep attachment to his Sephardic roots. And he was also secretly, at this point, giving thousands of dollars to charities all over America. And across the world. We've already mentioned last week when we spoke about Montefiore that he donated $50,000, incredible sum at the time, to the Alms House, which is by Montefiore's windmill, in an attempt to provide a livelihood for the dispossessed of Israel. But he began to sort of seed money of $5,000 here, $5,000 there, to all kinds of congregations all over the eastern seaboard, both Ashkenazic and Sephardic. He even was quite interested in the practices of Jews in exotic countries. At that point, the Jews of Kaifeng in China were discovered. Here you can see some of those Jews, and he gave thousands of dollars to be able to support this struggling community, which amazingly was not able to make a go out of it, even though they had such tremendous proximity to authentic Chinese food. They simply could not attract enough Ashkenazim to came, even on December 24th. Here, but his philanthropy went far beyond Jewish life as well. And he was an incredible supporter of non-Jewish causes as well. And this is, I think, something signal about Judah Turo and also about the Jewish experience in America. We know from Talmudic sources that the rabbis enjoin the Jewish community to support communal causes, even if they are primarily benefiting non-Jews. The Talmud says explicitly that the Jews have to support non-Jewish graveyards, non-Jewish hospitals, non-Jewish orphanages, that we are required to support the general community as well as our own. And this is something that Judah Turo took very seriously, and for which he was probably much more well known than he is for his Jewish activities. And here's one interesting story written from a Christian minister in 1855. So there was a church, the first Congregational Church in New Orleans, that had gone bankrupt, and they were going to be evicted from their premises. So he writes, Mr. Turo became the purchaser without any conditions expressed or implied as to what disposition he should make of it, meaning of the building. Then we were few, feeble, impoverished, and bankrupt. A noble Israelite snatched us from the jaws of destruction. From that day up to its conflagration in 1849, he held it for our use, receiving not enough in the way of compensation for keeping it in repair. He might have torn the church down and reared on the site a block of stores whose income by this time would have amounted to $500,000. He was so, and at once replied to a gentleman who made a very liberal offer for the property that there was not money enough in the world to buy it. Immediately after instruction, he bought a new building for us, meaning after the church burned down in 1849, he paid for a new building for the congregation, where we have worship till now, for charge. Is there any in New Orleans that has ever offered to help us? That's an amazing kind of, to use the term from the Jewish sources, a kiddush Hashem, a tremendously public action, kindness, that it'd be hard to imagine happening today so easily, particularly in the kind of strained relations we often have intercommunally. But this was not Judah Turo. Judah Turo, like his father-in-law, clinging very strongly to his own, and he put his money where his mouth is. Let's have a look at some of the philanthropic causes that he was involved with. He established New Orleans' first lending library. I believe it is the first lending library in the United States of America, meaning a free public library. This is something that I know appealed to Dr. Lander, Alav Shalom, when he established the name Touro, because here Judah was clearly very interested in public education, free education, and providing for the community as a whole. This is a picture of the building that Touro built in New Orleans. He was also very involved in healthcare initiatives. He created this Touro Infirmary that you'll see some buildings of it. He created the hospital, which is known today, that came from Touro seed funding. And he also was associated with many universities. Tulane University, for example, has the Touro Medals, which are awarded to their top students in several fields. And really, because of his name, particularly in the cities, all over the place, because of the tremendous that he gave. There are so many about how he secretly gave money. I recall reading in some of the, he heard that a particular bill down and he said, listen, I'll give you money. Please do not. I saw that the entire road leading up to it rather in bad repair. So listen, I'd like to pay you to make sure that the road leading up to your facility is also put in good repair. And once again, has to be done completely confidentially. So a tremendously generous individual who is looking to do something productive with his funds. Really quite amazing. Now, let us turn to his legacy, which is fascinating and complicated in many ways. He was ultimately passed away in New Orleans, but he asked to be reinterred next to his mother. He wanted to be buried next to his mother. And of course, that would have been close to Catherine, who also died just a few days after him and was also buried there. This is actually his gravestone. In his funeral cortege, all of the orphans in New Orleans followed his hearse because he had supported 6 orphanages. He had maintained the facilities and the costs of 6 orphanages in the city. So they brought all the children out to walk behind his cortege as he was taken off for burial. And at that point, a Jewish society thought we should really erect an appropriate monument to Judah Touro. Oh, I forgot to mention, by the way, that in his will, he gave away $500,000 to Jewish causes all over America. Yep, I should have done the calculations. I apologize. But $500,000 in 54 will probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of, who knows, $20 billion today. It's hard to money. Imagine Bill Gates plus Steve Jobs plus whoever giving away wealth. He had no children, so he gave all their wealth. Maybe not Steve Jobs, but someone wealthy giving away lots of money. Incredible. He gave away money to his family. He gave away $5,000 to Catherine. He did not realize that she was going to pass away shortly, but this incredible, windfall for struggling Congolese essentially established them and allowed them to continue well into the 20th century. So anyways, they thought, let's have a monument, and they sketched out a couple of large, statues where you could see his figure and you could get a sense of who this individual was. But there was a German Jewish traveler who would make it for himself later by writing a book called Drei Jahre in America, 3 years traveling through America. He went by the name Binyamin Hasheni, which was an echo of Benjamin of Tudela, a famous medieval traveler. This was another traveler who made his way through America and went back to Europe to tell the story of his experience there. And he devoted 20 pages in his memoirs to how he vigorously fought against the monument for Touro, not because he had anything against Judah Touro as an individual. And in fact, he praised his philanthropy, but he really maintained that a plastic image, a stone image would be contravening the basic tenets of Judaism. To make a statue that would be quasi-worship would be so antithetical to Jewish values that it really could not happen. And Binyamin Hasheni, the second Benjamin held the day, and so as a result, no specific memorial other than the gravestone was erected to Judah. His legacy is celebrated in many other ways. And of course, the most important way that we should talk about today is how he was associated with this institution, Touro College. So without, we could easily spend an entire speaking about the founding of Touro College, which maybe we'll get around to sometime in this series. But let's just take a minute to see what is the connection with Touro. Why Touro? So this is the founder of Touro College, Dr. Bernard Lander, Rabbi Dr. Bernard Lander, who at the age of 54 decided he would just give up his prestigious position at another important university in this city and just go to college. And everyone was crazy except for his wife, who said, go ahead and do it. And she was his main support. He set about tremendous success to create this massive institution, which now has offices from Los Angeles, Moscow, Berlin. We have 18,000 students worldwide. I mean, it's an incredible institution. We are the single largest provider of healthcare graduates in the state of New York. And it's an incredible kind of achievement. 5 medical schools. We can go on with these things. How did he come to choose the name Touro College? So this is the official biography here by Peter Rice called The Lander Legacy. It's actually a pretty good read. I did enjoy it thoroughly. And it appears that when he was tossing about for names for this college, and he had to find some kind of, motivational figure to start this project, it happened that it was rather rushed. And in 1969, an important member of the organizational committee had to register a name for a state charter. So Leon Reich chose the name the Hebrew College of Brooklyn. Now, it happened that Dr. Lander was not pleased with that impromptu name that was filled out essentially for just you had to have a name. You can't just start a college without a name because he felt it was too limiting. First of all, our mission at Touro College is really a dual mission. Dr. Lander articulated this vision where Touro College would serve the traditional Jewish community in a culturally sensitive manner, but at the same time, Touro would also be dedicated to serving traditionally underserved communities. That's why we have, for example, a medical school in Harlem. You don't normally put medical schools in Harlem, but that's kind of Dr. Lander's vision. So he felt that the Hebrew College, and just in Brooklyn, that's way too limiting. So we had to cast about for other names. So the other names that came up, they thought, okay, how about, because it is such a visionary and unusual kind of place, let's call it New College. The only problem is New College has already been taken. There's lots of new colleges around. There was a new college where I was educated in Toronto. There's a new college in Oxford, so you can't just call it New College. So then they said, okay, how about naming it after Israel's first chief rabbi and call it Herzog College. There is, by the way, a Herzog College in Israel right now. But they were concerned, well, maybe the family wouldn't like that. Maybe the family has other plans with it. So Herzog College didn't fly either. And then here's my favorite. They thought, okay, what about, extremely important individual in the founding of Israel, because Dr. Lander is very Zionist and very much pro-Israel. How about we name the school after Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook? And then Dr. Lander said, no, then what will happen is the students will be called cookies, and that just won't work in English. But we could have been Kook College. That's not impossible. So ultimately, after a long discussion of many of the options, Dr. Lander decided on the name Touro College after Isaac because of his religious credentials and his service as a Chazan, and after Judah because of his tremendous philanthropy and his tremendous love of both Jewish people and the American people. And I think, humbly, was a very appropriate choice, because a lot of the values of the college, the fact that we will have, these tremendous programs in the Bronx and the kind of neighborhoods where there are food deserts, but there's not an education desert. And at the same time, we have, one of the largest undergraduate undergraduate programs. I think we are the largest undergraduate college for Jewish world, maybe outside of Israel. But those two kind of visions are very much, exemplified by the life and work of Judah Turel. I have one more photograph just for my own satisfaction. Here's a picture of me with Dr. Lander. This is me here when some of my beard was still a little bit darker. And this is Rabbi Alan Senior. Rabbi Senior and I were involved in setting up a campus in Miami Beach for Turel College, and here we are at the Fontainebleau Hotel with Dr. Lander. I have many personal memories of the brief number of years that I knew him when he was already quite an elderly man, but it was through him that I think I really channeled the ideas of Judah Turel, and hopefully we can represent those well to the next generation with our student body. And that's the presentation on Judah Turel. I hope you found it fascinating and as inspirational as I did. I hope you all have a tremendously wonderful Passover. Look forward to seeing you on April 16th. Thank you.
This was the one with the comedians. All that they didn't have a comedy scene. Between there was a club called the Blue Note that was a jazz bar. Yeah, is it in New York? No, in Boulder.
Right. As you are well aware, the pattern that we've set for the past years actually is to do biographies where we look at a particular historical period through the lens of a specific perspective and to understand how that person lived their lives and what kind of information we can glean about the surrounding society from their particular experience. Tonight we're going to do something a little bit different. We have to do several things differently, but the most important change for tonight's theme is we're going to look at the macro theme. We're going to look at the Holocaust writ large, specifically how it affected Sephardim. I'm tempted in future years perhaps to return to this topic in a biographical format, but for now we have to take a broader approach, primarily because much of this has been largely ignored by the scholarly community, as we shall see shortly. But let's do the good and welfare very quickly. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Richard Moreno, Lieutenant Richard Moreno, who has sponsored actually quite a few of our lectures. If you are interested in sponsoring a lecture, we have 2 left for this season, which are yet unsponsored. Next week is Emma Lazarus. The week after, we have the Crypto Jews, also another thematic class, and then we will go on to Rabbi Ovadia Yosef to close the class. So 2 of those are still unsponsored. The website is bit.ly at the Friends of Jewish History, or just contact the office. We would love to have your sponsorship. Okay, let's go to the subject at hand, though. The Holocaust in Sephardic lands, or the Sephardic experience of the Holocaust, is subject to what one scholar, me, called a double occlusion, meaning a double hiding. And there's 2 elements to this. The first is that the Holocaust is overwhelmingly understood as an Ashkenazic experience. When you look at popular culture, the victims of the Nazi genocide inevitably have their language inflected with Yiddish or Polish, perhaps French, German, Dutch, but you rarely hear Arabic as one of the languages spoken by the victims of the Holocaust. This is a grave distortion of the historical record. To be sure, the vast majority of the victims of Hitler's tyranny over Europe are Ashkenazic Jews, but there's significant numbers, tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, that hail from Greece in particular, from Turkey, North Africa, and their experience has largely gone unstudied. Even the Greek Jews, who are perhaps the most European, and their experience was most closely related to their Polish brethren to the north. And this is a highly unfortunate situation. There are only a handful of scholars who are doing any significant work on the Holocaust in Sephardic lands for a variety of reasons, but it has has meant that the story of these tens of thousands of victims have gone untold. I'd like to rectify that very briefly tonight in a tiny way, so that especially after Yom HaShoah that was just commemorated a few days ago, we can understand a little bit more of the scope of the devastation of the Third Reich. That's the first occlusion, is within popular culture, the Holocaust affecting Sephardic lands is not well known. The second occlusion is that within the academic world, I speak for myself as someone who, associates with other academics and historians, there's just not much talk about the Holocaust and how it affected Sephardim. And if it's not being generated in the academic world, where we are capable of studying arcane and sometimes ridiculous things, then how are we going to push this out to the public? So in tonight's short lecture, a little bit from an academic perspective, we're just going to do a sweeping overview of the Holocaust Sephardic lands, and understand a little bit more of what we should. Perhaps one of the problems that has plagued the field of historians and also extension popular culture, the fact that the Sephardic experience was far from uniform. We can say certain generalities about the experience of Ashkenazi Jews, particularly if we try to, focus on Eastern Europe as opposed to Western Europe. Maybe we can break it down a little bit by country, because each country had its own unique experience. Hungarian Jews, for example, had a very different experience than, let's say, Polish Jews, certainly than French Jews or Dutch Jews. But the Sephardic Jews, especially those from places like Tunisia and Libya, totally different from what was experienced north of the Mediterranean basin. So that's made it much more difficult for scholars as a whole. This is a fascinating photograph showing some Greek Jews in a displaced persons camp holding a mass wedding, a celebration of life writ large in 1946, a rather joyous occasion that gives us a sense of the life that reverberated from the ashes of the Holocaust. That's a mixed work, but I'm not going to delete it. Okay. So let us just quickly, in the context of Yom HaShoah, and as a lead-up, understand the distinctions with the Sephardic experience. Let me just very briefly catalog what we know about the Ashkenazic experience. I know that many of you are deeply familiar, perhaps personally familiar with these things, either through your own experiences, perhaps, certainly through parents and extended relatives, but I'd like to give you a little bit more of an academic perspective. And in so doing, I would like to introduce you to one of the most significant debates that historians have had since the 1950s over the interpretation of the Holocaust. Basically, there are two main scholarly groups approaching the big questions about the Holocaust. And when I say big questions, I mean things like, how could it possibly happen? How is it that an entire continent could participate in the murder of millions of its citizens? How is it possible that such a complex system of murder, a bureaucracy of murder that required detailed coordination of everything from arranging the train schedules to dropping off supplies to processing the recycled gold teeth and eyeglasses and prosthetic limbs of the murdered Jews, how is it possible that the entire continent could bend itself to this single nefarious task? Why was there no collective resistance? Why was there no one standing up and saying, hey, wait a second, we can't do this? Literally, no one, except for partisans hiding in the woods and maybe a few in underground bunkers. No major resistance against it. And we'll talk about France, or perhaps not today, but these are some of the big questions of the Holocaust. So two schools developed. The first school is called the intentionalist school. The most important intentionalist perhaps is a great historian named Lucy Davidowitz. And she was essentially following a model that was created, a philosophical model of the Holocaust that was created in the Nuremberg war trials. 1946, 1947, right after War II ends, immediately the Cold War begins. In this global conflict to try and establish domination over Europe. And the assets of Europe, particularly the human assets like the German rocket scientists and so on, are hotly sought after. And the allegiance of the populations, many of whom were either pro-Nazi or were willing to go along with Hitler's aims, have to be secured in order to ensure that either America and democracy or conversely the Soviet Union and communism can dominate what would eventually become a divided Europe. And so what was necessary for the Allies in the war trials is they wanted to wrap things up really quickly. They wanted to find who was guilty, hopefully not a very large circle of people, punish them, and let's move on. That was really the strategy of the justices at Nuremberg, is they wanted to find the guilty, punish them, and move on. It was important that, for example, Western Germany should realize that, yes, we have to, throw in our lot with the Allies, and we have to face West, and we have to, democratize. And you just can't do that if you're going to hold guilt over a society for decades and generations. So they came up with a legal strategy, which we can question as historians today, which posited that the reason the Holocaust happened was that Hitler formed a conspiracy with a tightly knit group of individuals, particularly those associated with the SS. And with this small group of people, perhaps a few hundred, they were able to essentially dupe the rest of the continent into going along with the process of murder. The Poles really didn't know what was happening in the fields around Silesia, and the Germans near Dachau, they thought they were like some kind of factory there. They had no idea. This is the model of the intentionalists, and it worked fairly well for a long time. A very small number, 10 people, were hanged at Nuremberg, and they established clear criteria for who was a war criminal and who was not. And basically, Shalom al-Nafshi, at that point, we kind of wrapped things up, and we were able to try and rebuild Europe, Marshall Plan, and so on. So that's the intentionalist school, which says fundamentally that Hitler intended this from the very beginning and created a model that invited co-conspirators and kept everyone else out in the cold. This model held up until the 1950s, when many historians, Martin Brojat in Europe, began to poke holes in it, saying, wait a second, it doesn't really make sense, because we see a few things that argue against this trend. For example, why was it that the ghettos really didn't get established until 1940? They really intended it from the beginning. Why didn't he start right away? And furthermore, why is it that Jews were still allowed to leave? And why is it that Hitler had two different repatriation plans, one in the island of Madagascar, another one in the Lublin region of Poland, where it seemed like he was trying to transport Jews as opposed to murder them all? Why is it that the mass murder only begins in 1941 and the death camps only begin in 1942? These dates just don't make sense with the intentionalist model. It really should have been earlier. So a more sophisticated model called the functionalists began to rise. The functionalists argued that certainly Hitler was Semite of millennials, a Malay. There's nothing to say about that. Not diminishing in any way his dastardly intentions for the Jewish people. However, he and his co-conspirators, so to speak, only stumbled across and of the Holocaust when they saw people were willing to go along with it. When they radicalized one aspect or another of their legislation, and they saw that, hey, no one's bothering us. Like, for example, Kristallnacht. We have a massive pogrom all across the country. We burn, hundreds of synagogues, break lots of glass. 260 people are killed. And what happens? Nothing. People slap us on the wrist by writing op-eds in the New York Times, and nothing really changes. So you know what? We can get away with it. And bit by bit, the Nazi regime was radicalized until Operation Barbarossa, which is where we're going to pick up the story at this point. So the functionalists who argue that the Holocaust was a function of the war, as the war became more brutalized and more seemed to be possible, then the idea of actually murdering all of the Jews of Europe dawned in Hitler's mind, and he was able to actually implement it to a terrible degree. So that's a big, and so for example, to give you a sense of who's a modern functionalist, most modern historians adhere to this model of understanding. And you have people like David Goldhagen, who wrote a book called Hitler's Willing Executioners, which is instructive, meaning that German citizens as a whole were willing to go along with the plan. By focusing on Hitler narrowly, we miss the larger story, which is a deeply embedded anti-Semitism, or at least an apathy in society that is willing to see this minority population murdered. And we have many examples of corroborating evidence, for example, from the world of psychology, the Milgram experiment, the Zimbardo experiment. Perhaps when we had more leisure, we would look at that. Let's look at the essential timeline of how the Holocaust played out within the context of the intentionalist versus functionalist debate. So perhaps the first thing that Hitler embarked on at the beginning of the war, September 1939, is the concentration of Jews. And this happened in a haphazard manner throughout all of the occupied territories. There did not seem to be a coherent plan as to what exactly this concentration was for. But ultimately, and we should note also that these concentrations, which are called ghettos, of course, many of them did not have any kind of barriers other than administrative ones, meaning they would simply put out a map. This is the Jewish region. You must live in the Jewish section of town. And if a Jew is caught outside of the section, especially when a year after the war begins, they institute formal badges and armbands for Jews. The person could not for being outside the region. But there's no external constraints like a wall keeping them from living within the ghetto. Two types of ghettos developed. Some in the Polish city of Łódź seem to operate on that the purpose of the ghetto was slave labor. And so the way to survive, the whole culture of the strange culture of the ghetto was built around earning a work permit. So you could work, let's say, in style factories that populated Łódź, and then you would be able to get rations to feed your family. Ghettos like Warsaw, shown here, were understood to be holding pens for Jews starved. That they were there to just nutritionist places where Jews were given, for example, the daily ration for Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto was 150 calories, which is basically like a few potato skins. Average, I just did one of those breathing tests today, and they told me that I need to eat 1850 calories per day. I said, that's per day, right? Not like half a day and then another 1850 at night, but no, per day. So an adult male has to eat about 1800 calories. Jews were given 150 calories. So they were like intended for starvation. The starvation was, in fact, the occurrence in most of these ghettos, which remained intact basically from the beginning of the war in 1939 until the spring of 1942, when the next stage was deportation. But before we get to the deportation, we have to understand that one of the great turning points around which functionalists and intentionalists have a tremendous amount of debate is the significance of Operation Barbarossa. Looking at the war militarily, one of the things that Hitler was well aware of was that Germany has this geographic problem whenever it fights a war. We've seen it many times in German history. Germany, since it's in the center of Europe, cannot win a war fighting on two fronts. Germany cannot fight both to the west and to the east simultaneously, primarily because of logistics. If you have a weakness on the eastern front and you need, to get a supply line out there or you need to get reinforcements, you've got to schlep them all the way from the Western Front, which is frequently impossible. Furthermore, when you go into the east further, you hit the greatest general of the region. Maybe you've heard of him, General Winter. The Russian winter is so brutal that it's impossible to maintain occupation of beyond the Urals in any way. At any rate, Hitler followed this plan by conquering the West first. He took over France, Holland, Norway, Denmark, and so on, leaving England for later, but attacking it with punishing, brutal air campaigns. And once the West was pacified, then he broke his deal with Stalin that he had signed in late 1939 and invaded in a surprise attack. Now, what's significant beyond the military in terms of the Holocaust, and remember that the war and the Holocaust are two separate but related phenomena. The Wehrmacht was trying to advance the war effort. At the time, Hitler was trying to advance the second war effort, that against the Jews. So he sent out 4 groups of what were called Einsatzgruppe, or special commandos. And these special commandos, A, B, C, and D, followed the Wehrmacht into Poland and the former Soviet Union, and essentially followed the troops in to the tiny Städtlach where Jews lived. They would round them up in these tiny little Städtlach, these roving commandos, and they would drive them out to ravines. Sometimes they would have them dig their own graves, strip them naked, and they would shoot them en masse. They did this for about a year, and they killed somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million Jews in this manner, including most of my own family that remained behind in Europe. This is, however, a far cry from the death camps that would be created later. And historians wonder, did Hitler switch to the death camps because he saw that he was going to lose the war, because the winter was beginning to impinge on his troops' movement, or did he move to the death camps because he saw able to shoot so many Jews in a fairly inefficient manner with machine guns? Perhaps he can get away with something even more radical. So the war at this point, this is when you have the first actual of organized mass murder. It's significant to recall the date, June 22nd, 1941. The war has been going on for almost 2 full years at this, and you have not had any organized mass murder. Kristallnacht is a massive, upheaval and pogrom, really of a 19th century variety, and there are lots of incredibly awful, brutal attacks on Jews, but they are called Einzelaktionen, single action events. You don't have a clear mandated military plan, a technological and bureaucratic plan in 1941, which lends more strength as well to the functionalist argument. So after the Einsatzgruppen have had significant success for about half a year, then they move on to the next stage, which is the development of death camps. We call that Hitler actually had thousands of concentration camps that were operating already from the 1930s. He put into the concentration camps basically anyone he didn't like. Political prisoners, communists, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, gypsies, anyone he didn't like. Jews were only a minority of the camp before 1942. And you can see here these black dots are many of these camps. One of my own teachers was here in Sachsenhausen. Then in 1941, largely, by the way, as the experience they had testing new methods on Sephardic Jews. Sephardic Jews were the first Jews to be gassed in the war. The Jews of Slovakia were experimented on as efficient killing methods. Hitler 6 of these camps here, which are known by the German term Vernichtungslager. Vernichtung in Yiddish means literally to make into nothing. Nicht, right? Vernichtungslager is Konzentrationslager, meaning they're there to make people anything. The most notorious, of course, was Auschwitz. The other 5 names are etched in the memory of Jews as horrific sites of mass murder. And of course, we know the story of what happened with the death camps. The Jews who had been languishing in the ghettos were rounded up, like this photograph again from Warsaw at the Umschplatz, separated male and female, and then put into cattle cars where they were often for days trucked across the landscape. They would be emptied out at one of the many concentration camps, such as Auschwitz, shown here. There would be a selection process where the vast majority of them would be sent immediately to be killed. But those who either showed promise as slave laborers would be dedicated to one of the many satellite work enterprises that surrounded these death camps. For example, Auschwitz had outside of it a plant for making acetone, which was a significant chemical used in the war effort. And so a small number of physically healthy Jews were separated off to be worked to death as slaves. Those were ultimately the very tiny minority of Jews who survived admission to these camps were typically among the ones who were associated with slave labor. Also taken away at this point were Jews who were useful for medical experimentation by pseudo-doctors such as Josef Mengele, Wasser Engel, the white angel, they called him. He specifically liked taking children who were twins because he could experiment on one and use the other one as a control to see what experiment resulted. The Nazis also used Jews for a whole series of war-related experimentation, such as, for example, field amputations. If a person stepped on a landmine and lost a leg, would it be possible to sew on another leg? So they would frequently simply remove limbs, sometimes reattach them, sometimes ship them off to the front. And in their typical Prussian way, they kept detailed records of which continue to pose a ethical dilemma for scholars who wish to perhaps use that medical research today, despite its nefarious origins. The vast majority of Jews, of course, would be taken to a gas chamber like this one at Majdanek. They would be exposed to a rat poison called Zyklon B that would mix with the air and would asphyxiate the Jews within 20 minutes. And then other Jews would be brought in to remove their bodies and take them to crematoria for burning. I'm sure everyone in this room is broadly familiar with this history. It pains me, though, that my students, my undergraduate students, what they call the 3Gs, the third generation after, they may have grandparents who experienced this, and they may know grandparents who experienced this firsthand, but they're the last generation. It's hard to imagine there will be a 4G that has any meaningful contact with survivors. So it bears repeating, primarily for the internet audience, because the vast majority of young people today don't have a sophisticated idea, even a 15-minute presentation such as this. The survivors, as I mentioned, were typically those who were selected for slave labor and who were actually enough to be alive at the time of liberation in 1944 and 45, many of them by the Russian army. And many of the slaves had actually tipped over the point of what we would call conscious sentient life and become what the camp slang called Musulmaner, or Muslims, which was a slang for people who simply gave up on living, and they felt nothing. They literally felt no. They had no more effort to even eat, and they would typically die within a few days. They're exposed to horrific conditions. These are the latrines, for example, fed at gruel that encouraged diarrhea, and then for very brief periods of time to use these latrines. Accounts and study of the camp system, very in-depth study by a man named Terence Desprez, who wrote a brilliant, one of the first early studies of how the camps actually worked. He wrote a brilliant study called The Survivor, and after finishing the book, like many great scholars of the Holocaust, he promptly killed himself. And he wrote about the latrines. He argued that the Nazis actually consciously used what he called an excremental assault, meaning that he wanted the Jews to actually back and lose all of their humanity, lose all distinguishing features such as their distinct clothing, their hair was forbidden to refer to another Jew by their name. You had to refer to them by their serial number, and ultimately even to lose the basic of civilizing elements of our lives, to lose their ability to be toilet trained. But that's again for another time. Sfarad. So the scope of the genocide. This is a map that shows you the deportation range. Essentially extends from France. Drancy was one of the major transit camps, all to the 6 death camps in southeastern Poland in particular. But the Sephardic lands are hardly represented here. Spain was technically neutral, as was Switzerland. You know, when you're being neutral when there is a tyrant in the room essentially means you're siding with the tyrant. But what about all the Sephardim who are living down here in North Africa? What happens to them? They largely survived the Holocaust, but only briefly. As this map shows, the vast majority of them experienced their own demographic upheaval, not at the same level as those of the Jews to the north, but they were decimated by the uprisings of their local populations upon the establishment of the State of Israel. And just looking at some of these numbers, countries like Algeria had 140,000 Jews in 1948 when the state was established, and in the year 2000 they had 100. It went from 38,000 to 0. A tremendous Jews forced out of their homes and essentially exiled to Israel. And if you have to be exiled, Israel is a good place to be exiled too. But this is the contrasting experience of the Sephardim, which is, of course, slightly later than our time period. Okay, so if we look at the Sephardic context, we can say 3 basic things about their experience and why it was different. And I am painting in broad strokes, but we're just trying to place it within the overall context. The first and most important thing is the date of occupation by the Nazis. And this is true of Europe as well. The longer the Nazis held a territory, the more likely it was the Jews there were to be murdered. We see that most impressively, perhaps, in the case of Hungary, where the Jews actually managed to hang on right until the very end, until 1944, until the Nazis drove out the local Hungarian government, which was allied to the Nazis, but was hesitant to actually put in place the draconian Hitler demanded. And once the Nazis took over Hungary, then of course one of their first priorities, even at the expense of their own war effort, was to immediately murder as many Jews as possible. So the same rule holds true as well for Sephardic lands. Greece, where we'll have a large population of Jews, was taken over fairly early by the Nazis, and they had some of the most devastating losses. In North Africa, however, which was associated with Operation Torch, when Rommel made his way across the coast here, hoping to close the circle around the outside of the Mediterranean basin, these countries had it progressively easier because Nazism was in their countries for less time. It's a simple function. The longer the Nazis are there, the more likely it is that Jews will be murdered. The later the Nazis come in the war, the more likely it is that Jews would survive. Persecuted, but still survive. Second very important factor, this is number 3. Let's go 2 here, is colonialism. That especially in North Africa, the indigenous populations did not view the Nazis as liberators. Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, they viewed the Europeans on the other side of the Mediterranean lake as essentially interlopers who were coming in and were forcing their ways onto the local populations. So what difference does it make if you're dealing with the French in Algeria or you're dealing with the Germans in Algeria? There was a tremendous amount of skepticism in the local populations who were not as enthusiastic about cooperating with the Nazis. This is not the same situation that you have in Europe, where, for example, in countries like Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine, there is tremendous enthusiasm, honest enthusiasm from the local population who feel threatened by it. They're welcoming the Nazis with flowers, thinking, okay, with German help, like we had in World War I, really drive the communists. This is not something that happens in North Africa because they view the Germans with mistrust. And thirdly, whoops, I got these out of order, but I'll go back this way. The thirdly is the fact that Sephardic Jews tend to be, and still tend to be, far more acculturated than Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazi Jews tended to maintain their own separate language, Yiddish, tended to have their own separate modalities of dress. They tended to be very focused and very narrow commercial enterprises like money lending, petty trade, card artisanry, things like that. In North Africa, in the Arabic-speaking lands, Jews were highly adapted to local populations, virtually indistinguishable from them in dress, in language, and culture. They did not nearly as narrow a range of occupations, and so they were generally much more well-connected to society as a whole. This is something that we see all the way back from the Golden Age of Spain, where Sephardic Jews had significant linkages with local populations, able to blend in with a much worse in Ashkenazic land. The great exception to that rule, of course, would be Germany and France, where the Jews attempted with phenomenal effort to slavishly imitate local, and it did not help them live. So let's have a Sephardic lands and understand their experience during the Holocaust. Both the largest concentration of Jews and also the most European of experience of the Holocaust. And in fact, the Greek experience is largely indistinguishable from that which we see to the north in places like Poland. The key distinction is which part of Greece are we talking about? Because when you look at the Peloponnesus, at the peninsula that extends into the Mediterranean, there's three zones. There's one zone occupied by Bulgaria, that is a German ally that invades a territory in the north of Greece that they coveted. Then you have a region in the center here which is occupied by directly, and then you have a fairly large section here which is occupied by Italy, of course also a German ally under Il Duce Mussolini. And as we would expect, the Jews who were in the German zone experienced the Holocaust with its full force immediately upon the Germans invading the region. Ghettoization proceeds particularly in Salonika or Thessaloniki, one of the most important centers going back a millennium for Jews. Many Sephardic Jews had settled there after the expulsion of 1492, and the Jews are rounded up in short order. Thankfully, one of the leaders of the Jewish community there understood what was happening and took all of the local communal records and burned them. So the Nazis did have some difficulty actually rounding up the Jews. This is not the case in Germany, Poland, and elsewhere, where the local Jewish leaders were forced to cooperate with the Nazis on pain of death, and so the Nazis were able to identify Jews much easier. But nevertheless, they took them, eventually sent them to Bergen-Belsen, where the vast majority were murdered. In Bulgaria, there was this phenomenon that we see many places in the Holocaust, where the Bulgarians were not especially fond of the Jews from the central part of Greece that became refugees, and they were very happy to turn those over to the Nazis. But there's a big distinction made with what they considered our Jews, our Bulgarian Jews who have lived here for many centuries. They were not in a hurry to go along with their ally and hand them over. And in fact, only after pressure did they in fact do so and send their Jews to the death camps. This is in contrast, by the way, with France. When France was conquered, even though we have this image of, these heroic French guys wearing berets and like bombing things, and like the reality is the Vichy French offered them before he asked for them. They already in advance of a request from the Nazis. The same thing happened in the Italian zone. The Italians were the least or the most reluctant of Hitler's allies. Mussolini himself had very fond relations with Jews, had a Jewish mistress for some time, and he was just not. He loved the idea of territorial expansion. He just could not really get his head wrapped around the idea of anti-Semitism, especially genocidal anti-Semitism. But ultimately, he was forced to turn them over. So Greece had the most traditional of it. One last footnote about Greece: perhaps the saddest emblem of disappearance of the Jews of Thessaly is the Centuries Cemetery, which was a famous pilgrimage site for many, because it really was upon centuries and quite a large region in Athens. And it was taken over. The stones were removed, used as building materials, and now you have the Aristotle University that sits on its grounds today. Serbia and Croatia has a similar experience in European regions. The Sephardic Jews in Serbia were exposed to incredible cruelties. Ustaše, which was the Croat Nazi party, were very enthusiastic about ridding themselves of all minorities. Here is a photograph from the war of the Croatians actually sawing the head off a Serb. And if you were around in the 1990s, you remember the tremendous the war that went on there that America participated in as well. This incredible fighting between the Serbs and the Croats. So the Jews were easily within that mix, and the Ustaše were very enthusiastic about deporting them. As I mentioned, the Serbian and Croatian Jews were the first to be used to gas technology for murder. This van is one of the many gas vans that were constructed. They were vans that were taken off to their wheels and put on blocks, and essentially they used in these early carbon monoxide poisoning. Very efficient, and so they had to move to the rat poison that we mentioned earlier. But the idea of murdering Jews at a faster pace was something very important to Hitler, and they experimented with these Sephardic Jews. North Africa, to conclude our discussion, as I mentioned, they primarily experienced a military occupation and not a strong civil occupation. In other words, as I mentioned about Barbarossa, the Holocaust is a function of the war. The Wehrmacht, although allied with the Einsatzgruppen and aware of what they were doing, nevertheless considered the Einsatzgruppen to be beneath them, the Wehrmacht warriors and soldiers expanding the Reich. The Einsatzgruppen were like exterminators, getting rid of the vermin. So only had the Wehrmacht in the North African countries. Hitler did not impose in these later territories the same kind of search and destroy missions that you have there. So primarily what the Jews experienced there were the first stages of the Holocaust. The attempt to collectivize them in ghettos, not very successful, because the Jews in Algeria and Libya and so on were much more diffuse, not concentrated in neighborhoods the same way they were in Europe. And the revocation of certain privileges is the Kremlin Decree of 1870 that allowed Jews some preferential rights vis-a-vis local Muslims was removed, and a statut de juif was imposed in its stead that removed their civil rights. But by and large, just when the Holocaust was getting underway, the Nazis were forced to retreat, and so the Jews of North Africa did not experience the same level of persecution. So to bring our lecture to a close, I'm sorry that we could not spend more time on this topic. I'm thinking that perhaps next year for my students, my undergraduate students, we might do a year-long course on the Holocaust, because I'm feeling it is a tremendous academic necessity. But I hope that in the spirit of Yom HaShoah, and for the Kedoshim, many of whom we may know personally, we've at least participated in commemorating their experience through discussing it collectively tonight. Hope you all have an excellent week. God willing, I'll see you next week when we speak about Emma Lazarus, much more cheerful topic, the great poet of the Knossos Statue of Liberty. Thank you very much for your attention.
That stays in the back of your mind. The window. First the car, then the window.
I was asked by Well, and again, thank you for it. My name is Ike. I'm the landlord of the building. It's my honor to be a part of this beautiful organization. Tonight is, I think, the first night I think they said that men are in the building. Primarily, organization, and tonight I'm very honored happy to have such a great turnout. So they asked me to say a few words and to introduce our esteemed speaker. They also prepared for Rabbi Eli Mitz unfortunately, it must be nice words about Rabbi Eli, but I don't think he said introduction. So, as I was saying, we have with us a very esteemed guest, Dr. Henry. He's been a wonderful friend and advocate as well. He has provided us fantastic course material and a riveting presentation of our Jewish history for the next 2 semesters. He also promoted us and our mission on numerous fronts, including the uber important social media outlets, over which holds much sway. We have a tremendous amount of gratitude and appreciation for the doctor for all his help and special guidance. For those of you that do not know, Dr. Henry Abramson serves as the Dean of the mighty Avenue J campus of Torah College. A native of Northern Ontario, Canada, he earned his PhD from the University of Toronto for a dissertation on the Jews of Ukraine, and he held postdoctoral and visiting appointments at Harvard, Oxford, Cornell, and the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He's the author of 7 books on Jewish history, and taught most recently the historical context of the Esh Kodesh. And is the only person published by both Harvard University and Southern Publishers. Research has been recognized with research grants from the National Endowment of Humanities, the United States Holocaust and Memorial Museum, and he is a recipient of excellence in the Academy Award from the National Education Association. His personal website has over 20,000 followers, global followers, his online lectures, not to mention the ever popular Monday night lecture at Torah College, which is open to all public every Monday night. So, without further ado, I'd like to give him a warm welcome, Dr. Henry Abramson. Thank you very much.
I'm very grateful for those warm words of welcome. I am so honored to be here tonight, and I'm really disappointed that Rabbi Mansour is not here, because that's one of the main reasons I came, because I really wanted to hear him talk. So but I'm also deeply grateful for you here. If you don't mind, can we just take a selfie? It'll be just take a second. Okay, everybody. Okay, because it's such a big crowd. Okay. Here we go. Okay, everybody. Smile. Okay, I think I got us. One more time, just in case. There we go. Oh, good. Wow, that's great. Okay. Wow, I'm going to send that to my wife, and so she knows I actually was here. Okay. So tonight's lecture is on an absolutely fascinating topic. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be able to speak to you about it. I hope all of you at the back can hear me all right. Okay, great. So I'm going to speak for about 60 minutes or so. I'll pause at a few moments for questions. Please don't ask any hard questions, because this is not really my area of expertise, but I really enjoy studying this material, so we'll do it quickly together. So we go. Let's go back to the beginning of the lecture. Right. Okay. So first of all, great thanks to the Well I'm a big fan of this institution. Ms. Weinberg came to my office a while ago. Of course, she's herself a distinguished Jewish historian, and she talked to me about this project, and I fell in love with it. I think it's absolutely fantastic. And I have to say, as a relative newcomer to New York, I think this is one of the great institutions of Sephardic research and study. It has such a phenomenal vibe. I just feel happy walking into this building, and I'm so grateful to be a small part of it. And this is one of those few things about New York that I really, really like. I come from Florida most recently, so it takes a lot for me to really, really like something. But the Well is one of those places. So I want to give thanks to the institution for inviting me and for allowing me to participate in your academic life, especially to Ms. Weinberg for her inspiration in creating these kinds of programs, to Ms. Sassoon for her guidance and for her leadership. And really, there's so many names I should thank, but I just want to say I'm really grateful to be here. And I wish Rabbi Mansour was here, but we'll skip past that. For those of you who heard a really nice introduction, I really appreciate it. This is an older picture of me from before I grew my beard. But my area of expertise is really the Jews of Eastern Europe, Ashkenazi Jewry. And I've written quite a few Jews of Ukraine and Jews of Poland and places like that. But I had students who have been asked for years to spend more time looking at Sephardic culture, and so this particular year I decided to invest in it. I've been giving a yearly series of lectures of the Jews of Spain from ancient times, the Visigoth era, right through the Gish, and up into the diaspora. It's an absolutely fantastic, amazing adventure of a history, and it's so inspirational to see that it is still alive, thriving here in South Brooklyn. And I'm hoping that today's presentation will perhaps inspire all of you to go on a little further in your own research and exploration of the Sephardic heritage, which is something that is not only shared by the narrow ethnic itself, but by all Jews and by world civilization as a culture that is worthy of emulation in many ways. So here's my home campus. If you're interested, come by Monday nights at 7. That's when I give my live lecture. And also it's available online. Things like that. I want to give a shout out to Connecticut. That's a big deal. Thank you. Flooded roads and everything. Well, okay, shout out. So first of all, I'm not going to say too much, especially original. As I mentioned, it's not really my area of expertise to give you original research. You read this book already. You can leave the room, because I'm basically going to do a 1-hour book review of the text. The microphone is on, right? Okay. But this, put it up closer. How's that? Oh, right close like that. Okay. So this is the. No, I think we're okay. Can everyone see the images all right? Okay. At this time of night, if we turn the lights off, I will lose half the audience. So this is a great, very popular and very readable book, Sacred Trash. Does most of the things that we're going to talk about here. It's authored by Adina Hoffman and Peter Cole. They're both scholars of Sephardic poetry. Peter Cole has also he has a real difficulty finding a great place to get a haircut, but he has nevertheless made some amazingly beautiful translations of Sephardic poetry. I highly recommend his work. So, what exactly is the Geniza? Has anybody here don't be ashamed, not heard of the Cairo Geniza before this event? Okay, great. So I'm speaking to you and all the other people here who are embarrassed to raise their hands. And those who have heard of Cairo, maybe heard of a Geniza, but not necessarily the two of them together. So let's understand, what exactly is a Geniza? The word Geniza comes from a Persian root through Hebrew, which essentially means to store away, to treasure, to hide, or to simply dump somewhere. Lignoz means to hide away in modern Hebrew, and a Geniza is essentially a place where you put away things that you will probably never use again. It is not exactly the same as, let's say, for example, a nakba, which would be like a garbage, but it's someplace special that you put things away forever. So, like, for example, this picture here, which shows a modern Geniza in Israel, and it looks pretty much exactly like a dumpster, right? It's got graffiti on it and things like that, but there's a special purpose for a Geniza. Anyone know what that purpose is? Exactly, right. So the halakha is that anything which is written with a holy name on it, a shem, hence shemot, or shmot. So they say, how is it? Hot, right? I'll have to say a little more Sephardic. Shemot. Can everyone say shemot in a Sephardic? Can I say shemot? Sorry, it's a little stronger I guess, for respond now. So, anything that has God's name in it cannot be thrown away when it's no longer worthwhile. It's not usable, like an old prayer book that's falling apart. So you have to put it away someplace and then eventually it to a decent burial in a Jewish cemetery. So most synagogues have a geniza, a back room, something like that, where they put away their various goods. So this particular geniza, which is in a public street, it even has a sign here. It says "Asur zevel." I would translate zevel normally as fertilizer, but I think what they mean here is like garbage. You can't throw garbage into it. This is not for garbage. It is for holy things like prayers, books, and so on. Now, the Jews of Cairo, old Cairo, had an actual habit, which turned out to be an amazing thing for us. Hundreds of years ago, they had a geniza synagogue, nothing special, but they developed this unusual custom that not only would they preserve holy books, worn out holy books, as we would in a contemporary synagogue, they would also preserve anything written, even partially, with Hebrew characters. Lashon HaKodesh, well, Lashon Kodesh, Lashon Kodesh. Anything written in the Holy Tongue, even partially, even if it was transliterated from Arabic, they saved it and they threw it in their geniza, and so it remained for 1,000 years until it was discovered. And what was there is absolutely mind-blowing. So just to give some of the geography, we're talking about a region where Jews had lived literally for millennia. Of course, we go back to Egypt in biblical periods. And old Cairo, which is known as Fustat, is here on the River Nile. The city itself moved a little further north. The synagogue itself was built in 1012. It was actually raised and then reconstructed. So we know that this particular structure is approximately 1,000 years old. Here it is, the Ben Ezra synagogue. This is not the original structure. It was renovated at the end of the 19th century and again by a Canadian team in the 20th century. But you get a sense of what it might have looked like to the original inhabitants. Here's a view of the interior. These are highly traditional electric lights that they had 1,000 years ago, but you get a sense of what this synagogue must have been like. Now, what's important to us is not the reconstructed interior of the synagogue, but this mysterious attic here with this ladder going up to the top. A legend had developed in Old Fustat that there was a serpent in the Geniza, in this, kind of like upstairs attic crawl space, and went in there would be bitten to death by the serpent. Another legend, which sounds very Egyptian in nature, kind of like Harrison Ford, Raiders of the Lost Ark kind of thing. By the way, I have a fondness for Harrison Ford. A lot of my students say that I have striking resemblance. Either him or Will Smith. The two of them, I often in the street, I walk in Manhattan. Okay, so there was another Egyptian legend that anyone who saw the inside of the Geniza would not live out the year. And so for 1,000 years, the Geniza remained undisturbed until the 1800s, when a few pieces of manuscripts that were in the Geniza began to circulate in the black market. And there's a whole cavalcade of interesting people who came across pieces of the Geniza. They began to leak out into European collectors who get say, hey, there's something interesting coming out of this old synagogue in Fustat, but no one knew into it until it was discovered by these individuals in particular. These two women, Agnes Lewis and Margaret Gibson, twin sisters, with a very unusual upbringing. They're raised by a Protestant minister in England who promised these young daughters that he would take them to any country in the world as long as they learned its language first. So they took him up on his offer. They learned French and Italian and German, and they moved on to Arabic and Turkish, and they got to be really quite well traveled and also very well educated. Here they're shown in their cap and gowns, who were denied to Cambridge University, even though they ended up doing some absolutely stellar world research, including manuscripts of the New Testament in monasteries in Sinai and translations from Syriac and so on. Really world-class scholars who unfortunately never recognized in their lifetime, primarily because they were women. At any rate, twin sisters were both widowed at a young age, and they took their considerable fortune and they translated it to a life of world travel, where they went around all kinds of exotic locales and visited locals and did all kinds of interesting research. They were known, because they were virtually inseparable, as the Giblus, from Gibson Lewis. These two twin sisters, not Jewish, highly intellectual, very well educated, and fascinated with everything. They went to this synagogue in Old Twistad, and when they were told about the legends about the snake and about you won't live about a year, they said, that's ridiculous, and they insisted on climbing up into the attic, and they saw the most amazing thing there. And they grabbed a few pieces of paper or parchment that were there, and they returned them to their friend, Solomon Schechter, who was at this time a reader in rabbinics at Cambridge University, an Eastern European rabbi with a strong intellectual bent. They saw him in the street in Cambridge and said, oh, you won't believe, we just got back from Cairo, and we brought this interesting document for you. And they gave him this moldy old piece of parchment. He looked at it, and he was momentarily stunned. He shook his head, says, can I take this away and just spend some time with it? And they said, sure, go ahead. And then he wrote to them that very same day and sent them a telegram, and then went to see them, because they had discovered a long-lost manuscript that had never been known in Hebrew for 1,000 years, specifically the Ben Sira manuscript that I'll show you shortly. Ultimately, after several decades of effort, they brought hundreds of thousands of fragments of documents out of the Geniza and spread them out. They ended up in many universities around the world, including here in America. Princeton has a fair collection, but the Cambridge collection is by far the most impressive. Here is a photograph of Solomon Schechter working with many of the documents. This is a stage photograph. One of the main differences between what you see here and what it really would have been like is forced to wear a covering on his nose and mouth, because the stench of these rotting documents was absolutely terrible. And anyone who worked with it would be suffering from all kinds of respiratory illnesses, and they took precautions. Yes, please. Okay. I can't believe people in room 4 over there. Okay, hang on a second. Just go say hi to them. I'll be right back. Okay, I'll just go say hi in real life. Where's room 4? Is it over this way? Down over here? 5? This is room 5 over here. Right? Room 4 down there. Okay.
It just changes to the point where you think you can get out of the situation. Blame on traffic, but I said stupid excuse. And my heart fell off. I really believe it. So, get sick all the time. So, there was a time where I could not sleep.
No, they're having fun. Okay, I don't know. They're actually having a lot more fun over there. They have alcohol. They have, Okay. Anyways, let's turn this light up because they can't see the. How's that? Okay. All right, room 4. We got the screen on now. So, what the Geniza essentially looked like for about 50 years as people began to work through it. But one of the things that I have not given away yet is the fact that the amazing thing about the Geniza is that it is an entire cross-section of life in ancient Egypt. It's not just, I mean, we love old prayer books. We love kinds of things you find in these publications, but it was everything. Bills of sale, to board, marriage contracts, business contracts, love letters, documents in Chinese, the world's oldest scraps of Yiddish, everything made, even one of my favorites, a petek, a charity collector's document, you know, like the laminated things, all the way from Kiev. It gives you a sense of everything that was happening in the entire Mediterranean basin for about 500 years. It's an absolutely incredible discovery, and I hope to share with you in the next few minutes the kinds of things they found there. Okay, so what is in the treasure? So I hear a question at the back. Oh, and what was the reaction of the local population? They loved it because they paid for them. There was a lot of money. Like they thought, this is one of the great the takeaways of the Geniza that I'm going to talk about at the end of the class. But everybody who thought it was trash turned out to be wrong, and this goes over several generations of scholars. Every scholar says, "Okay, that's it. We've taken everything from the Geniza," and then another scholar says, "You totally missed this other aspect," and they discovered even greater treasure. So it's an ongoing problem of misunderstanding, underestimating the value of this trove. So local population there, they were great with it. As long as you paid the requisite bribes, and Schechter was fed up with it because he describes how, you know, you have to pay someone, you have to pay the bribe to the guy who stands at the front door, you have to pay a bribe to the guy, or a tip to the guy who comes and says, "How are you doing?" You have to pay a bribe to the guy who comes and brings you a cup of tea. It's like everybody is there, and you have to actually tip every single person. So they were happy with it at the time. Later, of course, when it was discovered how great it is, this is the tragedy, perhaps, of the alkalized peoples. But we're not going to focus on the negative for today. Let's go straight to it. So here is the first document that really became famous, a fascinating book called The Wisdom of Ben Sirah. This is a book which was revered by Jews in the period, the Second Temple period, and it came very close into making it into the, at the time, the rabbis were discussing, what are we going to include in the Bible, which books are we not going to include in the Bible. There's a large number of books that were considered valuable, but for one reason or another, didn't quite make it in. The Gemara records many, when the rabbis had a long debate, many rabbis felt, for example, we should not include the book of Kohelet. Kohelet? That's terrible. I feel so bad. Ecclesiastes. We shouldn't include it because it's got too much negative cynicism. And other rabbis said, no, it ends well, so keep it. Song of Songs. You know, if you ever read a not a Jewish translation of Song of Songs, just read what the words say. It's pretty, you know, R-rated. The rabbi said no way, but Rabbi Akiva said no. It's Kadosh Kadosh. You have to keep Shir Hashirim. So a lot of the books didn't make it. Among the books that didn't make it, the so-called Sfarim Chitzoniim, the outside books, was the Wisdom of Ben Sirah, which is a lot like Mishlei, a lot like Kohelet in many ways, but it was lost to the Jewish tradition because it was considered one of the outside books. The Christian tradition, however, kept it in Greek. They loved it, and it became essentially a holy Greek book. Just 1 second. It became a holy Greek book, and the Christians thought it was fantastic, and its Jewish origins were lost. But many scholars felt this is actually a Jewish book, and by finding the Hebrew original, all of a sudden they reclaimed this very important document of Jewish literary tradition. Yes, please. The Gemara indicates that he is actually an illegitimate child, or not exactly illegitimate, but he's the offspring of Yirmiyahu HaNavi. So now it's a bizarre story, exactly how it was. I'm not going to go into it now. When I'm off the microphone, I will. It's a bizarre story about Ben Sirah, but it is a fascinating book. At any rate, this is only the tip of the iceberg, however. the kind of things they found in the Geniza were mind-blowing. That first generation of scholars under Solomon Schechter, they found, for example, autographed copies of Maimonides' work. This is a page from the Mishnah Torah written by the Rambam, the Nesher HaGadol, the Great Eagle. And for those of you who have studied the Rambam in depth, you'll know that his word choice is absolutely specific. And the more you study his remarkably deceptive Hebrew style, you see how he's so careful about the choice of words. Finally, we're able to see, as you see from this example here, what he decided not to include, what he decided to change. The Rambam's own autographed copy of his first version of the Mishnah Torah. Mind-blowing, tremendous quality value. And we have, of course, his signature here, Moshe ben Reb Maimon here. Have the actual signature of the Rambam is such a glorious thing to contemplate. These are the kinds of things that were found in the Geniza library. That's a close-up of it. Also found there were documents, personal letters about Yehuda Halevi, the great Sephardi poet and philosopher who spent his last days traveling to Israel. And for many, many generations, there was a legend that what had happened was after a long and difficult travel, he found Israel, he bent down, and then he was trampled to death by either a crusader or a Muslim horseman and killed him there. And then in the late 19th century, people said, scholars said, wait a second, we don't have any sources to prove this. People saying it's a legend, it's a story. He just disappeared, that's all. But in the Geniza were letters which he wrote or received when he actually in Cairo en route to Israel. And then we found letters written shortly after he left Cairo, said that he went to Israel, and they used two letters after his name, Zion Lamed, Zecher Lebracha, which indicated after he arrived in Israel he was killed. The letters do not confirm exactly how he was killed, but they do confirm that he made it to Eretz Israel and there he died. Amazing kind of like stories of famous Jews are replete in the documents of the Geniza, and this alone would have made it a find of a millennium. But there was still so much more. Another amazing, never heard from before. For example, look at this document here, and this is an example of what they call a palimpsest, which means a document that has several layers of text. You can see here, poking underneath this Hebrew text, you see these Greek letters. The reason for this, if you're familiar with the Mishnah and the Pirkei Avot, very beautiful Mishnah, it says that Halomed Yeled Lama Hu Domer, like a person who learns as a child. What is it compared to? You remember the rest of the Mishnah? It's ink on new parchment. And so you imagine the parchment is like fresh, it's white, got nice black ink, and it soaks in really well, good contrast, and so on. And then it says someone who learns older, like a Baal Tshuva, like Rabbi Akiva, who learns at an older age. What is he compared to? Like someone who writes on rubbed parchment. What does rubbed parchment mean? So what they used to do back in those days with the printing technology is they would, my update is ready. Great. How about let's do remind me later. They would take the parchment because it's expensive. You had to shecht an animal to make this parchment, and they would take like some kind of scapula, like a stiff ruler type device, and then they would rub it really hard. That would not remove the ink from the writing, but would kind of like grind it down further into the fibers of the parchment. Just quick remind me later. Okay. There we go. Thank you so much. And that would make the parchment much darker because you'd be smushing the ink in and less able to hold the contrast with the new ink, but you could nevertheless write on top of it again. And you reuse the document by sort of erasing the words underneath, but not truly erasing because the various chemicals within the inks would eventually cause them, ghost-like, to rise up and be again after 100 or so years of resting. So when they discovered this document, they looked at the Greek and they said, "Oh my gosh, this is a classic language, literal translation of the Bible by none other than the famous Aquila, who was a very important source for, among others, Onkelos, who translated the Bible into Aramaic. And we knew that there was such a person, Aquila. We knew that he did a translation. We had never seen it before. It is, by the way, an absolutely unreadable translation because he translates it into exactly the same order and syntax as the Hebrew, in such a way that you could go back and learn the Hebrew for Greek. So people were like so excited. Wow, look at this. We found this amazing document underneath the document. And they started publishing pieces of this 20 years after publishing this. Guess what someone did? They decided to look at the top, the Hebrew, which was staring us in the face the whole time. It turns out that the top level are the long lost poems of the great Yanai, one of the greatest poets who ever lived in Jewish tradition, of whom we only have 3 or 4 poems. 400 poems by Yanai that were on top of these things. We're looking at the whole time and not realizing that this is Yanai himself. Yanai was such a great poet that his master, teaching him, it's an ancient 4th century, I believe, and that his master, after having taught him and seeing how beautiful a poet he was, he tried to assassinate him by putting a scorpion in his shoe. Now, it's a legend that's probably not true, but never the fact that they tell the story about Yanai gives you a sense of it. So these are some of the amazing things they're finding in the Gniza by looking at the document in different levels. Oh yeah, so there's Yanai. You can see the liturgical poem there. Now here's another one of my favorites. And Ms. Weinberg, of course, brilliant scholar. She recognized this. What is this, Ms. Weinberg? Oh yes, this is a poem by the famous Dunash ibn Labrat, an amazing individual who came from Babylon to Sfarad in the 10th century. He was a protege of Chastai ibn Shaprut, one of the statesmen of the era. And he started essentially a revolution in Hebrew poetry because he said, you know, Hebrew poetry, the way we have it right now, is really very nice. But the reality is, the Arabs have much more beautiful poetry than we do. They're making such beautiful poetry in Arabic, there's no comparison. And what's the big difference? Meter. The Hebrew poems, and you can see it if you go to an Ashkenazi shul, they do this all the time. Poems all have a very standard, simple meter that repeats itself repetitively and is actually kind of boring. But in Arabic poetry, they have short and long stops in the meter, which renders a much more beautiful effect. And Dunash said, you know what, we can adapt this Arabic style to Hebrew by simply differentiating between the Shva Nach and the Shva Na, and all of a sudden he opened up a whole new technique of writing poetry. We should realize that in 10th century, 11th century Spain, poetry was so important to the Sfaradim living there that they literally had riots, I mean violent encounters between those who supported the traditional form of poetry under Menachem ibn Saruk and those who supported the newfangled Arabic-style poetry pioneered by Ibn Labrat. It turned out that Ibn Labrat won. So this is an example of a poem. You can see it says at the top here, Dunash Ibn Labrat. However, Ms. Weinberg, brilliant as she's factually incorrect, because about 10 years later, another scholar found the other half of the poem. And there it is. And it says at the top here, that Eshet Dunash Ibn Labrat, from the wife, Mi Eshet, from the wife of Dunash Ibn Labrat. It was a love poem written in Babylon to her husband living in Spain, giving him a hard time for leaving her. And all of a sudden, we have here the very first poem written a woman preserved in the entire Hebrew canon. It's an amazing find. All of a sudden, you have this evidence, women as literate individuals expressing themselves in the art form of the day. It's absolutely astounding. And these have come from little scraps of paper that preserve themselves in the art form.
time with each other. We never. Yeah, because he would go. When I first met him, he was like, the vampire. And I go, what's these two things? You know, I'm talking about 2 shots, little porno. I was like, this guy. I know.
Well, it's such a vast. The question had to do with what language Jews are speaking at what time. We're talking about such a vast scope of Jewish history that it's hard to generalize, but I'm going to do it anyways. Jews tend to be polyglots. Here in America, it's unusual. Jews tend to only speak English. So for the vast majority of our history, we have spoken one language at home, typically a Jewish, often a hybrid between the Jewish and the secular language, like Judeo-Arabic or Yiddish or Ladino. And we've spoken a secular language in the street, spoken Hebrew in the synagogue. So these, what is the primary language of Jews varies from country to country and place to place, but we turn many different languages in all of our correspondence. And the Geniza bears that in true as well. Many of the documents are written in Arabic, but in Hebrew characters. And in fact, Yiddish is essentially German written in Hebrew characters, because we knew how to write before the Germans did, and so we used our own alphabet for their language. But we're comfortable in many different languages, and the Geniza shows a huge cross-section. Mr. Lawson.
Can they grow cocoa leaves like in greenhouses in the United States? I don't think so.
Yes.
Altitude. But see, I don't know why. I heard it was something to do with the altitude.
Right.
But the altitude's got to be the same.
You're starting to ask a hard question here. I'm a little bit nervous, but
Like some kind of greenhouse to grow cocoa leaves. Back in the day, I know that I have access to leaves.
Absolutely. Marina Rusto, who will show you here, she's actually on this particular screen. She's done a lot of work on this. I'll give it away, though, a little bit out of sequence. We know about the Cairo community that there was a significant number of Karaites living there as well. Karaites, of course, from a 9th century movement that denied the validity of the oral Torah and wanted to get back to the Torah, the text itself, and accepted the Bible. And we, as rabbinic Jews, tend to view them as hopeless heretics. And when you look historically, most of the stuff we tend to have focus on how bad they are and how we tried to push them away and how they were like constantly interfering with the things we were doing and stuff like that. But once you get into the Geniza documents, it doesn't paint that picture at all. We got along with them, we married with the Karaites, we did business with them, we schmoozed with them. A lot like in America, where you would have Orthodox Jews who still have lots of conservative and reform and even non-religious Jewish friends, and occasionally they'll marry each other and they'll certainly do business with each other, and it's a much more relaxed society. So in other words, the version of history that we tend to absorb, it comes from one narrow place, essentially the rabbinic elite, who really don't like the Karaites. But most Jews are like, okay, so he's a Farshunk and a Karaite, but, we still want. Let me move on a little bit further because I'm worried we won't make it to the time. Yes. Okay, all right, room 4, not in front of the projector. So weird having a book. I'll get to your question in a second, sir. Let me move on a little further. So now the next generation, so the first generation of scholars really focused on the rabbinic text. Let's look for the Rambam. Let's look for Yehuda Tibbon or whatever we can find out, and the rest is just garbage. The second generation began to look at things like palimpsests and look at multiple layers. The third generation, which is the 1950s, under the work of S.D. Goitein, began to say, wait a second, what about all that other stuff that famous people? Because the Geniza is filled with scraps of paper that are not written by important people. In fact, probably about 80% of it is written in just regular detritus of everyday life. Very difficult to read. It's all packed together. It's in fragments and so on. So what Goitein did was he said, I'm going to devote my life. And he ended up composing 6 massive volumes under the title A Mediterranean Society, in which he traced every single name, address, piece of furniture, clothing, spice, recipe, anything fine, and connected it as best he could to give us a sense of what life must have been like in Old Cairo for a few hundred years that the Ben Ezra synagogue was in existence. And he found some amazing characters like Wusha the broker. This is not a picture of her, but she sort of looks like I imagine she would be, who was an amazingly wealthy woman living in Old Cairo. And he managed to find a lot of documents out her. People used to give their children brachas saying, "May you be like Wusha." That was like a common phrase. People would say this, like we say, "Be like, Menashe and Ephraim," but they used to say, "May you be like Wusha." Whusha. And he wrote quite a bit about it. And she had a rather amazing, she was a phenomenal businesswoman. She also got into a little bit of trouble where she actually had a child out of wedlock. And as he's getting older, she was worried, that maybe he would not be able to get married, her child, because he didn't have a father. It turned out it's a whole story how that happened. It's a little bit R-rated, but so she wanted to make sure that no one would consider her son a mamzer. No one would consider her, being unmarriageable. So she actually arranged for a legal sting where the rabbi would come by, a certain person confessed to being the father, and that way the rabbis were able to actually confer. Yes, we know that so-and-so is the father, though she wasn't married to him at the time. Nevertheless, he is legitimate. An amazing, bizarre story, but the fantastic part of it, remember, people would give brachas in it. She gave a tremendous amount of, when she went one particular synagogue on her, the rabbi stood up and said, "A woman like this, we don't want you here." And she was kicked out of shul on Yom Kippur. Can you imagine going to shul in front of the whole community and the rabbi gets up and says, "You are not welcome here"? She nevertheless absorbed the insult, and she gave in her will a phenomenal amount of money to every single shul in the community, including the one that kicked her out, and they were able to light the menorot, the candles in the shul, for dozens of years because of her donation. She had kind of a checkered past. Nevertheless, Kenisa tells the arc of her life story, and we see that it's quite a bit more complicated than we would think. Fascinating kind of person. Also interesting, does anyone recognize what this would be? Yeah, this is a children's scrap school book where the child is learning how to write the letters and the vowels. And this is probably at the end because it says Kazakh right at the end of the text. And here's the bracha for the Torah and so on. But we see that they learn how to write essentially the same way we do today. And here, just like our kids today, when the teacher was a little boring, then they would doodle. And so we have this guy looks sort of like a super Israeli soldier here with the Star of David and things like that. But we see these amazing, really human documents in the Geniza that give us a sense of real living people engaged in these things. And this is finally the work of Marina Rustow, who's the recipient of a MacArthur's, the so-called Genius Grants. She's working in the Princeton University because she said, you know what? People have already looked at all of the famous people. People have looked at all of the Hebrew scraps. I'm going to look at all of the Arabic texts now. And instead of working with the Hebrew, she looked at the things that are written in Arabic, like on the back of Hebrew documents or mixed in with Hebrew documents. And she has also been able to paint for us a very complex picture of what society was like. And it was amazingly a lot more tolerant than we would think. Jews got along with their neighbors, the neighbors got along with the Jews. Amazingly, Jews got along with each other, which is a phenomenal thing, really hard to believe, more fiction than otherwise. Okay, so let me take your question, sir. Well, basically, yeah. Absolutely. We have the documents of Sadia in the Geniza as well. And we even have, otherwise we only have Sadia's responses to the Karaite books. In the Geniza, you actually have the Karaite books as well.
Is that crazy you made it out of that?
The Geniza tells a different story, though.
I mean, I even thought you were
I know, it's amazing. If you look at the Geniza documents, you have two bullets written for explicitly between Karaites and Rabbinites. Now, the way the society evolved, Rabbinites definitely, got the upper hand numerically, sociologically, and so on. But the Karaites were they were considered full Jews, and we had more relations with them than you would think. I recommend you to read Goitein's work. It's mind-blowing. I know, it's really shocking to me too. Please, let's go on. So let's just think for a second about what's next with the Geniza studies. So what we have at this point are hundreds of thousands of tiny fragments that have been deciphered yet. Literally hundreds of thousands. This is the work of decades, perhaps centuries. We luckily have a lot more techniques to work with today. Things like they iron the documents out. Quite often you have the documents all folded within a packet, and they have to rehumidify them to add moisture in the air to slowly be able to get them to release their grip on the documents themselves. We can use modern ultraviolet lighting techniques to try and get a sense of what's written underneath the text and so on. But perhaps the most fascinating is the use of computer technology to discover the contents of the Geniza. This is an amazing site from Cambridge University. And what I like about this best, I'm sure you can't see this further back, but these lines over here, these are fragments of the month. Every month they post some incredible discovery that they found in the Geniza. Poetry and personal documents and things like that. It's like a newspaper. You're reading bit by bit, uncovering new things about the life of Sephardi Jews. And finally, you also have new crowdsourcing ventures. Like, for example, to get over here today, I give a lecture I mentioned at Avenue J, and I had to get here for tonight's lecture, so I took an Uber. Uber is a crowd-sharing, ride-sharing device where I get on the internet, and somebody who has a car is willing to give me a lift. I'm willing to give them money, and it all works out very well. Much better than taxis. So the latest Geniza researchers, like this Friedberg Society, they give you a chance to actually look at the Geniza itself. Here's my favorite. This is Scribes of the Cairo Geniza. And I strongly recommend that when you go home tonight, you go and check this out. Let's do it together ourselves, though. So here we are. This is the actual website. And we can skip this here. Is this the website? Here it is up here. Right. So this is the actual website. Help us unlock the mysteries of the Cairo Geniza. So we click on Get Started. And what they will do is they will give you, they give you some information here. They will give you, here is a piece of the Cairo Geniza that nobody has translated yet. It's been, photographed, microfilm, and they want to ask you some questions. So they ask you over here, what language is this in? And it looks to me, I would say it looks like Hebrew, right? What do you think? So I'll say Hebrew, right? And then I go down a little bit and I say next. And then it's going to say, is this written in formal or informal? Meaning, is it like a personal letter, or does it look like some kind of official document? My guess is formal. What do you think? Formal? I think so. Yeah, let's go with formal. And then they're going to ask me, are there any perpendicular texts or diagonal texts? Because they're looking for palimpsest, looking for underneath. I would say no, it doesn't look anything like that in this document. So I go like this. I say none of these features appear. And then I click on done. And then file it away. And here's your next fragment. And you can do this yourself. And they're hoping that thousands of people worldwide will chip in and help do that first level of sorting. So all the Hebrew documents in place, all of the Arabic in another place, all the multiple language in the third place. And the next level will obviously have someone who's a little bit more depth of language, being able to say, is this written in 9th century style or is this written in 8th century? And they will slowly, through crowdsourcing, be able to bring these things together. This is an amazing use of modern technology to Geniza available for all. Okay, so let's bring this close in my conclusion, what this means for all of us. So all Jews really. So here's some takeaways. The first one is trash is not trash. Like the things that we tend to consider insignificant may have phenomenal importance. I mean, I know, for example, in my own family, my Aunt Molly's candlesticks went missing. We packed them in a box and could never feel terrible about that. But that's just one set of candlesticks from only about 70 years ago. Can you imagine what these documents mean and what you have in your own homes right now that may be valuable to your great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren and so on? Secondly, as we discussed a few times now, Goitein's argument was that Egyptian society was essentially a religious democracy. That's his term. And what he means by it is that basically it was a pretty liberal place where people mainly got along. Got along with non-Jewish neighbors, got along with Karaite neighbors. It was much, he says, amazingly like America, which is kind of mind-blowing when we look at the very bloody century that we just went through, and the Holocaust and the wars. Certainly look at it as Jewish-Arab relations today. Doesn't seem like that anymore, but perhaps it was possible once. And third, as my father all of a sudden used to say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose, which means the more it changes, the more it stays the same. In other words, the kind of things that people are worried about today, it's amazing to hear those voices expressed from the Geniza. The whole cycle of letters, for example, from mothers written to their sons, saying, why don't you visit me? You never write. Or without you. And you read these things and oh my gosh, it's exactly like it is. You really feel how vibrant this society reaches out to us over the centuries and is able to inspire us today. And for me, at any rate, it helps me sort of focus on what's important in my life. Let's go to what this means for Sparta. And speaking as a non-Sfaradi, I hope I'm not being presumptuous by suggesting how Sephardim should take special of the Geniza as a cultural heritage and how it should be advanced as a core project for the Sephardic community. So, first of all, I think you can, from the Geniza, it's really worth meditating on the Sephardic genius. What do I mean by the genius? One of the things that really stands out about the society of Jews in the Iberian Peninsula was their uncanny ability, which was unparalleled, perhaps none, in no other period of Jewish history, to find what is best in secular society witut thinking on what is utterly Jewish in value. But the Sephardim were able to identify those elements which were crucial to their survival as a people, and yet could borrow from Arab poetry, Arabic music, Visigothic forms, all kinds of things that they were able to find to negotiate that very difficult space. In Ashkenazic lands, the Jews tend to either veer off into open assimilation and to become extremely insular and frightened of the outside world, regarding it as highly toxic and poisonous to Jews. So I think in the Geniza, we really get a picture of a modus vivendi, a Weltanschauung that the Sephardim have exemplified for hundreds of years. Secondly, who owns Geniza studies? I mean, who really is, whose patrimony is this? I think that this is a place to inspire young Sephardic scholars. The Ashkenazim, we can find a few documents scattered throughout the Geniza, a few Yiddish scraps, a few letters from travelers, but this is fundamentally the life of a Sephardic community and its interconnectedness throughout the Mediterranean basin. And I believe that young Sephardic Jews should see the Geniza as a source of tremendous wisdom from the ages, from the Bobbies and Zadis. I don't know how to say that in Spanish or like that. Okay, this is an amazing Sephardic heritage. That why are all the great scholars? I don't know if Marina Rushto is Sephardic, but Goitein is not, and Schechter is not. They're all these Ashkenazi dudes. Why don't we get some Sephardim in their studying? And finally, I think the submerged voices that come from the Geniza, particularly those of women, like the voices of the wife of Dunashik and Labrat, the story of Usha the broker. We really begin to hear women's voices in a very unique way, and they have been submerged for so many centuries. And that's why I think the well is such an amazing place to study and work and learn, because here's a place where women can celebrate their shared experience of the world, and they can rejoice in how they have a share in the millennial history of civilization. So, well, wait a second, this is my big finish here. I'll come back to you in a second. These Sephardim are so rowdy. Ashkenazim are much easier. Okay, let me wrap it up. You've been an extremely gracious and patient audience, especially over there in room 4. Thank you very much for watching. I'm going to hang around and I'll take some questions. Thank you very much for listening to me.
It was amazing that, he had a great junior year, and then didn't have a great senior year, and it was drug overs about him, and he dropped all away. Miami picked him up. I still have the kids telling me they were going to pin the party.
Okay, thank you all for coming tonight. We have a very special presentation. We're going to speak about someone that's probably played a role in your own mental development as American citizens, for those of you in the room who are American citizens. Emma Lazarus, of course, is associated perhaps more than anyone else with the very notion of American liberty, the very ideal of what America stands for, comes in a very big way from her classic poem, The New Colossus, which is, of course, at the base of the Statue of Liberty. And we'll spend some time looking at that in this class today. But on a deep, I think, Emma Lazarus, in many ways, used her Sephardic Jewish heritage to articulate a unique form of American that was hugely influential and in many ways still affects us, in the century. Let's look first of all at the thank you. We're grateful to Nathan Rudy, who is dedicating tonight's lecture in memory of Ben Simbel, Seti Bas Bahia. Very unusual names. Seti, Bahia, and Simbal. So I'm fascinated. Perhaps, Mr. Rudy, if you're watching, send me an email and explain where those names come from. They're not common names. Related to Mr. Rudy's sponsorship, I want to note that we have 2 final lectures for the gone as yet unsponsored. So I'm really interested in raising more money for our students for a scholarship fund. Visit my main website. I have links to the page where you can donate online or go straight to my assistant upstairs or whatever you like. We have next week, who are the crypto Jews? These are Jews submerge their Jewish identity when they're living in hiding, posing as Christians, and fascinatingly live in North America as well. And also we'll look at the great sage Rabbi Ovadia Yosef, one of the most creative Jewish halachas of the 20th century. He passed away just recently, and we'll have an introduction and his impact on the intellectual, religious, and political landscape of modern Israel in particular. Tonight's lecture is going to rely very heavily, in fact, it's going to be quite derivative of the work of Shore, who wrote a masterful biography. Here it is. We'll put a couple of passages on it that of Emma Lazarus, and I think it is definitely the most important biography that has appeared to date. And I strongly, for those of you who want a deeper dive into Emma Lazarus' work. Okay, with that, let's go straight to the material itself. So we're all familiar, of course, if you know anything about Emma Lazarus. In fact, if you know anything about America, chances are you know about probably not under that name, but it is, of course, the famous poem that Emma composed as a fundraiser for the Statue of Liberty. The statue itself, it took bring it to these shores. It is, of course, a gift from France as a symbol of American liberty. That was, in fact, the title, the name of the statue was "Liberty Enlightens the World." But it was Emma Lazarus who found the voice of what that statue stood for, and in fact actually defined what liberty means for Americans in such a way, such a resonant manner, that it has really cut our sense of who we are 50 odd years. We're going to look at the poem in greater detail, but just to a little bit about the statue. Of course, it was constructed in France, and for lack of funds, it took a long time to bring it over to these shores, and they had to have several fundraising sallies to bring it. Emma Lazarus herself never actually saw the statue erected in of Manhattan. Here's a picture of the famous face of Lady Liberty herself. Here's in Paris the hand with the holding the torch on display. Here's the head on display at a World's Fair, and this is, of course, iconic. Perhaps all of you remember from another context the great moment in Planet of the Apes, where Charlton Heston, shown here, on his knees. If you remember, why this is such an iconic image is because, for those of you, if there is possibly not seen the 1968 Planet of the Apes movie, it's when it's Charlton Heston plays an astronaut who is lost in space. Crash lands on a planet. The planet is bizarre because the apes speak, the humans are mute, and societal hierarchies are upside down. But he escapes, and then he discovers the Statue of Liberty buried like this, and he realizes he has not been transported in space, but in fact in time. And the symbolism of the Statue of Liberty is so important because it represents all that is so good about this world, and the fact that it remains standing, albeit in a degraded state, really sharpens Charlton Heston's loss, and he kind of, in my humble opinion, sort of overplays it, saying, damn you, banging on the sand, but nevertheless, it's quite dramatic and worth watching, and it says a lot about what this liberty means to us as is defined by us. So here's a quick reading of I'll show you a very quick video of it. I got to check the audio. I hope that way. If not, then David, you'll help me out with the video. Just one quick word before we go into it. The title, the Nusus, of course, a famed zoo. It's now destroyed. That was from Roman period, if I remember correctly, and it was a great lighter that stood astride that guarded the port to some famous Rhodes, the city of Rhodes. Thank you so much. It's difficult. Lectures in college are being checked by everybody. But here we go. Here's a reading of New Colossus.
Here I see one sunset just stand alone with a torch. Whose flame is increasing lightly, like a name. From creeping hand, goes one that I love. To wild eyes and long ambushed strength, that can see the screen.
God, and then you kill someone. Some guys walking across the street, you don't see whether he was he did it. I forget, you're going to jump minimum of 10 years.
The hard glasses burning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your kingdom shore. Sunbeams, clouds, tempest tossed, true. I live your life, inside the golden zone.
Very powerful. Critics of the time, some of them actually said they liked the poem better than the statue. But what is especially significant for us is that definition of American liberty had nothing to do with, for example, the Second Amendment. It had nothing to do with, the West and the freedom to roam. It was all about sheltering refugees, which of course very deep, resonant meaning for her as a Jew of the 1880s, as we shall see shortly, but also as a Sephardiya, as a woman of Sephardic. Let me read to you a poem that she wrote not too long after the New Colossus. It's titled simply 1592. Significant date, right? Because of course that refers only to the discovery of America, so expulsion of the Jews from Sparta. Exactly. So she writes here, "Thou two-faced year, mother of change, and didst when Spain cast forth with flaming sword the children of the prophets of the Lord, prince, priest, and people, spurned by zealot hate, hounded from sea to sea, from state to state. The West refused them, and the East abhorred. No anchorage the known world could afford. Close locked was every port, barred every gate. Then smiling, thou unveilst, O two-faced year, virgin world where doors of sunset part, saying, Ho, all who weary, enter here. There falls each ancient barrier that the art of race or creed or rank devise to rear grim bulwarked hatred between heart and heart." A very beautiful restatement in many ways of the New Colossus in the context specifically of her Jewish heritage. The Jews exiled from Spain, driven from port to port, unable to find a safe anchor, and only because of the great irony of Columbus's discovery of the Americas, at the same time as the door closes in Spain, the door opens in America. And here you get a sense of, I think, the dual identity of her as an American and as a Jewish woman that is so crucial to the development of the modern American ideal as a whole. Let's look a little bit more at her life. Well, let's look at the poem itself for a second. So just to break it down, the New Colossus, of course, the old Colossus is a representation of Greek might, of power, of, in fact, exclusion, right? The Colossus, the artist rendering thereof we saw in the film, the Colossus represents how powerful Rhodes is and that only those who have permission may enter. The Statue of Liberty, of course, is exactly the opposite. The lantern is welcoming those. It's a beacon for those who seek the freedom. So it's the New Colossus, meaning a complete inversion of values that is the best of them. Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, brazen both in terms of being made out of copper, if I'm not mistaken, but also brazen in the sense it's rude and authoritarian, with conquering limbs astride from land to land, again the old Colossus. Here at our sea washed, sunset gates shall stand, mighty woman with a torch. Interesting, of course, that it's a woman, and Lazarus, who was very usual to be a poet of the time and was celebrated for the fact that she was a woman at the time, quite unusual. So it's quite ironic in this context. Whose flame is the lightning, and her name, Mother of Exiles. That term was very resonant for her, and she often referred to the statue as the Mother of Exiles, and really encapsulating what America means. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame. Twin cities, of course, are Manhattan and Brooklyn. Keep ancient lands your story, cries she. I mean, okay, like they have a picture of the crown jewels. England, you can have, Baroque beauties like that. Replies she with silent lips, give me instead, meaning you keep all of your misgas, so to speak, your crazy European stuff, but give me instead your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore. You have so many of these people overflowing, and get rid of them, we'll bring them on. That's what America's going to be made of. Tempest tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the door. Very powerful statement of American values. So, jumping ahead from there, let's look a little bit at her life as a whole. Charlton Heston, once again. I like Charlton because a lot of people tell me I have striking resemblance. And Will Smith, the two of them, I walk down the street and people say, is that Will Smith? Okay. So, as I mentioned, her family background is Portuguese Sephardic, meaning that her family at one point had converted to Christianity in order to protect themselves, but once they reached freedom, either in South America or in North America, they reverted to their Jewish identity. She had a lot of connections to Newport. In fact, she meditated on some of the poems that Longfellow wrote about Jewish Newport that we studied when we looked at the life of Judah Turo. And in many ways, she was from the greatest of the old Sephardic Jewish families of New York. The families that her ancestors married into were all of the important names of the period, and you will see them running through the 18th century as major rabbis and philanthropists and leaders of various types. She herself came from an observant background, but she did not feel constrained to observe it in the same way that her parents did. And in fact, she describes some of the fascinating encounters she has with other poets who are fascinating. First of all, the fact that she's a woman, because there are not that many female poets at this time. And secondly, that she does not seem embarrassed about her Jewishness whatsoever, and at the same time, she speaks with confidence in the modern American vernacular. She has that kind of exotic nature to her because she comes from such a foreign, non-Christian origin, but at the same time, she's perfectly happy and at home in the American ideal. This is a dual identity that she relished, and she compared in many ways to the negative experience that Heinrich Heine had. She translated Heine, as we shall see shortly. So she viewed her kind of pride in her Jewish origins and her quote-unquote modern observance as really a badge of honor in two ways. And I would also not hesitate to say that this encapsulates much of modern American Jewish identity as well. The pride in Jewish heritage and ethnicity, but at the same time, not necessarily such enthusiasm for traditional religious observance. Here we go. Her grandmother was actually a poet herself. Mendes Sexas Nathan. These surnames are all extremely important. And she bequeathed to her granddaughter, a love of poetry. We actually have in Professor Shore's biography some examples of her grandmother's poetry. She was a child prodigy, and her father doted upon her. In fact, her father was her first publisher, publishing her poem and specifically putting the subtitle that his daughter only, I think it was 16 years old when they were composed. They did create quite a brouhaha on the literary scene. He was quite precocious. So you have all these strange female poet of Jewish origin who's writing these beautiful poems at such a young age. She was the fourth of 7 children, and very few of them, including Emma, they were quite a well-to-do family, and in many ways they lived under the shelter of their father well in their adulthood, and apparently did not feel the need to move on and create family of their own. Professor Shore, once again, has a lot of discussion and speculation as to why this was, but it need not occupy us today. She was very close with Ralph Waldo Emerson, who was quite a bit her senior. And he was, of course, the poet of the age, the American poet of the age, and they engaged in quite a vigorous correspondence for quite some time. She eventually did get to meet him. Their relationship was always at arm's length through correspondence. But by the time that she actually went to visit him in Concord, she found that he was already quite far gone with Alzheimer's. And so most of her time was spent actually with Emerson's daughter, who was his caretaker. She had a conflicted relationship in many ways with him because on the one hand, he treated her like a protege and celebrated her work and wrote phenomenal praise in his letters to her. But then at certain key junctures in his own literary work, he did not give her the kind of attention that she craved. For example, he crafted what was considered a very important class in the history of American poetry, Parnassus, which was not related to Parnassa, which is a totally different word. Parnassus, which is a collection, in many ways considered the great first anthology of American poetry. And recall that at this point, poetry is entirely a European phenomenon. The idea that America, which is emerging out of its pioneer days in many ways, could be producing poetry of this nature, it was a landmark. It's not exactly the first American anthology because there are a lot of European poets who were represented there, but what was glaring is the omission of Emma Lazarus from Parnassus. So she felt that her mentor had in many ways betrayed her, and it was a bitter pill to swallow. This is especially significant since one of her first works, Admetus, this one after her father, was actually dedicated to a friend, Ralph Waldo, which is a little bit of a literary advice to get attention, to say, hey, one of my friends is Ralph Waldo Emerson, but he declined to view it or promote it or have it published in key places, which she felt once again which was a betrayal. Professor Shore goes into a lot of details as to how these literary conflicts were borne out. More interesting, I think, from an insight into her personality was another work she wrote called Alide, which was originally subtitled A Romance of Goethe's Life. When it was eventually published in 1874, and at this point she's in her very early 20s, it was translated to an episode in Goethe's life. And this also characteristic, I'm not a scholar of poetry, but I think it's fascinating that so much of her work was rereadings of very important poetic works that had been published in the 19th century in Europe. So in particular, this was looking at one moment in Goethe's life for which Goethe was roundly criticized. Goethe, of course, the famous author of Faust, one of the great poets of Germany in the early 19th century, early 18th and 19th century, who was roundly criticized for taking advantage of a young country girl when he was a young man. Basically, here's a picture of him at age 38. Here's a picture of him a little bit earlier when he was, he was a wealthy person coming from a very distinguished family, and he was already, a literary star as a young man. And he met this young woman here, Frederica Briand, and she fell hopelessly in love with him. And he apparently reciprocated. They were roughly the same age, and you have to imagine that we're talking about the 1770s now, and when a young man, especially of means, comes and courts a middle-class, rural young woman like this for some time over the course of a summer, and we don't know exactly how intimate their relationship was, but certainly the expectation is, he has to ask her to marry him at some point, that it has to go somewhere, or he shouldn't be leading her on like this. So anyways, he just essentially dropped her, and she was heartbroken, and she never got over it. She had a nervous town. She was near death, in fact, with how horribly he had ruined her reputation. She never married, and he, went on. He had other relationships and all kinds of fame. And when he came back to her in his 40s, he happened to pass through that same town. He saw her again, and he says, "Oh, I'm so glad it's over it. I can now put this out behind me." And he felt that it was a really underhanded way to behave. So that's why she, in her novel, in her poetry, she wrote about this from Friederike's distinctly feminist voice, a distinctly female voice, as to how that entire circumstance played out. Not the heroic and dashing vision of Goethe, the great poet, great thinker, and much lauded, but on the other hand, the humanity of this young woman and her unfortunate circumstances. So you see that even as a young woman, as a young poet, her sense of compassion is really quite prominent. She was also very important early culture broker. She, once again, occupied a liminal space between the Jewish past and the American future, and she liked to take Jewish thinkers and place them in American context. She was a translator. Of course, she was fluent in several languages. She was a translator of Heinrich Heine, perhaps the greatest German poet of the 19th century, who is especially known historically for his false conversion to Lutheranism. As was very common in Germany in the 19th century, you have a lot of Jews who are experiencing legal emancipation of one degree or another, but they're finding their social emancipation lags behind. And it's impossible for them to get, like Mahler, to get a position as a conductor of a symphony, or like Heine to get a position at a university and so on, unless they become Christians. And so, like many of his generation, Heine converted, and he called baptism his ticket to European culture. And as soon as he was baptized, he immediately regretted it, and he felt like, what did I sell out my heritage for? 2,000 years we've been living in exile, and I just throw it away in order to get a paltry position at a college, which he never got, by the way. And so he spent the rest of his life kind of lamenting how ridiculous the situation was, that people of talent simply could not get ahead until they genuflected in this matter. He was known as the poet of, it's a beautiful German word, you can't translate it very easily into English, Judenschmerz. Juden, of course, means Jewish, and Schmerz means pain. It's a unique kind of, Jewish agony, Jewish angst. And you see it, by the way, in Jewish literature all the way up to Seinfeld, Woody Allen. They're all poets or comedians of Judenschmerz, that unique kind of Sarah Silverman. Contemporary comics make a big deal out of Judenschmerz as well. At any rate, she translated Heine with his biting, sarcastic wit into English, and she was a culture broker for providing that kind of standing in two worlds modality to her peers. So too, for Jews in particular, she was articulating that way that Jews could exist in both, just as Heine and in fact she herself did. She was also impressed upon by Rabbi Gottheil to translate the great Sephardic poets, many of whom we've studied in this room, Ibn Gabiro, Yehuda Halevi and others, to translate them into English. This was a fantastic achievement, particularly because she did not read Arabic, and that was the original language of the poems. But what she did was she worked through the translations into German that existed, and with the help of Rabbi Gottheil, who knew the Hebrew translations as well, she was able to eke out some actually quite readable translations of these Sephardic classics, which were actually incorporated into the Reform prayer book as liturgical pieces. Quite a fascinating kind of culture broker, taking things all the way back from medieval Spain into modern American culture. It really changed and achieved its final trajectory towards glory. She encountered anti-Semitism in a big way. And this is what happens in the 1870s when she is going into her third and her fourth and final decade. She unfortunately at age 38. The things that were happening at that time were primarily European, but also has some American consequences as well. In Europe, the resounding cry in German, Die Juden unser Unglück, the Jews are a misfortune, came from this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, who is a Prussian historian, non-Jewish, who roundly criticized the Jews for their assumption that they could possibly be antithetical to the entire trajectory of her life and thought. The immediate okay for Treitschke's condemnation, which was later picked up by none other than Hitler, who used that slogan frequently on big banners at his rallies, the Jews are misfortune, was occasioned by the authorship of the magisterial 10-volume history of the Jews by Heinrich Gretz, whose picture I did not think to show you here, but I really should have. Heinrich Gretz was the first encyclopedic historian of the Jewish people using modern historical methods. Of course, they're quite dated now, 200 years later, but this monstrous volume, multiple volume series that describe huge arcs of history. I have a copy of a 1906 in my office, beautiful bound copy in English translation that has on the inside flap, it has 2 and then a person's name, the occasion of his bar mitzvah, 06. And better about this particular issue because it's a first edition, and the bar mitzvah boy never even read it. The pages are still sewn together. You have to use a knife to cut them apart. And I suspect that Heinrich Gretz's works remain unread on many bar mitzvah boy and girls' homes for generations. But for those who had the temerity to read it, it was a life-altering experience because Gretz articulated what would later be called the lachrymose perspective tree, in which the Jews are understood as these lachrymose, meaning full of tears, right? Tearful. That the Jews are misunderstood, that they're working hard for society, they can for the world around them, and then nevertheless they're persecuted and put down and killed and murdered. There is definitely more than a kernel of truth to the lachrymose view of Jewish history, but he wrote it in an entertaining and powerful way that could be captured and generated a tremendous amount of Jewish pride in the 19th century. And it ignited the heart of Ms. Lazarus, along with who knows how many thousands of Jews who read it. Von Treitschke, professional historian, read Gretz's work, and Gretz was largely a self-taught individual. What is this, one-sided view of Jewish history? Jews never did anything wrong. Christians are terrible. And, even he was clearly motivated by a little anti-Semitism. It's not that he was wrong in his criticism of Gretz. Gretz did write a kind of a narrative that, to use a strong word, propagandistic in nature, trying to convey a particular reason to be Jewish, and that's all well and good, but it may not be really good history. So von Treitschke went way too far in his criticism, however, and he said, not is Gretz not an portrayal of society. The Jews, in fact, are our misfortune. They invade our societies. They inflict on us their cultural values. They take over all of our institutions, our banks, our media, our music, our art, and they will ultimately destroy us as a society. This became the clarion call for all anti-Semites for the next 100 years, and of course had dire consequences for the Jews under Hitler. So she was enervated by von Treitschke's comments and viewed them with great fear because Europe, which had up until this point sort of worked along this positivist trend that everyone thought that people were getting more civilized, people were getting more liberal, more advanced, more tolerant, and that was not at all the case. In fact, Europe was 50 years away, 70 years away from the greatest cataclysm that the world had known. We saw it also approach these shores, and in the same year that von Treitschke made his famous statement that was read around the world, Joseph Seligman, a very important American Jewish philanthropist, encountered a discrimination at a hotel, something which was actually a significant phenomenon in American society in the 20th century, where Jews were refused access to hotels, beaches, properties, which was known informally as the Gentleman's Agreement. You've seen the film by Elia Kazan, the director, 1947, won the Academy Award, with Gregory playing Arthur Green, a journalist. I also like showing little videos of Gregory Peck because Charlton Heston, and yeah, okay, I thought I could get away with that again, but I can't. My wife hates it when I do that, by the way. Anyways, the Gentleman's Agreement was basically this agreement between gentlemen that they would not entertain Jews. That if there was a housing development, they would never sell a house to a Jew. A hotel, they would never have to stay in a room where a Jew was across the corridor. And this unstated gentleman, a sign of a deep infection that affected all of American society. When Seligman was actually refused to a space, a vacancy in a Hilton hotel, the Jews of the time decided to mount a boycott in hotels, which eventually was successful. Here is, for example, a little bit later, but on the beach where I spent about 20 years, this was a well-known phenomenon. They often used euphemisms like restricted class. Sometimes they had attempts at humor, like phrases like always a view, never a Jew, much more vulgar statements like no blacks, no dogs, no Jews. Sometimes it would be in different order. This is even today in New Jersey. This is a picture of me to a funeral once, and there was a sign for Gentile funeral only. And I wait, how could they possibly do that? Until I realized that there's actually a funeral home that's called Gentile Funeral Home, and so it's not nearly as bad as it looks. Anyways, this kind of anti-Semitism, which by contrast to European anti-Semitism was obviously quite a bit, nevertheless, it motivated Emma Lazarus to spend even more time looking at her Jewish identity. And she composed poems like this long one. Oops, let's go back over here. The Dance to Death, subtitled The Song of a Semite, Songs of a Semite. She, of course, herself was a Semite, and this is an allusion to the term that was being popularized in this era of Semitism or anti-Semitism, the notion that there was a world Jewish conspiracy that Jews were engaged in. That was called Semitism. So here is a quote from the Dance to Death, and it is once again a rewriting and a retelling of a European classic called Der Tanz zum Tode by Richard Reinhardt, and it was later written to an opera called La Juive, the Jewish Woman. The plot of the story is, and it's set in Germany in the 14th century, is a Jewish man takes into his family a foundling who is actually the daughter of a Christian nobleman. And so he takes a Christian girl into his family, and they raise her, and she thinks she is Jewish. Later, her father is quite instrumental in mounting these anti-Semitic persecutions of Jews, including burnings at the stake, and the young girl, who is ironically the daughter of the variant who is mounting these attacks on the is burned to death. In the original version, her identity as a Jewess is not revealed, and that kind of keeps the tragic quality of the story alive with this ambiguity that the father doesn't know that he's actually burning his own daughter, God forbid. But in Lazarus's version, she is told, and she's given a choice. Do you want to abandon the religion in which you have been raised and seek safety as a Christian, or would you rather go to death with the rest of us? And the young girl says, this is Emma Lazarus's version, never. If I be offspring to that kite, I hereby deny my race. Forsake my father, as thy dream fall true. Let him save thee, whose hand has guided mine, whose lips have blessed, whose bread has nourished me. Thy God is mine, thy people are my people. Right? The course there to the book of Ruth, right? Coming up, we're going to be reading it in a couple of weeks. The allusion there that she becomes, as it were, a convert in truth, knowing her true origin, nevertheless accepting Judaism. A version of the original story, but it underscores the incredibly powerful gravitational pull of ethnicity and stands in stark contrast to the kind of attacks on Jews that were occurring with greater rapidity in the New World. The climax of her life and that for which she is most remembered, the question of the association is with Russia through 1884. This was a unique moment in world history. Basically what happened was the Tsar liberator Alexander, a Tsar of Russia who had 20 years earlier liberated the peasants, very much like Lincoln and the Emancipation Proclamation here in America. And also, he was widely regarded as a great hero by peasantry for their liberty, the emancipation of the serfs. But very much like Lincoln, America, the serfs were given anything for which they would be able to make a living. They weren't given their 40 acres and a mule. The same kind of criticism of the African American situation as well. And so there's a trend of social inequality in Russia in the 19th century and a tremendous amount of social upheaval. One of the flashpoints was when a socialist group called Narodya Volya, the People's Will, lobbed a bomb at the carriage containing the Tsar and his wife and immediately killed them. One of the conspirators in that crime was in fact a Jew. And the cry went out throughout Russia that the new Tsar, Alexander III, given the population 3 days space to beat the Jews. For a long time, it was believed that that was in fact the truth, and that the pogroms were somehow orchestrated by the Russian government. But later archival research has shown that that is not in fact the case, even though the Tsars definitely had an anti-Semitic tendency, and there was lots of material that would support their anti-Jewish positions. They simply didn't have the wherewithal or the motivation to carry out such a sustained attack that ultimately was a revolutionary kind of movement that undercut the stability of society. But what is those reported 3 days of freedom turned into 3 years as hundreds of attacks, sometimes multiple times, on small Jewish villages called shtetl dotted the Russian Empire, and particularly in Ukraine, which is the southern